pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wickets. Bowled in, England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. Hallett love. Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole. England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby Union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. Going to play a lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole. England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stoneman. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is out and caught behind.
T20.
shot is pulled that away out towards the Hollis stand. Patel's there. He stoops and picks it up very easily, tosses it in. Those hand sanitizers. I thought it was rather a sign of the times. I mean, there can't have been a time before. You got your cavemen, there's some crayons, and I think there's probably a Pope or two in there, the usual suspects, but never seen hand sanitizers before. So well done them for coming in.
Yeah, it says what does it say on the top of the sanitizer? Pump me hard?
Yes, it got worse after that, and unfortunately I didn't see the pictures before I broadcast it. It won't make the cut, so there's no point mentioning it. I thought I commented it not rather well.
Oh, it's splendid.
Yeah.
Splendid.
Well, I hope the England captain's mother is busily rehearsing her shepherd's pie in practice at the moment, because the contest is back on. In comes Mitchell, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. It's been postponed, unfortunately, from last year.
Well, sorry.
Very big shepherd's pie contest in the Beaver before the Trent Bridge Test
What,
match.
you against her?
It involves the Roots, it involves the Agnews, it involves those who listen to, watch East Midlands Today and Davies. She'll be in there, and the Broads.
Right. So all making shepherd pies their own way, their own style.
And you do a blind taste. And
I guess the others blind taste it, or have you got people coming to blind taste it?
No, it's competitors only. But I got horribly stitched up last time. It was a 5-0 thrashing. But all because Stuart Broad's stepdad voted by mistake for the wrong one.
Well, so you've done it already?
Well, this was 2 years ago.
And it was shepherd's pie 2 years ago. Was it a different pie?
Shepherd's pie, but the Roots weren't involved then.
You got to change the pie.
Here's Bolt bowling short, pulled away over mid-wicket. That'll go for 4. Out too deep mid-wicket. Not often that Bolt bowls a short one, which is deliberate. He's just giving Burns something to think about there to vary the length a bit, but Burns is on it.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Burns with the short. You go back to last week against Wagner, when Wagner tried his short stuff to him, and he was onto it quickly. Played the pull shot, the hook shot a few times into the ground. That was a tremendous stroke, onto it fast.
I was just listening to this conversation about shepherd's pie, and I mean, it's on a hiding to nothing. I've tasted Agaz's food. I had a misfortune of having to taste it in that sort of Master Chef type thing. Come dine with me.
Oh, yes, at Lord's.
At Lord's, yes. Yeah. Where he was absolutely thrashed by Broad. I mean, Broad's proper.
Yeah, he's good. He's got all the tricks.
Yeah, he's proper culinary genius, that though. And it's as if he's sort of conducting an orchestra, and his first ball is cut away by Pope off a thick outside edge. He's going to run down to the third man boundary for 4. It was a wide, it was there for the cut. He didn't execute it quite as perfectly as he would have liked, but there's a huge gap between point and slip. A slip in, a forward short leg, backward point, short extra. Here is Patel. And it's cut again and gone, edged and gone. Well. It felt like it was there for the shot, but Pope, I'm afraid, has got to go just as he was starting to look fluent. It was fired in outside the off stump. He went for the cut, and he's gone. We're just going to see a replay of this now, and it was imperfectly. It's just a little top edge, and he's gone. And so, how long has he been in the country? Because he wasn't selected for Lords, so
he came during the Lords Test.
Came during the Lords Test.
Yes.
I'd still have jet lag, If I think a week.
Well, where have you flown from?
Whenever I've had, where did
London.
Where? If I go to Australia, it takes me about 13 days before I feel even remotely sane.
Well, that's because of that heavy drinking you do on the plane, perhaps.
I feel this is workplace bullying, Jeremy.
First thing you said to me when you arrived at our hotel: "Bad news, Jeremy."
Yeah, well, that's true. I did do that. Yeah. Bolt is in. Big appeal for LBW. I think that'll be missing off stump, but they may have a look at this. It was a tentative prod forward by Lawrence. The question is, has that ball swung back into the pads enough?
Looking for it, yep.
They're going to have a look.
Question was there two noises, or was that bat hitting the pad trying to get access to the ball?
I think this is marginal, basically, at best, all round. There's a lot of things that are going for it, a lot that might not.
Yes, he's a tall man, as Lawrence, and he's got forward to this one. Slightly... that's hit the back? Is that hit the back?
Yeah, but I think we're going to find the impact is outside or umpire's call. I think that's what we're going to be finding out here.
I think
Yeah,
it's
clearly pad first.
Yes.
So ball tracking when available, please.
It's hit the front pad.
Then the back pad.
and
That's
then-
your two
but
noises.
Yeah, but that's then obviously deviated onto the back pad from the front pad. Where is it
Okay,
hitting?
ball
it?
tracking
I think
coming up
maybe
now.
outside. It's got
Yes.
to come back more just outside.
Pitching outside off. Impact is outside and missing the wicket. So stay
Yeah.
with your original decision of not out, Richard. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Quite close though. If
It
you'd
was.
given that out,
You're on screen
it
now,
would have been
Richard.
still
You can signal
not
now.
out, but not much between the outs or the inside of the ball and the off stump.
Patel over the wicket to Burns, goes back and nudges it fine past the keeper, down to the fine leg boundary. There's nobody there. Trent Boult is racing around the boundary. Sorry, it's Wagner, but he won't cut it off. And it's 4. England past the 150 mark.
In comes Henry over the wicket, bowls, and that's edge. Now, how's he got it down there this time? He stood up there and looking to play that into the leg side, or so it appeared. Henry's just got his smiling, got hands on his hips. That looked to me as if he was looking to work that away towards mid wicket. And he's got another 4 through third man. A reminder of what a live and large crowd is like at Edgbaston. There's an enormous beer snake there going along the front of the stand on the lower level.
Oh yeah.
It's as if they've been, well, they're missing 2 years constructing that somewhere, and they've unveiled it today. It must be, what?
30 foot long?
Yeah, I was going to say 10 yards. That's about right, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't really sit quietly in the Hollies stand.
No, you know what you're going to get, don't you?
Yeah, there are other places to sit at Edgbaston if you want a quiet time.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many people scoring in there.
No, I think you're right.
Andy, could you be able to score in the Hollies?
Andy scores under any
I just don't see why you come to cricket and not score. Weird way to spend a day.
In goes Boult. And, that's out, is it? Yes, it is. Caught it slip. A loose shot from Burns. It's beautiful bowling. He's bowled 2 into him. That was full and swinging away, and Burns chased it. And he's caught low at slip. And you've got to give the bowler a lot of credit for that. Burns will be cross. Look, he's hammering his pad with his bat. He knows he's been suckered there. But that's beautiful bowling. 175 for 5. And Bracey is about to face his first ball.
Yeah.
And he'll be hoping things go rather better than at Lords and his debut, where he got a duck.
Yeah, he needs to get off the mark, the boy.
Left-handed. And in goes Boult and bowls. Jim's caught! First ball.
Wow.
Almost a repeat of Burns, and he hasn't left the crease. He's slumped. Absolutely devastated with that. Full swinging. He's lured him into the drive, and he's edged that to third slip, who's taken it chest, shoulder high to his left, and Bracey's got a first baller.
2 slips in the gully in position then for this hat-trick ball. Trent Boult running in, the left armour. Bowls full, nearly the outside edge. You would have heard a sound as it went through to the keeper, but it wasn't bat on ball. Wagner going full on the drive, outside edge along the ground though from Stone. Behind square, could be 4 to the wide third man, and it is. 2 slips and the gully were chasing after it. But runs being applauded by England. They've got past the 200 mark. 203 for 6 in the evening session here on day 1. Wagner sets off. And now to Stone. They're now bowling on off stump full. It's getting off the outside edge. It'll be 4 more. Through the cordon it goes, through the gap. And Wagner has hands on his hips. He's going hard at these ones, Stone. Here's Patel in again to work it around the leg side. I'm not sure we've got anything on that. It's running away very, very fine down to the boundary in front of us. And the cheer, I think, will tell us that it's gone for 4. And he did get something on it. 211 for 6. Lawrence on to 40.
Well, hasn't Stone done well here? 20 not out. And he's kept Lawrence company. He's on 40. The players have had quite an extended drink there. And Wagner's on his way, dashing in, bowls outside the off stump, driven fluently and beats the diving cover fieldsman, who slaps the ground there in frustration. He thinks he should have stopped that. Instead, it's gone for 4. Nice stroke from Lawrence. It's a real chance here. He's got the tail around him. That can put a bit of pressure on that number 6 or 7 batsman, but it also means it can play a few shots. Here goes Wagner, left arm over, bowls. Oh, what a sumptuous drive that is. one of the shots of the day. It was a half volley, off stumpish, but Lawrence has absolutely put that away so easily. And he might tell Wagner all about that a bit later, I think. Here's Patel again, and there's an appeal for leg before. Wicket is given out. Swinging across the line, a sweep. And Lawrence has got his back to him there. He's talking to the umpire, who can't give too much away as to why he's given that out. But Richard Illingworth gave it out quite quickly. I suspect they'll review it. They might as well. There's 2 left, but he has been given out. In fact, 3 left, England. They haven't used any so far.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we have front-on spin vision, please?
They've been playing well up to now as well. Just having a look, I suppose, where it pitched is sort of one
Okay,
question.
nothing conclusive from there, Mark. Can we have Ultra Edge one available, please?
I think it could be umpire's call on leg stump, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, rolling all the way through, please, to the pad, all the way through.
I'm pretty sure he's not nicked it.
Okay, flat line, keep going past the glove, all the way through, keep going all the way through to the pad, please. Okay, no bat or glove involved, so ball tracking when available, please.
I thought it might have clipped his front pad and then made it look a bit straighter. Do you know what I mean? As it clips his pad, it then goes a bit straighter for the umpire.
Just wait for the ball tracking, Richard.
He's missed his front pad.
It's hit him, as we say, amidships.
I mean, they paused it perfectly there, haven't they?
Ball tracking coming up
Here's
now.
the tracking. How many reds? That's the question. Oh, that's the one for me.
Pitching in line, impact in line.
Yeah.
And it's hitting the wickets, Richard. So say it with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen, Richard.
3 reds,
You're on
good
screen
decision.
now, Richard. Signal now.
And Ollie Stone's vigil is over. He played well, 20.
So, 1 over to go before a new ball becomes available. And Patel is bowling it to Lawrence, who's on 49. And Lawrence drives, thinks of a single. He's going to get the single. That's a half century. As you can tell, the Holly stands as one. Arms above their heads, raucous cheers. It's the only thing that can stop the chanting at the moment. There's a half century. Lawrence waves his bat to all parts of the ground. And this is only for a 50. This is how much crowds have been starved of cricket. 230 for 7. So a new ball has been taken, and it's no great surprise to discover that Trent Boult has got it in his hand. With 10 overs remaining in the day.
Bolton bowling full and leg stump, and that's been swung away. That's going to be 4, backward of square on that leg side. It was full from Boult, and Lawrence quickly onto it, and so runs came quickly in that over. Lawrence is on to 63 now, 246 for 7.
Henry to bowl the last over of the day. From the City end, up he comes, and he bowls to Mark Wood, who gets back into line there. So Patel is the fielder at backward point. I think Wood's enjoyed himself, as we know, he's a very chirpy customer. Rates his batting very highly. And he's done a good job here, as did Ollie Stone before him as well. 53 balls for his 16 not out. The slips are lined up. As Henry comes in again, a big bound, and he bowls, and Wood again obdurately plays from the crease. Conway fields at mid-off. 258 for 7. Sibley 35, Burns 81, Crawley a duck, Root 4, Pope 19, Brazier first ball duck, and Stone 20. Now those have been dismissed today. And as the crowd continues to sing, Henry comes in from the far end, bowls pitched up on the leg stump. Wood can't put it away. But after lunch, England lost. And I made a note, they lost 3 for 13. They lost 4 for...
The wickets fell at 72, 73 and 85, then 127, 169, 175 and 222.
So they lost 4 for... I can't add it up myself. 4 for... In comes Henry, bowls. And that's played away square into the offside.
So the session as a whole was 4 for 85 between lunch and tea.
Thank you, sir. Very good session for New Zealand. 3 for 13, a little cluster there that fell. 2 balls remain in the day. We'll have our review of the day after that. Otherwise, after that nugget of information from Andy, in comes Henry again, bowls. That's turned once again by Wood straight to square leg. It's just in front of square there. No run. And there's 1 ball remains, so Dan Lawrence will resume tomorrow on 67 not out. Played well too. It was a lovely shot. It took him a bit of time to get going, it seemed, but it's played very well once he got set. Here's the last ball of the day. Henry comes in and bowls to Wood, who again stubbornly and defiantly gets into line. Ball runs down into the gully, and he will resume tomorrow. 16 not out, and I suspect whoever he bumps into tonight in the hotel will be hearing all about it. The pair touch gloves and walk off already in conversation. I think it's already telling Dan Lawrence there how well he played. And indeed he did, and the support that he and Stone have given have meant that England, well, they could still kick up to 300 or so if Stuart Broad comes in and plays a few shots as he might. You still feel that they're unlikely to get the sort of total that they'd have imagined they would have scored this morning when Joe Root won the toss. But Lawrence it is who gets the applause from down below us here. Mark Wood respectfully lingering and tapping his helmet with his hand as Lawrence walks off. The umpires have had a long day. They're walking off too with smiles on their faces. Lots of good decisions there made, incidentally, once again. And the standard of umpiring you saw last summer has been excellent. The New Zealanders troop off in the other direction. They'll be pleased with their labours as well today. Having lost the toss, ball's just done something throughout. Nothing prodigious, but just a little bit here and there. And all sorts of equipment being brought out by the ground staff to put the pitch to bed for the night. And in goes Bolton. Bowls. Jim's caught! First ball. Wow. Almost a repeat of Burns, and he hasn't left the crease. He's slumped. Absolutely devastated with that. Full swinging. He's lured him into the drive, and he's edged that to third slip, who's taken it chest, shoulder high to his left, and Bracey's got a first baller. Well, that's a cheerful way to start the second day of this Test match at Edgbaston. Good morning to poor old James Bracey. Yes, he got a duck. He wasn't alone. Crawley did too, and England, of course, will resume on 258 for 7 in about 15 minutes or so from now. A bit of a battle yesterday it was. Burns making 21. Lawrence will resume on 67 not out. Look forward to seeing him play. He's got the bowlers for company, Wood, Broad and Anderson. And then England will get bowling. The crowd's coming in. We've got sunshine now. It's a rather threatening looking start to the day, I must say, with lots of low, very dark cloud around, but that seems to have broken up. There's a breeze fluttering the flags down there at the far end. It's all set up for what feels to be, anyway, to be a really nice day. So I think before I introduce Phil Tufnell and Jeremy Cody sitting alongside me, let's say good morning to Louise Lear, who was on great form yesterday. And as always, Louise, a spot on with your forecast. What have you got today? Good morning to you.
Good morning. I think today is the trickiest of the next 3 or 4 to try to predict, actually. But it will be dry. But there is a very, very weak weather front that's just spilling out of the north of England, so across the Lake District into North Wales, heading down to the Midlands, and that could bring the odd spot or two of rain. Nothing significant. I don't think it's going to spoil play, but I suspect you're going to see the cloud arriving and probably staying with you for most of the afternoon. So it should be dry, maybe the odd spittle spot, and quite a muggy, humid feel with it as well. Is that good?
Well, it's good for bowlers. It might be good for Jimmy Anderson. He'll be pleased with that forecast.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, hopefully something for everybody, because if you don't like it too hot and sunny, today will suit. And I tell you what, Aggers, this weekend you might be moaning a little bit about it, because Saturday will be dry and sunny, and Sunday is going to be a scorcher. It's quite unusual for us to use the word hot, but it'll be hot on Sunday. We're going to see temperatures into the high 20s. Maybe Sunday, Monday, we might get a 30 degrees as well. well. So very hot, very dry, very settled. You might be moaning at me that it's too hot, really.
No, I wouldn't do that. But I was wondering, what's the rule on shorts, Tuffers?
I don't know.
It sounds like it might have to come in
Tailored,
shorts.
of course.
Well, there would be. Louise, thank you very much.
Tuffers, I heard about your hat yesterday. I heard you were the dapper dresser, so I hope smart shorts, but I'm not sure about Aggers with his scruffy baseball cap, you know.
No,
None of those combat shorts, please.
I've seen those legs before.
That's enough, Louise. Off you go.
You're not inviting me back.
Well, go and enjoy your garden and enjoy the weather. We'll enjoy it too. Thanks ever so much for that. So a tricky one today, but it did sound a bit of a bowler's forecast, Jeremy. You're just pursing your lips a bit there.
Yes,
there's all sorts
morning.
in that forecast. We've had everything. We've had style, culture, and all sorts of things.
We have. Good morning, everybody.
I know.
Yeah, hello, Aggers.
What happened to that lovely chap?
You won't see my legs, I can tell you that.
No.
That would be a sight to see my legs coming
Couple
out.
of pipe cleaners.
Ian McCaskill.
Oh, yeah.
What happened to Ian McCaskill's forecast? They were just straight up and down, and there you go, didn't they? Never brought fashion and things into it.
30's hot, though. Yeah, it's hot.
30 is hot.
Yeah.
That's very hot. That's quite hot by New Zealand standards too, isn't it? I
Well,
guess.
England will be in the field. Will they?
No.
Whoa. Okay.
I think they'll be batting.
Spinner comes into it for me. Spinner. I was quite impressed with Mr. Patel. I thought he bowled quite nicely, and I've been out there this morning, and there is a couple of those little rough holes, little bowler's foot marks. Yeah, we can just see him there, just on and around off stump. I think he might come into the game if it's going to be that warm.
They bolts from this.
Bolts and Wagner's.
Yes.
Yeah, so just a bit full of a length, but just that length where you fancy having a little bit of a dart through extra cover. So could bring in the slip or spoon it to extra cover.
Well, I mean, Burns controlled the first part of the day. Dan the Man was the second part of the day as far as England were concerned.
Yes.
He's obviously the key wicket this morning, isn't he? He's scoring at a higher rate than anybody else. It looked to me to be, I mean, there was cloud around yesterday. There was a wee bit of swing, but it was right from the arm, I felt, rather than a wee bit later. There was a wee bit of seam there, so something for everyone, really. A little bit of slow turn, wasn't there, for Ajaz Patel? Not impossible to bat. I thought perhaps England missed a chance once or twice, but it wasn't. I don't think it was as difficult as the Lord's pitch, for example. Mind you, haven't seen both sides bowl on it yet.
No, we haven't. What do you think a minimum realistic first innings score here for England? They're 260 now. That doesn't feel nearly like enough.
If they score at the same rate as yesterday, they would be about, and New Zealand bowled the same number of overs, they'll be about 330 to 340 at lunch. They'll need that, I think, to place real pressure on you. Different bowling attack, Eggers. Two quick bowlers, and then the two older Branderson brand, if you like. And so, no real Ollie Robinson to hold the glue.
Yeah.
To hold it together. So, the longer they bat, the easier it'll be for the bowlers to get through.
Interesting also in that the quick bowlers will tend to be more positive, as it were, and so actually the runs might come more easily off the quicker ones. Well,
depends on the lengths they bowl.
There's not that holding. Yes. What do you think, Tuffers?
England, I was quite impressed by Lawrence batted. Actually, he looks like one of those fellas who likes to feel bat on ball. He has a little scratchy start, doesn't it, when it was just swinging about a bit, and sort of he looks to be positive batsman, and I like that. He played quite nicely. 300, you're in the game. You're always in the game, aren't you? And then New Zealand have got to go out and try and get there, which I think will be a little bit tricky with that forecast. I think it will do a little bit. Yeah.
Are you tempted to give, I wrote about this at the start, one of those faster bowlers the new ball? I mean, it's quite interesting. You've got the two seniors, Anderson and Broad, who would be, I think, valuing the fact that they're used to taking the new ball. But then you've got the pace, and they are quick. Both those two, Wood and Stone, are genuinely quick. They would love the hardness of a new ball.
One.
You would use one of them.
Absolutely.
So you think one of Anderson or Broad could be relegated?
We walked down here today, and there was a lot more breeze around, and I just feel I haven't been out there, but tough as you have. Were you sentient enough to feel the breeze?
It was blustery. It was blustery this morning.
Right.
Yes, the hay fever was on. I was getting it full in my face with the breeze.
Did it favour one end or other? In other words, which end would you...
Swirling. No, it was a bit swirly. It was a bit swirly.
Lovely. Not a day for shorts. No.
Sentient, Tuffers. Were you feeling sentient?
Yeah,
sentient,
always.
Yes.
No, sentient.
Yes.
John, not sandient.
New Zealanders have arrived up there, and they're operating at the other end of the ground today. It's all a bit, it's all a bit bewildering, isn't it? They're coming from the other end. But anyway, there they are, and they've got one or two New Zealand flags up there we can see, and they've taken over really a couple of the hospitality boxes down at the city end.
Can I ask you a question,
Yes.
being a fast bowler? But did you get a little bit miffed if you weren't given the new ball?
Relegation.
You felt like that,
Very
did you?
personally, yeah.
Oh, right, OK.
Totally selfish.
So if the skipper has to go up to anyone, he has to sort of choose wisely, does he?
It's very selfish, but yeah, it is a demotion.
Do you go to Wood, the older hand in terms of the faster bowlers, or do you go to the man who bowls here?
Exactly.
And Stone actually looked, I thought in that second test, very good in India.
Yeah, he's got a lovely action. Because Wood seemed happy enough to bowl first change at Lords, I think I'd go Stone. I would like to see proper.
Well.
Plus, Woods he's a nice chap, isn't he?
Yeah, so he'll take it better.
Oh, he'll take it better.
I don't think he would thump you as captain. I'll give you a bit of sun. I don't think Ollie Stowe would either. He's also very gentle. Yeah. Very, very, very nice chap indeed. But no, it does.
Not with the ball in that.
It is a bit of a relegation, a demotion when you don't take the new ball.
I think that. Look, I understand the reasons behind it, but I do think. You need to vary things, don't you, as much as you can.
But you see, it's being your job. You see, it's what you do. You take the new ball, and that's how you bowl. And
so, in other words, Broad or Anderson would feel miffed. You're talking about relegation.
I don't think they'd be happy.
No, exactly.
No,
and they seem to wield some influence.
Do they?
Well.
Just a little, perhaps. Well, it will be interesting. Let's see what Joe Root does. But I think the feeling up here. Were you on board with that tough as well? You'd like to see one other quick bowlers taking the new ball?
Yes, and I'd be. Because I think Mark Wood bowled so beautifully as a first change bowler at Lords. I'd be tempted to give it to the homeboy. Great big ovation he'll get from the Hollies, won't he? And everything, and I think it could be his time. I'd give it to Wally Wood, yeah.
The Ollie Wood.
Ollie Wood.
You're sitting on the fence there, Tuffers.
You are
just sitting on the fence
in your shorts.
Yes, exactly. Because the point being, Jeremy, that when you've just come in, you're a batsman, you're getting a bit of you're playing yourself in. If you've got a ball coming out at 90 odd miles an hour at you, the scope for a tiniest little misjudgment or a little bit of slow footwork or something, bang, you're gone, aren't you? I mean, it all happens so fast. Yeah,
there's clearly, well, it's logical to everybody, and I'm sure very obvious that you've got less time to make decisions.
Yeah.
And they have played. I don't think they'll have seen much of Stone, New Zealand.
No, they won't.
No.
So there's another little aspect to it. Takes a couple of overs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's impressive.
I think he's exciting.
He's an exciting bowler.
That's good.
I love his action. He's got the easiest action. It's an action that really shouldn't go wrong. I know he's had some injuries, but they've tended to have been rather sort of self-inflicted injuries, like
the knee.
Well, rupturing his cruciate, celebrating a wicket, and things like that. But it is bad luck.
Really? Is that what he did?
Oh yeah.
Out for a year.
I think
out for a whole season.
I think he got Moeen out and leapt in the air and gave it a big.
And went twang.
Wow. It's things like that. So it's had some bad luck.
It wasn't falling off a bar stool or anything.
No. But it's not due to his action and things. Right, into the Hollies stand they come. And we've got some early-ish arrivals. It does take time to come in, and so again, if you're coming tomorrow, for instance, do get here early because you have to show your test results. And
it's a huge queue outside,
going
past the nursery ground.
I don't know quite why it is taking so. Because you literally do just show the email or the text on your phone to say, yep, you've had your test and all is okay. And there's the usual bag searching and so on going on. But you're right, the queues are very long. So. Do get here early. It's a nice walk in from town. If you don't want to try and find somewhere to park your car, although some driveways are offering parking opportunities on the Pershaw Road today. The umpires are on their way, both of them wearing Panama hats. Richard Illingworth slightly lighter, it's more of a white Panama hat actually, and out he goes. The umpire again, I think, has been of excellent standard at Lords and also here. New Zealand are having a huddle down at the far end. They know what they've got to do. They've got to get these 3 wickets as quickly as they can. Just try and keep England below 300 if they can, and then get batting. And we'll see if Louise's what's he call it? A low front or something comes in from the north.
Weak, wasn't it?
Weak front.
Yes.
Comes in from the north. There are some clouds in the distance up there, but I don't think that's it.
A low front.
I wasn't quite sure what she was talking about. Anyway,
You don't want to get shorts with a low front.
No. I think we might concentrate on the batsmen coming out, because they'll be here in a moment in the sunshine.
Well, it's exciting, isn't it?
It is. It always is, isn't it? At the start of a day, the theme tune going and so on.
I'm actually looking forward to England getting bowling, you know.
Yeah.
We've got two real quick fellas there, haven't we?
Yeah.
I want to see them come steaming in with this bit of overcast sort of atmosphere.
What a welcome from the Hollies stand for the batsmen. Dan Lawrence and Mark Wood, who, as he said yesterday, loves batting, and he'll have been chatting away to anyone within range about his innings yesterday and how he's going to play today and so on. And he's swinging his arms. He looks like Ian Botham walking out to bat at the moment, and the crowd are loving it. What a din. Flags waving. They're on their feet.
Yeah, we could be in for a bit of entertainment here, John, I think.
Well, the first live sport that most people there will have seen for a long time, I would suggest. On the left-hand side of the ground, it's a little more demure.
Yes.
And they're settling down there, and they'll sit and watch quietly and enjoy the game. But the Hollies stand, we know what it's all about. As I do keep saying, please don't, if you're not of that persuasion necessarily, don't let it put you off coming to Edgbaston. There's plenty of other places to sit where you get a lovely view, and it's a bit more peaceful. But if you like if you like it loud and you like your fancy dress, then well, the Hollies stand's reputation speaks for itself, and you can't help but have your attention drawn towards it because of the noise and the colour and the movement, the constant motion of people coming backwards and forwards and standing up and so on. So it's just to our right. It's always in the corner of your eye, and your attention gets drawn into that area. Lawrence is on strike. He's on 67. Trent Bolt's going to bowl the first ball of this second day. He kicks up his heels and is on his way and bowls short, and that's just paddled around the corner by Lawrence. And England take a single off the first ball of the morning, and so go to 259 for 7.
Played a good counter-attacking knock, didn't he, yesterday? After looking a tad scratchy to start with, but I mean, everyone was looking a bit scratchy, didn't they, when they first went in?
Yeah.
But I was quite impressed with the way he looked to get on with it. I think that's the way he should play this morning, you know, get himself in for 10 or 15 and then give it a bit of a go.
Yeah.
Anything over 300, I think, will be a good score.
Wood on 16, and Bolt on his way now. Left arm over the wicket, bowls. It's very full. And he comes carefully forward there and hit that very nicely, very sweetly up to mid-off. He's jumping up and down his toes. He'll be loving this atmosphere.
Solid, right behind it. Should still swing with that sort of breeze, a bit more than a breeze, as yourself and Jeremy were saying. It's a bit more than a breeze, which then can put you off a bit as a swing bowler, can't it? If it's blustery a bit, can knock you about, knock you off your rhythm.
Yeah, and he wanted to be coming from the direction that suits you.
Yeah.
You're not fighting it.
Yeah.
259 for 7. Wood on 16. Bolt cruises in, bowls short to him. Nice delivery. That well played by Wood, though. He started to go up and then dropped the wrists and kept his gloves and bat out of the way. I was trying to find, Andy, good morning to you.
Morning.
Some means of trying to cheer up James Bracey this morning.
Oh, good luck.
And my attention focused on Richard Blakey on the tour that you were on in India in 1993. Well, the poor fellow came in, I think it was Alex Stewart, was promoted to open or something like that. So he kept in 2 test matches and comes... is he called a slip? When he's trying to take his wrists out of the way. Hit something hard there, a short ball again. Maybe off the arm guard.
Yeah.
A plastic sound. He didn't play that one quite as convincingly as the one before.
It didn't quite get up as high, did it?
No.
Oh, no, back of the... what's that bit called? It's an interesting part of the body. The other side of your elbow.
The other side of your elbow?
Well, you're in her elbow.
Your arm?
The crook.
The crook. It is the crook.
It is is it the crook? Yes, well, thank you.
Caught off the crook.
Caught off the crook. No, it hit him right on the crook of the right arm.
259 for 7. And goes Bolt again. Bowls wide of the off stump, inviting Wood. A little bit tickled up by that next ball to have a go at that, and he actually he let it go well. Well, it's also his right arm, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be sore in there, and it's quite tender.
Yeah. So I've been hitting the crook of my old.
No, I didn't even know what it was called.
It's unusual. No, poor old Richard Blakey. He suffered it was a fairly similar a torrid run, didn't he, against Anil Kumble from memory.
Yeah.
2:59 for 7. Deep square leg now. Now he drives. What a wonderful shot from Wood. I'll let the crowd speak for that one. Driven through the covers, right out of the middle of the bat. And whether that's hurt his right arm or not, that was a terrific stroke.
That's
England's number 9.
Yeah, that's a shot of a proper batsman, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit fuller. From Bolt, trying to get that in swing, but sort of a nice half volley just outside off stump. Beautifully put away. By Mark Wood. He can bat, Mark Wood.
Yep.
When he gets going and he believes in himself, he can play some shots.
Didn't try and hit it too hard.
No.
He just leant into it.
Beautiful.
Really excellent shot. He's away for the day. He's on 20 now. Lawrence on 68. Yes, so Richard Blakey, I think he batted 4 times.
Oh, yeah, I was on that trip. He
scored, I think, 7 runs with a top score of 6.
Yeah. Yes.
So there were 3. I think it was 2 ducks and whatever. It was a torrid time.
Yeah.
Most torridly of all, in those 2 tests, he was outscored by Phil Tufnell.
Well, that's really, I mean, that's, full chap.
That's when you know your time's up.
263 for 7, with Lawrence on strike, and it's Matt Henry to bowl into the this breeze from the city end. Up he comes now and bowls the right-handed Lawrence, who allows that to go by. It's taken by Blundell.
It's funny you say that, because I remember that tour quite sort of fondly, really, and we just started laughing about it, really, and chuckling. I know, not in a way that, you know, flippantly.
Into this breeze from the city end. Up he comes now and bowls the right-handed Lawrence, who allows that to go by. It's taken by Blundell.
It's funny you say that, because I remember that tour quite sort of fondly, really, and we just started laughing about it, really, and chuckling. I know, not in a way that, you know, flippantly.
No.
But, you know, you can't keep sort of thinking about technique, and he just said to me, every time I go back to Anil Kumble, I get bowled, and every time I go forward, I pad it to Silly Point. He said, I just started giggling, you know.
Henry bowls just outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Lawrence. It was a good tour. We talk about it a lot, that trip, don't we? It was the tour which Trevor Bailey came out.
Yes.
And it was our first sighting, I think, of Anil Kumble. We also don't see very much of him. And Vinod Kambli.
Yes. Oof,
and Trevor appeared. It was that tour we were talking about the other day, where he lost everyone's passports.
Yeah.
And he appeared at Madras, or Chennai as it is now. Here comes Henry and bowls outside the off stump. And somehow he was a bit confused. Trevor often was confused, in a funny sort of way. And he was all wrinkle up, and his eyebrows would be very bushy and so on, and he'd wrinkle his face up. And he had got in his mind that actually Kambli and Kumble were one person called Kimball.
Okay.
So we went through this match, his test match in Chennai, which was the dodgy prawn match. Here comes Henry, bowls outside the off stump, there's no stroke, with Trevor referring all the time to this chap Kimball,
Kimball,
who was either batting or bowling
I thought it was the
much
same
of the
fella.
time. It was the same chap.
Oh, right.
Kimball.
That would be some all-rounder.
He was. He was. He never quite understood the fact they're actually two people.
Wow, OK. OK. Yeah, they both had... that was the start of the resurgence of Indian cricket, wasn't it? Hadn't won a test match for about 25 games or something.
He had a terrific
they managed
series.
to put us away.
Yeah, wonderful series he had. We've got a jockey in the Hollies stand over there. I saw just now. Back goes Lawrence. Doesn't time a forcing shot. Patel swoops in from point to do the fielding.
See, I like that about Lawrence. I mean, he's looked to hit that, hasn't he? He's seen that short and wide. OK, perhaps he might have had a little look, perhaps for another over or two, but he's got himself in a good position to give that a larrup, give that a good whack. I like his positivity.
Yeah, he is quite quirky, aren't there? He's not an orthodox player.
Oh, no.
Henry again moves in, bowls to him, and he drives up to mid-off. He doesn't quite time this, but the intent was there.
Yeah.
And there's no run. 263 for 7.
There's nothing better as a bowler, as you well know, John, than someone looks a bit timid at the crease. You just you can go through your sort of build an over at him, can't you? Or there's the way swinger, the in swinger, because you're not going to get hurt. But someone then who's looking to put bat on ball, you just sort of hold yourself back a bit.
It's Mark Wood's second longest Test innings. Now it's his 32nd innings in Test, only once when he batted 95 balls in Dubai against Pakistan way back in October 2015, as he batted more balls than the 63 he's faced so far in this innings.
That was a flat pitch.
Very well said.
I think we were there, weren't we? Yeah.
Were you with Alistair Cook this morning?
What, going for a run?
Just the 6 miles, I think he chalked off before breakfast.
Very impressive.
Were you not there?
I forgot my trainers.
Oh, OK. 263 for 7, in goes Bolt. Left arm over, Bowles swinging into Wood, who shuffles into line and plays that very calmly up to mid-off.
Yeah, I was going to do it in my flip-flops, but I decided not to.
Yeah, probably wise.
No, it was very impressive. Saw him coming in.
But what it entitles you to, though, as we've witnessed in the route to the back,
but massive breakfast.
It's not one bacon roll, but 2 bacon rolls.
Well, if you put the hard yards in.
So there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah. Still looking very fit, isn't he? Oh, there he is. No, he's just fine.
He's looking fit. I mean, he's doing more running off the field than on it at the moment, if we're honest.
Is he not in great nick?
I don't think he's not run many 22 yards. In goes Bolt again, left arm over outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Wood. I owned one for last night, so I think I just got one early one in there.
Oh, okay. He's off. He's not having any more of that.
You can't. I said last night, you can't have these youngsters coming into the box and not showing due respect.
No, well, of course.
Yeah. So he put me away yesterday.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
Well, he suggested that I spent most of my time batting by darting out towards square leg.
Well, yes. No harm in that.
I can't deny it.
No.
263 for 7. Bolt again. Bowls short. Oh, he's gone for the hook.
Say.
Down towards fine leg it goes. Now, has that gone all the way? I think it has. I think he might have hooked him. No, it's gone for 4. It bounced just in front.
Good shot.
Well, he'll be telling everyone about that for a long, long time. And also, it's one for the over, but very fine in the air for much of the way.
Wasn't particularly controlled, but I mean, he's managed to get a good bit of bat on it, hasn't he? It was a good quick ball, well directed as well. He's hooked that right off his nose.
Come flying off the top edge.
Yeah, it did.
Well, now another man's going out to deep square leg, and out comes the slip, and he's going to mid-wicket.
That's the only trouble, isn't it, when you take it on anglers? You take it on and hit one, they go, right, well, I'm going to give you a load more now.
It's a mistake.
It is a mistake.
So he's now got fine leg, deep square leg, and mid-wicket.
And you know what's coming.
And he's coming round the wicket. Let's see what he does. In goes Bolt. Bowls to him short again, and Wood is ducks underneath it.
Well played.
Flies over his shoulder and thumps into Blundell's gloves. So the contest is on.
Yeah. Love it.
And the ball is still, well, relatively new and hard.
Sometimes it gets a bit quicker at Edgbaston, doesn't it, on the second day? There's that sort of two-pace nature first day. Then second day, when it's had a bit of a roll and it's been out in the sunshine, it can be the best day for batting.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
2 slips waiting. Bolt round the wicket bowls, and Wood steered that away through point. And that'll run away towards the boundary. There it goes.
Glorious.
Just ran it off the face of the bat. And Wood's galloping along. That's what his third boundary today. And these are, well, they're more than useful runs for England. They're necessary, essential runs for England.
I mean, that is the one good thing about when you've got a bit of pace, or the bowler's bowling with a bit of pace. All you've got to do is get a bat on it, and it can scurry away. I mean, it was just almost a back foot prod, wide of off stump, timed it, 4 all the way.
28 not out. Bolt again. He won't be liking this. Bowls down the leg side. Blundell fumbles, and Lawrence scuttles through for a bye. 272 for 7.
That's the 50 partnership from 17.4 overs. Woods scored 28 of them, Lawrence 20 and a couple of extras.
Well, Mark Wood is already in conversation with one of the New Zealanders there, talking through his innings, and he'll be loving this, absolutely loving it. We might even get the pantomime horse out if he carries on like this, which he was going to produce at the World Cup final, of course, in '99, but he did a hamstring and so couldn't pull it off.
Never known so many people pulling hamstrings and cruciate ligaments for things that are...
Well, we were talking today about the incident in the showers, of course, with Ben Folkes. And,
Crawley.
Crawley did it in India.
I know.
But they are quite dangerous places, aren't they?
It's skiddy.
Yeah, they are, especially wearing spikes. In comes Henry, and bowls short. He's flogged him away out towards deep mid-wicket.
Shot.
Wood's on fire, as they say. And a short ball.
Wow.
And he's just thrashed that through mid-wicket.
That is a proper shot.
Yeah.
He's hit him in front of square. He's picked that up so early. I mean, that is a gorgeous shot.
Yeah, don't bowl that short stuff to me, he's saying. And he's hammered it.
He's hammered that well in front of square. Just didn't quite get up from Henry. Just sort of about throat height, but picked it up so quickly. Great shot. Another one going out.
And the Wares Wallies, who have just arrived, are just in time to see that. They're standing up there in the Hollies stand. Now we've got a deepish mid-wicket. Deep square leg and a long leg. Henry again comes in, bowls to Wood, who leans back and chops it for 4. Through third man, there's no one there. Well, he's taking the mickey.
That's a late cut over gully.
Well, it's great stuff. 280 for 7.
Well played. These are all proper shots, though. I mean, it's just not wild slogging.
He's looking at the replay like that one.
Yeah. How would you describe that, John? It's like a little dab just over gully.
It's almost a ramp, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it was not really high enough for a ramp. 280 for 7. Where's he going to hit this one? Henry's on his way. He bowls to him. Oh, there we go.
Calm down.
There's the tail ender in you. He just felt he's going to have a go at that. The length ball outside the off stump, and he had a tremendous drive at it. Because he's ticking now. The adrenaline's going.
Exactly. That's the trouble with the old tail enders. You get a few away, and then you think that you're sort of duty bound to hit every ball for 4.
You're just going. It's what the West Indians love when a West Indian batsman hits a 6 and then blocks the next one, and everyone applauds. They love it. In comes Henry. He's there now, and he bowls, and Wood, well, just check drive, really. And the ball runs away down to mid-on, and there's no run.
Mark Wood hit 16 from his first 62 balls, then 5 fours in 9 balls.
Yeah.
Before those 2 dot balls, so 16 off 62, then 20 off 9.
Fantastic.
Well, it's great stuff, but they are necessary runs. I mean, England are still well behind par, you'd think, as far as this pitch and the conditions are concerned, at 280 for 7. With Broad and Anderson to come. Wood on 36. In comes Henry. He's there and he bowls to him and beats him outside the off stump. That one kept a little bit low. And Blundell took that down by his boots. We know, I mean, Broad likes to play shots, so he might be energised by seeing this.
Well, I mean, by some of those shots, it doesn't look the quickest pitch in the world, does it? I mean, they're pretty quick bowlers, Henry and Bolt. They can get it down, but Wood's got himself into some great positions just to dab it over the gully and pull.
36 not out. Henry's on his way. Bowls to him. Now that's a nice defensive shot, which he plays away calmly to mid-off. And Lawrence raises a thumb there to say well played. Dr. Simon Evans has messaged us Reed Tuffers.
That's massage.
No, it's a very soothing message, I think, sort of massaging.
I was looking at the bit that followed. Has messaged us Reed Tuffer's elbow description. The inside of your elbow, I shouldn't have attempted this, is your antecubital fossa.
Oh, okay. Right.
But crook is probably easier.
Yes.
So thank you for that. The sun's still shining. There's some cloud in the distance, though. It's starting to possibly make its way this way, although we don't think there's going to be rain associated with it. But
well,
just,
we haven't seen a lot of
cover.
swing, John, have we?
No.
It hasn't swung a lot, has it? I thought it was going to swing a bit more this morning.
Lawrence on 68. Bolt's on his way. Left arm over the wicket, bowls, it's full, he drives that straight down the ground. Very fine shot indeed, it's well timed. Sprinting here is Wagner, he's going to dive, and he does really well. There is no more wholehearted cricketer, I don't think, in the world at the moment than Neil Wagner, and he's sprinted there from mid-on, so he beat mid-off to that long off boundary, diving full length, pulling the ball back, all just to save one run.
Great shot.
And now he's holding his shoulder a bit gingerly there.
That's the trouble.
It is the trouble. You dive like that, you've got extended arm.
Yes.
And you do land heavily.
You don't want to land on your fosser.
You don't. No, you don't. But he's just loosening up that.
Yeah, it hurt him.
Yeah, it did. Now, what's Wood going to do? Bolt's on his way again and bowls to him down the leg side. Poor delivery. Blundell dives full length and collects that. Still the man out of deep square leg and a fine leg, and also still the mid-wicket rather than the third slip. But Bolt is going left arm over the wicket rather than round.
That was a better shot by Lawrence as well, wasn't it? Got himself in a good position for the left armour there, full face of the bat, and just sort of punched it. Sometimes he gets a bit, that bottom hand gets a bit flicky early on in his innings.
Wood waits, bat raised. Couple of taps of the ground there, and Bolt's on his way. Bowls wide, and he's absolutely scythed it. Through third man for another boundary. And we thought maybe that Wood might just play for Lawrence here and just keep his end up and so on. But it's Wood that's doing the attacking. And he goes to 40.
And that's a pretty risk-free shot in my book. Wide,
yeah, it's wide,
full,
isn't it?
you know, at a tail ender, you've got to have a dart at them, otherwise you're not going to get any runs.
No.
Well, tail ender, he's played beautifully here so far. He's played like a proper batsman, but yeah, that's the ball that you can really throw the kitchen sink at.
Yeah, and he did, and it flew away, and he bounced twice. 40 not out. Bolt again, smarting, bowls a bouncer down the leg side. And Wood's inside the line of it, lets it go through. Umpire Kettleborough signals that's one short pitch ball for the over.
See, the other good thing about it as well is if you're a nice quick bowler as well, if you hit the opposition quick bowler for four, you can sort of think, well, you know, I can come back at you a bit, but I've got something in my locker myself.
Absolutely.
When I sort of hit one occasionally for four off a quick bowler, oh no, you know, I'm going to bowl you a slower one.
Well, exactly.
Didn't have much in the arsenal.
No. That's why the poor old spinners just got bombarded when they came out to bat, didn't they?
Exactly.
2 balls left in the over. Wood's on 40 and Bolt runs in, bowls to him. He's flicked that away down to long, leg off his toes. Fielder picks it up. The scoreboard behind him showing 288 for 7. Terrific start.
He's been doing a bit of work. He must have been doing a bit of work on his batting here. He just looks a lot more composed, a lot more organised as well. That one just swung into him and he's got himself in a perfect little position just to clip it off his toes.
So that's 30 added in, is it the 5th over of the day, I think? 5th over of the day?
Yes, so already 30 runs.
Here's the last ball. Lawrence is on 71. Bolt moves in, bowls a short ball to him, which flies over his head harmlessly and into Blundell's gloves. Well, that really was terrific entertainment. Thanks, Mark Wood. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
288 for 7. He's got 41. Lawrence has 71. Tuffers, more from you. And then Dan Norcross will come in here.
Well, what a fantastic start of the morning. Mark Wood playing like a genius. Hooks and pulls and drives. Fantastic start for England. It's the kind of start that you want, because sometimes it can come off and you know you've got to get a few extra runs in the bank and you can go bang, 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 and the next thing you know you're in the field. But they're creeping up to a bit of a reasonable-ish total, Dan.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just saying to Alistair Cook, 300, you're in the game, aren't
absolutely.
you? It may be below the par or what you'd hope for, but you're in the game.
Absolutely.
Henry starts a new over to Mark Wood. And Wood is bowled!
It's a shame.
Off stump out the ground. Dragged back on, I think. And that marvellous cameo has come to an end. It's been a scintillating first 20 minutes. He threw his bat at it and has dragged the ball. It's a full ball And he's dragged it back onto his off stump, which has been plucked out of the ground, but the crowd are rising. The Holly stand is rising because we only had 20 minutes with this morning, but it included one of the great pulls in front of square off Matt Henry. So that was worth the admission fee alone. He's walking back now, and he's going to be replaced by Stuart Broad. So I think the entertainment is going to continue.
Yes.
One way or the other. England 288 for 8.
No, just what England needed. Great start of the morning. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed that, including me. As I said, great entertainment. Just full. It didn't particularly do much, but it was just in the right area, I suppose, and the blood was going. Trying to give it a big whack through extra cover, just dragged it on.
Well, yesterday, he did actually bat sort of solidly and for Lawrence, didn't he? But I think today, it's almost like once one came out of the middle of the bat, it sort of determined his approach.
I used to play with a chap called Richard Johnson, who was a very good player, but when he got hot, you know, and we always used to say that he'll start playing his shots when the first drip of sweat drips off his nose, and then there was just no stopping, and everything must go. He played very well, very straight, very nicely, you know, and had talent with the bat. But then
once he got hot,
and that drip went like that, it was all on. Everything must go.
Well, that was Wood this morning. Andy.
His final figures, 41 from 80 balls, very much an innings of 2 days. 16 off 58 overnights, 25 off 22 today, including 6 fours.
Yes, he's taken the bulk of the strike today. We haven't seen much of Dan Lawrence.
No. I was quite impressed with him yesterday.
Batted well, didn't he? Once he got the drives going.
That's right.
The first half an hour was a little bit...
Yes.
But then, once he started being able to get through the offside, he's played a lovely straight drive today down the ground.
I think it's that bottom hand early on. You could just, like the way he got out at Lord's, that bottom hand.
Too firm.
Yes. Once he got that sort of top elbow going, he played very nicely.
288 for 8. Broad has come out to bat. 2 slips of gully. Here's Henry into him. And he defends solidly into the offside. Back with a square to Henry Nicholls. And there is no run.
Well, this is a fella, of course, with 167 to his name, isn't it?
169.
169?
Yeah.
I mean...
I know. Well, I was going to ask, actually, of all the players who've scored over 3,000 runs, has he got the highest percentage in sixes?
Wouldn't surprise me.
It feels like it. I know Tim Southey's got a large percentage of his runs in sixes, but he hasn't got 3,000. Broad... It's amazing when you think 3,300 odd runs he's got, isn't it?
Proper player, Stuart.
Yes. Oh, yes. Henry's going to come around the wicket to him, and Broad gets one on the thigh, the hip, but he works back with a square on the onside. He's going to get a leg bye for it. Well, he won't, outrageously, but the team will. 289 for 8. Now then, a reminder, this is a come and join us plea, if you like. Now, a new TMS quiz, Silly Pointless, returns for a second edition. It's been recommissioned.
By popular demand.
Yes. Well, by lack of available other things to put in the tea break. But it's
despite popular demand, I believe it's right.
Despite popular demand. But it's back. It's bigger and it's better. And the questions are larger and longer and more fun. And if you'd like to take part, represent your club, email us. I'll tell you all about that in a minute. There's Henry is in, and Lawrence aims a drive to the offside, gets the inside half of the bat. It rolls to Wagner.
I thought it was fabulous.
Thank you.
Yeah.
TMS at bbc.co.uk is what you need to do. You email us, and you could be part of episode 2 of Silly Pointless. I've seen the questions. I tested the questions this morning.
Have you got a jingle?
Well, we've got we've got menacing music that sits underneath it. Henry in again, and Lawrence just plays this solidly up to mid-on off the back foot to Wagner. There's no run. 289 for 8. I tested the questions on Alistair Cook and Craig McMillan in the breakout area.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And unfortunately, I hadn't read the questions first, so unfortunately I did start. One of the first lines of the question was, when England won the World Cup in 2019, I was asking this of poor Craig McMillan, and his face crumpled once more. Henry into Lawrence, who drives, but without timing. The ball, again, just makes its way gently up to Wagner. End of the over, a successful over for Henry. He's removed Mark Wood off a played-on inside edge, aiming to drive the ball through the covers. He's gone for 41. England 289 for 8. Broad yet to score. Lawrence has 71.
Yeah. Andy,
I haven't answered your question about batsmen with over 3,000 runs in terms of their percentage runs scored with sixes. Stuart Broad isn't at the top of that list. In fact, there's quite a few players ahead of him. Leading the way, Chris Cairns of New Zealand, who scored 87 sixes out of his 3,320 runs. That's 15.7%. Andrew Flintoff is next on the list. 12.8% of his test runs came in sixes. Then Gilchrist, Craig McMillan, currently appearing on the BBC highlights.
McCullum.
Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, Brad Haddin, MS Dhoni, Misbah Haq, Imran Khan, and then Stuart Broad, who scored 49 sixes.
Well, he's
8.7%.
He's in there with some big names.
It's a decent
For
list,
batting
isn't it?
10.
Yeah, well, firstly, he's batting at 10 and he's got 3,000 test runs, which is fairly bizarre. it can't have happened too often. Bolt starts a new over and he's in to Broad. And Broad is struck on the pad, going down the leg side. I've got to tell you about a leg slip that's been brought in, which is a good position, I think, to Broad. Andy Zaltzman and Jeremy Coney and I were walking in this morning. We're tired to walk. Yes, we're tired to walk.
How long did that take?
Very picturesque walk through the dual carriageway.
Yeah, it's not the best.
And we were discussing Broad and his batting and how you get him out. And I think Andy and Jeremy were of the opinion that full and straight is often a good one.
Nose and toes.
The short one, he actually relishes. There are men back for the hook and the pull. The Bolt is in, and he's caught in the crease. Got an edge on it, has he? He has. Up goes the finger. There's a curious bit of cricket, that. Broad stood there. The Kiwis were convinced they'd got him, and they had got him. It was a thin little tickle through to Blundell. It was a beautiful ball. It was full. It shaped away from him. And Broad looking to defend it. It's a bit of late swing. That is a good ball to a left-hander, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it was a regulation catch for Blundell, and suddenly England have lost 2 quick wickets. They're 289 for 9, and Jimmy Anderson's got 4 balls of this over to negotiate if Dan Lawrence is going to get the chance to advance his score.
Might get a cheer here, Jimmy. 62nd Test match.
162nd Test match, yes. There is no man who's donned that England shirt more often. Yes, that is the anthem. It's exactly what it says on the tin. It is Jimmy, 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 Jimmy Anderson. Wow. I've missed this noise, you know. Isn't it brilliant? Anyway.
Nice.
Wow, what a reception. What a reception for number 11. Isn't that great? In the first innings. They're all standing. Every single one of them in the Holly stand is standing up. There are a few standing around the rest of the ground, but the Holly stand particularly has come up as one. So Dan Lawrence has gone to have a chat with him. I imagine he won't be saying anything more than, please block it, I'd like a go.
Yeah.
So how many balls has Lawrence faced out of
Not many.
the 38 that have been bowled this morning? How many has he faced?
10?
He has faced, 6, 7, 8, 11.
11.
Stuart Broad's 37th duck in Test cricket, now second in the all-time list. He's overtaken Chris Martin, the legendarily useless New Zealand tailender.
Is it Courtney Walsh at the top?
2.3, yes. Courtney Walsh had 43 ducks. Broad's played rather more than them, scored rather a lot more runs, averaging 18.7.
Bolt into Anderson, down the leg side, and Anderson shuffles across his crease watchfully and lets it go through to the keeper. 3 balls left in the over.
It was a good ball that did for him, actually.
Wasn't it?
You and Jeremy didn't mention, obviously, the pitched up away swing on the perfect line and length, which he pokes at and he nicks.
Didn't think he would get the edge to it.
No. But
he did play pretty well to actually get a touch on that
ball. Perhaps could have been forward, but Stewart doesn't particularly go forward anymore, does he?
No. Bolt into the left-handed Anderson. Anderson defends off a bit of knee, really, and it rolls down to the gully region, being somewhat tentative here. Lawrence's plan, if he gets to face again, is presumably now to fling the bat, I would imagine.
Yes, and get bowling.
Yes.
Well, another 20. It ought to be nice, wouldn't it?
I think I've rather cursed England here. Agger's got 30 runs in 5 overs.
You're 2
and I'm 1. For 2.
Well bowled.
Bolt in to Anderson, lets this go by, swinging away into the gloves of the keeper, and The spectators here know exactly what that means. They know it means one more ball to survive.
Yeah.
Because England... would love to get to 300. I mean, it's all a bit arbitrary, 289, 300, but it's a number.
It is indeed, and they count.
They do. Well, that's off-tail numbers.
They do. They're serious things, numbers. And 300, you're patting yourself on the back, I think, you know, when you're getting through. Yeah. 320 or something. But 289, it's sort of like, well done, lads.
Yes. Bolt in to complete the over. Can Anderson survive? He does. He lets it go through to the keeper. Big cheer. And another successful over for Bolt. Picks up another wicket. England 289 for 9. Anderson yet. Score. Lawrence has 71. We've had half an hour's play. One of the other things that occurs to me, as Phil Tufnell leaves us, is really about the number of overs England
look like it might be.
Okay, just rock and roll that there, please.
I don't think he's hit it. It's just whether it's...
Yeah, rolling through, all the way through. Yeah, keep going through to the pad.
The ball squeezing between
no
inside
bat involved,
edge
so
and
ball tracking well available,
pad.
please.
Pad first, ball tracking.
Just went for ball tracking, guys.
Umpire's call on leg stump. With that angle, with Bolt's angle just nipping down. You can see it's hit him just inside or middle, isn't it? With still, you know, you'd say 4 foot, 5 foot to go.
Michael Goff is the TV umpire. A bit of a delay here while the ball tracking comes in. Remember, the on-field signal was not out. So if it is umpire's call, it's in favour of the batsman. Here we go.
Pitching outside off, impact is in line, and it's hitting the wickets. So I'll get you to reverse your decision, Richard. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Gone on to hit leg stump. And so Anderson is out, and he isn't able to stick out there any longer with Dan Lawrence, who makes a well-crafted 81. Played some wonderful shots in there. They were battling innings at times, given the situation when England lost wickets quickly. Jimmy Anderson is jogging off because he'll be out with ball in hand very soon. England have made 303 in their first innings. So given where they were, 175 for 6. Dan Lawrence has played an outstanding hand, and Mark Wood helped him in partnership this morning. And important in partnerships, and of course the innings from Rory Burns yesterday that England have so much to be grateful to him for. Pats on the back then for Dan Lawrence as he goes up the steps and into the dressing room, and New Zealand making their way off the field at the city end of the ground, separate dressing rooms. Give everyone a bit of distance in these COVID times. So, 303, England have certainly got something to bowl at.
Absolutely, with their attack as well. You know, the 4 quick bowlers. Yeah, I mean, when you win the toss, and you'd love to get that. Of course, you'd love to get the 450, 500, which takes your England loss out of the game most of the time. But you know, this is a competitive score. You know, we saw swing all day yesterday with the overheads. The overheads are very similar. And if the ball's moving throughout the day, you know, England will feel as if they'll create the chances against this New Zealand batting lineup. You know, the one thing England will be saying from their batting is that no one went on and got the 150. You know, the Burns didn't. I know Dan probably didn't get the opportunity to. Obviously, didn't get the opportunity to. But that's the 300 scores change. The way that changes with one of those guys who got going big. So they'd be taken out from where they were. Be a little bit disappointed, but they're in the game, and we've seen wickets falling in clusters on this wicket. I think it's a good wicket. It's more to do with the overheads, and it's a big day, isn't it? Because the next couple of days are hot and sunny. So if England can get, you know, any lead, I think they'll be really happy with it.
Yeah, and James Anderson, Stuart Broad, it'd be wonderful to see the reception that Anderson gets with this crowd, and it was good enough when he walked out to bat, but when he has that ball in his hand, first up, 162nd cap and 616 test wickets behind him. Stuart Broad's already out on the outfield now with his broad-brimmed sun hat on, as he's off to wear.
His bandana, is that coming out?
He's just removed his hat, no bandana visible. He seems to have left that behind.
I think he will really enjoy it. If anyone enjoys the crowd, you know, the big occasion. How many times has Stuart Broad, you know, stood up with the crowd? You know, I think the kind of COVID behind closed doors, you know, even though he did pretty well, this suits his character, doesn't it? Where England need a performance. Been a bit short of wickets over the last 80 odd overs, but that's kind of happened in his career, isn't it? He's gone periods of times where, you know, after his 8th against Australia, I think it again took him 80 overs almost to get his next wicket, and then he got him again, and he's definitely that streaky bowler. I faced him this year at Notts. I thought he bowled beautifully.
Yeah, he's had a good county build-up, hasn't he?
Yeah, lots of like overs in his legs, and he had good rhythm. And I think the crowd you'll see his legs pumping, and I'm looking forward to, you know, seeing these two bowl.
Yeah, and the pace of Mark Wood and Ollie Stone as well. Remember, an opportunity to see how he goes, and then England, you know, will have to marshal with those quicks without the spin option. It would be Joe Root to bowl any spin.
But it's definitely a wicket you've got to bowl full on, isn't it? You know, it is a slow wicket, so that pretty back of a length, even though it's quick, not much has happened from there. Like a lot of the guys defending in the first innings from England, that back of a length, you know, didn't look that dangerous. When Bolt Henry got it fuller, encouraging the front foot drive, that's when the dangers happen. But England will know that, they're the most experienced bowlers ever. So the pace will be key, but it's where they bowl on, how quick they bowl.
Yeah. Let me run you through the scorecard. Now Andy has handed it to me with the bowling figures as well. So yesterday, of course, Burns, who was caught by Latham off Bolt for 81. Sibley caught behind of Henry for 35. Crawley caught Mitchell, third slip off Wagner without scoring. Root caught behind, bowled Henry for 4. Pope was again another catch for Blundell, the keeper, of Patel for 19. Dan Lawrence not out, 81. Bracey caught by Mitchell, third slip off Bolt without scoring, first ball duck for him. Mark Wood adding 25 off 22 to his overnight score. He played on to Matt Henry this morning out for 41. Ollie Stone was LBW Patel with 20. Yesterday, Stuart Broad caught by Blundell, the keeper, off Bolt without scoring, and James Anderson was LBW to Bolt for 4 this morning to help England up to 303 all out. And the bowling figures, Trent Bolt 29 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 85 for him, picking up another couple this morning. Matt Henry 26 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 78. Wagner 21 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 68. Mitchell 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 23. And Patel with spin 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34. So Trent Bolt back in the New Zealand side and doing a fine job. And for him, I know they've got this World Test Championship final next week, but the depth in the New Zealand attack when your opening 2 bowlers both sit out and you've got Bolt and Henry coming in. They bowled very well together in complementary fashion.
It seems as they might go next week, be like England, and go their four quicks and not play the spinner maybe.
This morning was really the first time we saw a little bit of a loss of discipline from the New Zealand bowlers, and it was hugely entertaining, that flurry of runs being scored by Mark Wood in particular, and just a little shame almost. Dan Lawrence was unable to farm the strike. Wood was scoring. He was quite content to watch, but at the same time, he must have been thinking, come on, I need help me out a little bit here.
No, but England definitely taken that this morning. Added 303. It's a nice hour as a bowler here. As a fielding team, James, they've got 4 bowlers, so you're not going to bowl a huge amount. If Broady and Jimmy getting a bit of rhythm, you'd imagine they will bowl for that hour with the swing. If not, Root's got the option obviously changing up. So as we always say a big hour for England, but looking forward to seeing James Anderson bowl breaking the 162 cat record.
Yep, well, I'll bring Isha in a moment because he'll get a huge reception when he comes on to bowl. Umpires are out in the middle, a little overcast as well, Alistair, so give us your sense of just how that is going to help the quicks, and then Isha is coming in.
Absolutely, this is exactly the same weather conditions as yesterday. I think England would have opened the curtains this morning praying for a bit of cloud cover as James Anderson walks out, leading the team out. And what an amazing achievement that is from the legend.
From one legend to another. So Alistair, we had a chat to him a couple of days ago, but you're shifting out as Michael Vaughan comes in. Anderson about 15 metres ahead of his teammates as he walks out onto the pitch, doing a couple of side shuffles as he's now slapping hands with his teammates. Joe Root gathering the team together now. It looks like very stern words from the England captain, using his right hand, gesturing at the players before walking away. The team breaking away now as they will settle into their positions. It will be Stuart Broad to take the new ball from the pavilion end as the two openers stride out to the middle from the Black Caps dressing room, the far side of the ground. Devon Conway then alongside Tom Latham, the New Zealand captain for this test match. Michael, welcome along to you. Overcast conditions here. There's a blanket of cloud above. Could be some good conditions for bowling.
Yeah, it's almost as the England team have had the remote control on the clouds and just kind of manoeuvred them over at Edgbaston for when they start their bowling. Won't be easy. I think it's a good pitch. You know, I think we've seen shots today. Mark Woody played 3 or 4 glorious strokes. Dan Lawrence, excellent innings from him. So it'll do a bit, but I think as a batter in these conditions against Anderson and Broad, you'd be surprised if it didn't do a little bit. But if you can get in, you know, this looks a good batting surface.
Well, the loud cheer at the ground is actually for Jimmy Anderson. It will be him opening the bowling from the Birmingham end. Stuart Broad set himself up and then had to go and retrieve his hat. The cheers go up as James Anderson doing a couple of jumps at the top of his mark. He'll be bowling with 3 slips and a gully in position. Tom Latham just tapping his bat down and rehearsing a couple of defensive shots towards square leg as he now heads back to his mark. So James Anderson in his 162nd test match running towards us. Crowd behind him. Bowls wide of the off stump. And Latham leaves it through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think the ball's just carried through a little bit quicker today, which will encourage the bowlers because the snicks will certainly carry. But it should encourage stroke play. Should be a nice day to play your strokes if the ball's there to hit. Bit of wind, a bit gusty out there. Gusty, or you see the flags of St George. It's at the far end where the New Zealanders have got their dressing room. Ooh.
Allows that one to pass, angled across. James Bracey having to do a lot of work diving to his left to take the ball in front of Joe Root. As James Anderson casually walking back to the top of his mark now. Plenty of overs he's sent down in Test cricket.
How many?
I don't know. Andy, have you got it to hand?
Let's have a guess.
As he circles at the top of his mark. Here he comes, past the stumps to Latham, who's away, works it to mid-wicket. Stuart Broad sprinting around from mid-on to take the ball and throw it into Bracey, and they'll pick up their first run, New Zealand, 1 for no loss.
Right, I'm going to have a calculated guess here, Ish. Where's my calculator? I'm going to say 161 games. I'm going to say on average he's probably bowled 35 overs per game. So what's 161 times 35? Come on, you're good at maths. Where's my calculator?
161 times 35.
Let's go. Here we go.
5,000. I reckon he's okay. So you're going 5,635. I'm going more than that. I'm going 6,000, rounding it up. As Devon Conway, double centurion from Lords, back and across, drives to extra cover, no run.
Superb mental arithmetic there, Aisha. 5,765 overs. That's a pretty close, good guess.
Not bad.
This is the 300th innings that he's bowled in for England. 616 wickets, averaging 26.58 over his career.
That's enough to make your body creak, isn't it? Anderson shimmies forwards, coming in on an angle to Conway. Lunges forwards but allows the ball to go through, nestles into the gloves of James Bracey, now passed around the slip cordon. It's tossed to extra cover, so 3 slips and a gully point. Just that one man positioned at extra cover, so no mid-off. There's a wideish mid-on in Stuart Broad. Square leg in front of the umpire, and Mark Wood positioned down on the fine leg boundary. as Anderson hustles in. Conway on the front foot, defending to the offside, but pushes through for a single. They'll scamper through, and the throw comes in from Lawrence, but way past the stumps as it's collected by the man backing up the keeper. 2 for no loss then, New Zealand, after the first over.
Yeah, a little bit there. Just a bit of swing. Nothing off the pitch as yet. And you see Mark Wood play. Glorious cover drives off the back foot past the cover point, the pull shot, that little glance over the gully region. It says to me, I know the ball's a bit older, but it says to me it's quite a good pitch. Nice pitch. And we've seen quite a few from around just after tea yesterday. We saw more balls going down the ground. I just wonder in the first couple of sessions there was a bit of moisture there, and it was just holding up a little bit, which makes it harder for the batter to hit it down the ground. Whereas we've seen more balls going down in the V, which is always an indication for me that the pitch is a good one.
Wide-brimmed hat perched upon Mark Wood's England cap as Stuart Broad bowls him a couple of deliveries, revealing his blonde hair. 3 slips in a gully. In fact, it's exactly the same field for Stuart Broad. Man at extra cover, James Anderson there. Glasses on the back of his cap as Broad now sets off from the pavilion end. Around the wicket to Conway, who's on the front foot, working it through a vacant mid-wicket out to the boundary. This will be the first boundary for the Black Caps as well, as it hits the rope now. Slightly quicker outfield than it was yesterday. 6 for no loss then, New Zealand. Conway to 5.
That's a nice way to start. Not for Stuart Broad, but for Devon Conway. We saw him at Lord's. He's a very, very good player. He's got all options covered. He's got the offside game. See the balance there to play it on the onside. Stays nice and upright. Stuart Broad's face, he's like, whoa, what's that? Wait a minute. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, first ball from Stuart Broad going for a boundary as he pushes away now, gets into a good rhythm round the wicket to Conway. This time a bit more further leg side as it's tucked away out to deep backward square for a couple. Throw comes in now as the score moves to 8 for no loss. Conway to 7. It's got away very quickly. It took him, 18 deliveries to face his first ball in Test cricket at Lord's. Had to wait a while, and listening to him speaking to yourself and Phil on Monday, it's he was saying that actually it helped him settle, just having that time to see what the ball was doing from the other end.
Yeah, some players would want to get their first ball faced very quickly, but I can completely understand from Devon's point of view. It just gave him a few balls to...
Conway nearly chops onto the stumps. A bit late on that ball from Stuart Broad. A bit of shape angling into the left-hander from round the wicket. And catches the inner part of the bat, finds its way to Dan Lawrence at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, he just he liked just watching Tom Latham for a few balls and just see what Broad and Anderson were doing. And so far the ball's not done a great deal here. Just that angle from around the wicket that's forcing him into play, and as you rightly described, he was just a bit late on that last delivery, just skidded onto him a bit quicker.
Delicately places his bat down, now hovering stump height as he allows one to pass through to Bracey. Just a delivery that was back of a length but went straight on from Stuart Broad. We usually see him with a new ball able to extract that movement away from the left-hander, which is an incredible skill to have.
Like you, Daish.
Yeah, not so sure about that.
Whipping away from the left-handers.
It was more into them, I think. I couldn't quite get the wrist right to go away. That's when you know Broad is in good rhythm as he bowls now. This angled in towards off stump and defended back towards him.
Well, that was good cricket, wasn't it? Good ball, full of length and rock-solid forward defence. If there's one player in the England side, I reckon that this environment, the buzz, the crowd, the singing, really kind of G's on. This man, Stuart Broad, is that player. It wouldn't surprise me if at some stage over the next few days he has one of those kind of spells.
Spells, yeah. With
the crowd buzzing, singing. He just loves this environment.
Conway, open stance to Broad, who bowls, leaves. Side the off stump, a rising delivery over the top of off, leaves on length at the end of the over. 8 for no loss. Conway 7, Latham on 1. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sports, BBC Sounds app, in fact. But Radio 4 long wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
It's been a bit quiet today, don't you think? I thought yesterday the crowd got going early.
Yeah, I think they learnt from yesterday's crowd that they maybe peaked too soon.
Do you think that there's quite a few here today that were here yesterday, or is that allowed? Is that, I don't know.
When we were down filming the link this morning, as Anderson continues from the Birmingham end over the wicket to Latham, who lets that one go outside the off stump. There were a couple of guys in the stands who said that they were here yesterday, so I think, probably. I
think they're a bit dusty.
Maybe. They just continued the party onto Broad Street.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, it was a little bit raucous around the hotel. I'll tell you what I noticed, a lot of the fans, those scooters that are around town, there was quite a few fans coming back from Edgbaston on scooters, the electric scooters that are around.
As Latham drives back past the stumps, down to the long off boundary where Dan Lawrence is slowly running towards the ball because it's reached the fence, and that will be a lovely for Tom Latham, who moves to 5-12 for no loss.
What a shot that is. Perfection. Full length, but it's just one movement. Fantastic balance. Yeah, the scooters, they should be fancy it one morning.
Yeah.
There seem to be a few outside the hotel.
I'm not sure if I'm brave enough.
Apparently you zap it, and you just create some kind of account, and away you go, and then you just leave it outside the ground. The ground around this ground, it's a scooter zone, so you can just leave it there. And then you zap it again, and they know that you've kind of had your time on it.
So have you had a go?
No, I was asking someone outside the hotel how it works last night.
Latham sets up once more. Here comes Anderson outside the off stump. Bit of movement off the pitch on that occasion. Good length, just leaves him off the surface, the left-hander. Okay.
If you fancy it, I know Phil's interested. That'd be interesting getting Phil on one of those.
I think you need to film it. Just not sure the next couple of days.
Henry's the man for that. Henry will have to come with us.
Yeah.
And Adam will be on the scooter. He'll come early. Yep, he's in for that. Andy, scooter.
Social distancing, of course. As Anderson bowls. Good leave from Latham. Just raises his arms as still in his crease. Very close to the top of off, that one.
Well, it's a big score for someone out there. I think Dan Lawrence, Rory Burns played so well. You would hope that a player or two would get a big score on this kind of surface. Surely someone will get the 100. Looks absolutely fine for batting.
Anderson bowls on the stumps this time, worked away to square leg, and a misfield will allow Latham to come through for one. It's Ollie Stone positioned there in front of square leg. As he reaches down to take it, and it just hits the wrist and rolls off.
So I reckon does this come off his wrist or his
off his knee? It's off his knee.
It goes quite a way off his knee. Doesn't look how far it goes.
Well, he got into a long barrier position. From here, I thought it was his wrist, but no, it was his knee.
It just pinged off.
13 for no loss then, New Zealand. Latham having moved to 6. Conway on strike. Far more open stance to Anderson as he lunges forwards and allows it to go through to Bracey. End of the over then, 13 for no loss. Latham 6, Conway 7. There's a few people dotted around in different fancy dress today. You can see the Flintstones in the Holly stand.
Where are they?
They're over
there's
to
a
the
pillar
right.
in my
way.
way.
A group of orange.
Can't see the Hollies from here. We're like
You're not
hidden.
move forwards.
Yeah, there
it means you have to get out of your chair.
See the big group in pink? Are they the Where's What? Where
Yeah,
Wally?
that's where that kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? If they're all grouped together,
Yeah,
the Where's Wally crew.
They need to be spread out. I wonder if Gareth Southgate's back today. I wonder if he's decided to come to the cricket again.
Was he around?
Yeah, he was there yesterday. Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, with his St George and his waistcoat. Yeah.
Wow.
The Royals were there. Big group of the Royals together.
Yep.
Nice to see they were getting on.
Piers Morgan was there as well.
Yeah,
wasn't
with
he?
them.
Yep.
With them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, so the Euro starts tonight, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Turkey versus Italy tonight.
Sweepstake, Andy's in charge of. As Broad pushes away from the pavilion end. Nice looking drive, and it's onto the stumps. They're going up for the appeal. Devon Conway was out of his ground. Did Stuart Broad get something on it? I think he might have done, as he tumbled as he tried to stop the ball from Latham driving straight. It's been taken upstairs.
To director, we have an umpire review for run out.
But they're just looking upstairs. I reckon
just want to check first if the ball has got a hand on this, please.
To get back. Certainly a glance from Stuart Broad.
I'm just looking at the replay.
Yes, he's got a touch on that. So can we have your best side on angle, please?
Just seeing if the bat is grounded.
That is down. Okay, ready with my decision for the big screen.
So
my decision is not out. Repeat, not out.
You were right, Michael. You were hearing the voice of Michael Goff as well, the third umpire. But Forney, you got that one right.
Well, for one of the few occasions, I was actually really studying that. I think it's a sign of a smart batter as well, because it's a code of dismissal. You've got to be aware of the non-strikers. Then got to be sharp enough to get back. Don't back up too much.
Latham leaves outside the off stump, arms raised by Stuart Broad, because there was extravagant lift on that delivery.
And it's the first real movement as well. It was a bit of bounce, but also seam movement away from Latham. Just hit that pitcher just a little bit shorter there, Stuart Broad. Yeah, it's good technique from Devon Conway. It's just on the screen again how he kind of notices the ball's coming back. He realises that Stuart Broad may get a touch on it, and he's aware enough to make sure that he gets his bat back over the line.
3 slips waiting as Broad bowls to Latham on the back foot, pushing towards extra cover, no run. Those clouds seem to have moved away. You can see spots of blue in the sky. Not seeing loads of swing movement here. That breeze is very strong, actually, blowing with Stuart Broad as he runs in, but actually it's just moving ever so slightly now. See the flags in the distance is Broad.
Of course I said, yeah, I'd come out for dinner. He took me to a place called the Keg and Grill, which is an old pub, which is now an Indian curry house. And I have to say, when I arrived, I was like, oh. And as I walked through, it was like, oh, gosh, magnificent. Magnificent food. And a lovely chap called Sean managed to buy me a pint. So I said a say hello to Sean.
Well done, Sean.
It was absolutely lovely. Nice to be in his company.
Keeping the skipper happy is...
Yeah, nice.
Anderson is in again to Conway. Again outside the off stump. Conway raises his bat, allows it to go through. Not sure how many he's been made to play, Devon Conway, so far in his innings.
Yeah, Stuart Broad around the wicket, made him play it a few, and he played that beautiful shot through mid-wicket. Jimmy's decided to just go over the wicket. I think they've seen something in his technique that they want to try and target leg stump. I think that he may get closed off slightly on around that line.
Anderson bustles in again outside the off stump, angled across him, and Conway shoulders arms.
Yeah, at Lords he was so good at just leaving the ball, wasn't he? He just kind of left, and then made the bowler come to him, and then he was there with some drive, some flicks through mid-wicket.
Yes.
He just looks very well organised, compact.
Unfazed.
Yeah.
A gentle push forwards and a circular motion of the bat being raised. His bat hovering above the stump at the moment as he plays at that one. It beats the edge as it goes through to Bracey. This time a little bit tighter to the stumps.
Do you think he's got a bit of a look of, not in the way that just him as a person, Mark Stoneman?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a look of him.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Just a bit there. A bit there for Jimmy Anderson as well. That was seam movement. Just lost his balance there, Devon Conway.
Conway, open stance, back and across. Fending at one on the hips from James Anderson, so slightly shifting his line in this over. Anderson slightly straighter, and Ollie Stone sprints in to collect the ball, no run.
Yeah, I reckon that's the line. I reckon that's what Jimmy's noticed, that he just gets slightly just shut off, so his right foot just goes over a little bit too much, and that leg stump ball, he kind of Looks like he's got just a slight blind spot.
Waving the bat in the air, Conway, is he's forward pressing and again just working the ball this time, but a bit more confidently. He's wide on top of it and in control as he plays it to Ollie Stone at forward square leg.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if I see Jimmy and Joe get together and put a catcher around that region, just short, kind of square mid-wicket. He just get a little bit shut off with that line and kind of just flicks at it. Quite easy seeing flicking a catch to someone at short mid-wicket.
Anderson past the stumps this time. Even straighter, it was on leg stump as that's turned around the corner. Conway will come through for 1 at the end of the over. Bracey runs round to collect the ball, having removed his glove. And Conway will move to 7. Oh, no, it's a leg by. Stays on 7. 14 for no loss.
I reckon that's the way to target him. Down that leg stump line and short mid-wicket, and maybe even a squarish short leg. I just feel that you might get an opportunity in there if you continuously bowl down that leg stump line.
A few more words from you, Michael. Yeah, I'm off. And then Dan Norcross will come in and he can talk us through his outfit for today.
Well, it's always bright.
Thank you.
As you all well know, he's gone for, well, it's red, and I don't know what the colour of the trousers are. I don't know how it's bluish.
We discussed this when I was last on. My wife says they're blue-green.
Blue-green,
I
okay.
don't know. I don't know what colour they are. Broad starts a new over. Right arm round the wicket. Full, worked into the onside, straight to Lawrence at square leg. And there's no run. I want to discuss a theory that we've been talking about in the wellness room. Okay? So there's a brains trust plus me. We've got Craig McMillan in there. We've got Tuffers. We've got good Jeremy Coney. Very intense. And I have a theory that the ball, basically, I've mentioned this theory before, but the ball corresponds to like human lifespan. If you think of each over that a ball is bowled as 1 year of a human's life. Okay? Here's Broad, he's in. Right arm round the wicket. That's played off the pads, behind square on the leg side, and they're going to get through for a single. 15 without loss, but see, it's a leg by.
Yeah, it's just on the tactical, England did put a short mid-wicket in for Devon Conway to Stuart Broad for that last delivery, so I think they have noticed that he's got just an area there that I just feel like a sense that something may happen if they continue to bowl leg stump and even put a short leg in. I just feel that they may get a little opportunity.
They're trying to find weaknesses in what so far has been a pretty solid game.
Yeah.
3 slips are in for Latham. There's a short mid-wicket. Square leg, mid-on. It's Wood, mid-off. Anderson's a backward point. Rory Burns as Broad is in, full, left alone by Latham, and there's no run. So essentially, if you think about a new ball, it's like a newborn baby. It's very, very exciting. Take it out of its shiny wrapper, looks beautiful, doesn't it? But it's actually useless. It can't speak. It's ungovernable.
But when can a ball speak?
That's the point. After about 5 or 6 overs, when the lacquer's gone off, you can see it's biddable. You can start to make it do things. You can start to make it swing. By the time it's 15 or 16, it's actually doing everything, and in ways that you don't actually want it to after 15, 16 overs on occasion. As Broad is in, that's a big bill for LBW. That's really close and given. Latham has got to go, and unless he's got an inside edge on that, he looks stone dead. That was plumb. He's coming to talk to Conway. There was a quick delivery from Broad, and he's walking off. He knows Conway's had a word there with his captain, and you could see, I think, from where we are, a good 100 yards away and high up, that looked gone. Broad has taken a wicket. The breakthrough England needed. He's beaten for pace there, I think.
Yeah.
His bat came through late. It hit him on the knee roll or around middle stump. Broad did a sort of celeb appeal. But on that occasion, you can't really blame him. It was absolutely plumb. And Latham has got to walk back. He's gone for 6. New Zealand 15 for 1.
Yeah, that's Stuart Broad at his best. He just thuds into that Latham pad. Just too quick for him. Just an extra bit of effort, skid off the pitch. I just get a sense Broad could get on a roll with this crowd. Well, it's just the crowd, everything about it. I've seen him do it here at Edgbaston before. You just sense that this environment is a day where Stuart Broad could, or over the next 2 or 3 days, have one of those spells that we've seen so often in the past. So carry on the ball, yeah. So we're at 15 now.
So at 15, 16, then it's really starting to swing. And then it kind of settles into a kind of rhythm when it starts to go to work, 30, 40 overs old. Then has a midlife crisis at 50, reverse swings. Right? And does something completely different from what it had been doing the rest of its life, right? So the question I pose to you after all that is, if Anderson is going to bowl, say, a 5-6 over spell up front, why is he doing it as a swing bowler with a ball that's not really swinging? How about 3 overs of Ollie Stone, get the lacquer off the ball, and then hand it to Anderson when that ball is biddable? It's time to construct sentences.
Yeah, so you're saying that Jimmy Anderson should never bowl with a new ball because it doesn't speak?
You could synthesise
so you wait
my
for the
argument
ball to be able to speak.
Kind of.
And become that annoying teenager.
Maybe a little bit earlier than that. Yeah, when it's starting to collect Panini stickers.
When it moves on from Peppa Pig.
That's right, yes, exactly. Here's Anderson. The new batter is Will Young. He's got 3 slips in. The crowd aroused. Outside the off stump. Dropped, actually, by Bracey. A regulation take, but it costs no runs. New Zealand 15 for 1. And this is a roar we haven't heard for a long time. There are roars when England bat. And there are roars when England bowl. I always find I prefer the bowling roar. It's somehow more fervid, isn't it? We've just seen the ball tracker of the dismissal, and it was indeed absolutely plumb. Middle stump, about 5 inches from the top. Latham did very well not to refer that. It hit him in line as well. There was no umpire's call. It was, as we say, 3 reds. Broad in to Young, who's beaten on the outside edge, and Bracey's dropped the ball again. That's the second time he's dropped the ball. It's a regulation take. I don't think he got an edge on that, mercifully for him, for Bracey. But at the end of the over, a successful over for Broad. New Zealand are 15 for 1. Young has yet to score. Conway has 7. Andy, have you got some info for the people out there on Will Young, the evergreen Will Young?
I do. This is his 3rd test. He played a couple of tests over our winter for New Zealand. I'll just dig out his high scores. But in first-class cricket, has a solid career record, and this year has been playing in county cricket. Struggled a bit in his first couple of games for Durham, but then made 124 against Warwickshire and 103 against Worcestershire.
Anderson starts a new over from the city end. Conway plays with an angled bat down to the gully region. A sprawling stop from Rory Burns prevents the run. It's tidied up by Pope. 15 for 1 the score remains.
Well, I think they can get rid of Conway before lunch. They will be setting up the game. Taylor in next. He looked a bit better in the second innings at Lord's when he was being a bit more
An
active.
extraordinary shot, didn't he? That's 6.
Not too sure he's going to play many of those today, but he looked better when he was looking to score.
Anderson in, and Conway drives gloriously through extra cover for 4. It was full from Anderson. He's trying to get that ball to talk, and at the moment it's staying rather muted for him, and it's flown off Conway's bat through extra cover.
Oh, that's beautiful. And Anderson kicks himself because he knows it's a bit of a gift, but everything about his batting so far in Test cricket, he's just looked, he looks like a player that's played 50, 60 games already.
Doesn't he? That was what was so startling in his debut innings.
So much control so far.
Anderson is into him again. And that traps him on the pad. There's a little bit of inside edge. The ball bobbles in the air into the gully region. Pope collects, and there's no run.
That's the line, Dan. That's the line. You've got to be straighter to him.
So do you want somebody in tighter? We've got Broad coming into this.
I'd have a short leg.
What are we going to call this position?
I think he's just chatting to him. I think he's trying to get into his head. He'll go back to mid-on, but I'd have a short mid-wicket, and also I'd have a short leg just behind square, catching about 10 yards back. I just think there's a chance there that he'll flick it in the air.
Here is Anderson into Conway. 3 slips in a gully, and it's full. Played really late, soft hands into the offside. Picked up by Lawrence. There's no run. Andy, you're poised with Mike.
So more on Will Young. Made his debut in December against the West Indies. Scored 5 in his first test and 43 in his second test. Just batted once in each of those games as New Zealand dominated that short series. And first-class cricket, averaging 42 with 12 centuries in 86 games.
Thank you. Here is Anderson into Conway once more. Conway again plays late off the front foot. Full ball pushes into the offside. Again, it's tied up by Lawrence. Conway on 11. He strikes me that the whole of the New Zealand team, I was thinking back 6 years ago when New Zealand were here, and they sort of changed, I think, our understanding of what a New Zealand side is under Brendan McCullum. They had this wonderfully flamboyant feel to them, which translated into the way England approached their one-day cricket, of course, as Anderson is in to complete the over, up at his toes with Conway defence into the offside. That is the end of the over. No run from that last ball. 19 for 1. Young yet to score. Conway 11. And I look at this side, and it's almost as if that part of the revolution, they're now fashioned in Williamson's image as opposed to McCullum's image. So you get a player like Conway, and he's sort of very Williamson-esque, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, Latham,
you
know, they all seem
Blundell,
to, Henry Nichols,
they
all seem to play the test game exactly the right way. They look to wear the opposing team down. They look to bat for long periods of time.
They give nothing away.
Yeah, they're
not flamboyant, but they're very, very good. Broad's at the top of his mark, about to start a new over to Will Young, the right-hander. Broad is in. That turns him round a little bit. Full ball, which gets pushed into the offside. Mark Wood played a lovely cameo this morning. Runs in to collect the ball. There's no run.
Yeah, and if they are a high-class side, and high-class teams generally make hay. I mean, this to me looks like a perfect day for batting. And it's a bit of cloud cover, but the sun's now out. The pitch is good. A huge amount of movement. The good teams generally realise that, and they maximise it. It's going to take their gully out into extra cover. To Will Young, surprised by that for a player on naught. Now he's going to go short extra cover on the catch.
Right, it's Pope who's going in there. He's just been manoeuvred precisely where he's wanted, about 3 pitch widths into the offside. Broad into Young. Young defends solidly on the front foot and pushes to that fielder Pope. And short extra, there's no run. 19 for 1. The score remains if you're just joining us. And if you indeed are just joining us, this is a plea. If you want to be on Silly Pointless, the new TMS quiz where we pit club against club, man against woman, woman against man, anything against anybody, we'll do that. At tea time today, you can become a contestant as Broad is in. Young is beaten on the outside edge, and that is a ripper. And it goes through about shoulder height to Bracey, who takes it cleanly on this occasion. As in that length where he felt he had to play, and it flew off the pitch. So yes, you can email us, tms@bbc.co.uk, to be a contestant on Silly Pointless, where we will ask you cricketing trivia. 6 questions each, 2 contestants. Think of it like Popmaster, but with cricket, and with Andy Zoltzman and me. Here is Broad into Young, who comes forward in defence to another full delivery and is able to push that up to Mark Wood at mid-off. Once more, there's no run.
I've got a couple of queries about your theory about the ball ageing like a human being.
Yes.
Does the ball, when it reaches, 55, 60 overs old, just start swinging more to the right? And also, my father turns 80 this year. Will I be able to swap him for a new one?
You get a new father at 80, yeah. Well, a new father becomes available. You don't have to take it. That's how it works. I mean, it doesn't really do a great deal after 70 overs, does it? As Broad is in. And that's pushed into the offside, and Pope feels, and there's no run. So maybe it's not a perfect analogy, because obviously, people are very active after 70. It's not perfect, Andy, but it's a kind of an analogy. I mean, if a cricket ball aged in exactly the same way as every human being, then that would be beyond spooky. You don't have to take everything literally. How many times have I talked to you about this? Broad is in to complete his over, his 4th over. He's picked up the wicket of Latham. He's running in to Will Young, who is forward in defence, watchful defence, that looks solid, bat and pad close together. Plays it up to Anderson at mid-on. End of the over, a maiden over. New Zealand 19 for 1, Young yet to score. Conway has 11, and we welcome back to the commentary box this afternoon
to take us up until lunch. Jeremy Coney, it's lovely to have you back. Tell us a bit about Will
Hello,
Young.
He's a number 3.
Right.
No, he's from the middle of the North Island, out to the western side, so born in New Plymouth, plays for Central Districts, that's that area. There's actually a little bit of Central Districts down at the top of the South Island, strange enough, Marlborough. And they sort of combine to form Central Districts, and in between Wellington sits. So he's been a solid player for Central Districts for some time at number 4. He's batted in different positions, 4 and above. He's batted twice in Test matches. He had 1 innings against the West Indies.
Mark Wood has replaced Anderson from the City end and comes hurtling in. His first ball square driven out towards the boundary. Rory Burns is chasing it. He should be able to put it back. He does. There's a little bit of a relay with his Surrey teammate Ollie Pope. And batters get through for 2, 21 for 1, Conway to 13.
Nice straight bat. I haven't seen a lot of him play. I know he's scored quite a reasonable amount of provincial runs in New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
He's been waiting for a while. He was going to play and debut his first match against Bangladesh, but then of course the Christchurch massacre occurred, so that was delayed.
Wood in, Conway drives, and a brilliant cover drive for 4 it was too. But for a moment I wondered, the fielder Pope there at extra cover had got a hand to it, but he hadn't. It was another perfectly executed shot from Conway, who just seems to get better and better if that's possible. He moves to 17, 25 for 1.
What a beautiful shot that was.
Oh, wasn't it?
Just a little movement back, and then as it sort of the angle went away from him, he followed it. Even Wood just says, "Whew, what was that?"
It's the economy of it all, you know.
Yeah.
There's no sort of big wind-up for it. There are 3 men, well, in the ring, if you like. There's a backward point at cover, which is Ollie Pope, and a mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and 3 slips, and a long leg for Wood. Let's see how he can crank his pace up from the City end into the left-handed Conway. And he's actually, that's the second time. He's aborted his run up there a couple of times. Like, he's not quite
happy with the rhythm, is he?
No.
Doesn't feel that it's right, so he's right. He's correct to stop, but it's just indicative of maybe. Look, there is a bit of a breeze out there. Look at that, that flag down at the other end there. Those ones.
They're billowing, aren't they?
Yeah,
and the
just
sight
by the
screen
fly
is
swat.
billowing.
Yes, it is. That's right.
By the fly swat. Jeremy Coney has decided that the floodlights here resemble giant fly swats for giant flies. Wood is in, running in hard, and driven again for 4 through backward point. Conway is having a lot of fun here. The harder Wood bowls it, the faster he bowls it, the quicker the ball flies off his bat. It's like there was a dreadful sort of Star Trek monster that was like that. The more you shot at it, the more powerful it became. That seems to be Conway at the moment.
Well, he's certainly very keen on the straight delivery, and the length, and once again Wood tumbles. I can understand them giving Wood the crack first before Stone, in the sense that he batted so freely this morning.
Bit of confidence.
Yes, exactly. Give it a go.
But he's going to come round the wicket, change of angle, and he can fall over quite a bit when he comes round the wicket. He's in, and Conway defends. As less full delivery on this occasion. He just stayed in the crease and pushed it the front foot into the ground. There's no run. 29 for 1 New Zealand. They've made a good reply, notwithstanding that loss of Latham. The sun is out now. The clouds have come and gone. When the clouds come, as we saw in England's innings, the ball has tended to move, but it's tended to swing a little bit more as it got a bit older yesterday. It was sort of after 25-30 overs. It was the middle session when Bolt, Wagner, Henry got the ball to move a bit more in the air. Wood is in. Conway drives thick inside edge. Fortunate there that he didn't drag that back onto his stumps. And it goes down to long leg, where Stone does the fielding. And they'll get a single. 30 for 1. Conway to 22.
Yeah.
First loose shot.
Well, he's just pushing out with the hands a little bit, isn't he? He's looking to repeat those 3 strokes which were delicious ones, and it just hasn't come at the same pace, and he's got an inside edge on it and missed the leg stump. So that will give some hope to Wood. Just got to watch the hands, the further the hands get away from you and from under your eyes, where generally you want to play the cricket ball, generally. The further away it gets in front of you, you lose more control of the stroke. Now Young.
Yep, Young on strike to Wood, who runs in. Last ball of his over from the City end. And it's down the leg side, and it's going to run away fine, down towards the boundary. It's come off a bit of pad, so Stone's able to get round to cut it off before it plops into the boundary. Sponge leg buys, and the signal 32 for 1. New Zealand, they've had 9 overs. This in reply to England's 303 all out. I don't know if we're having a change. I'm waiting to see. I think we are going to have a change. Some thoughts from Jeremy Coney. And
well,
then to take you up to lunch, it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Been an interesting start, though, to the New Zealand innings. Broad and Anderson chosen instead of perhaps one fast bowler and one of Broad or Anderson. That seems to be the way nowadays. And you can count on a forensic examination from those two, one from over the wicket and one from round the wicket if you're a left-hander, and sort of just really just watching where you put your feet. Movement more from Anderson, from swing, last second interrogation of batting, which you've got to wait for to play it. So it's been an interesting session of play.
In goes Broad outside the off stump, and Conway, who looks very well set, allows that to pass by. And there's no run. 20 minutes till lunch. Crowd really enjoying this. Broad revving them up.
Well, Broad has been actually trying to bowl when Latham was on strike, bowl it in and then out. In other words, an in-swinger. So into the left-hander and then away slightly to bring the 3 slips into play. If it just carries on, he's now got some protection on the leg side at mid-wicket and just behind square, catching.
3 slips waiting. In goes Broad, he's there and he bowls edged under. Has that carried? I think it has carried. England think it has. The crowd certainly think it has. But Conway's staying rooted to the crease. And the umpires will go over and confer.
No, I think it's... Well, there's a lot of oohs. I don't know quite what the oohs are about, but I think it's fair to stay because it was going down. The umpires have come together and they're going to now give a soft signal, I would think, and say, look, we'd like you to look at that. And they'll also indicate what they think. And they think it's not out.
They think it's not out.
So the man in the third chair has got to look for reasons.
For a fair catch.
It's got to be very clear.
Is not out.
Stuart Broad's not happy with that, by the way.
I don't need front on.
And he's arguing with the umpires now about that soft signal.
Well, he can argue as much as he'd like. They're not going to change. It's not a good thing to do, actually.
It was Crawley who took the catch. Very hard to tell always, and the first view we're seeing is from behind.
Another angle, please. If you've got the side on, please.
We'll get a better chance of seeing this.
Yeah, just go back there, please.
Well, you hear what the crowd think.
Oh dear, I don't know about that.
Yeah, back.
And it's not because I'm a New Zealand commentator at all. I just think, did we see a finger underneath the ball?
And just go back one frame and freeze it.
It's more the next frame back.
See, the ball is clearly on the ground.
Yeah, they're not going to give this.
Frame, please.
They're not going to give it out.
Yeah.
It's just too close to call that. Very close.
The arguing continues. Stuart Broad still rowing with the umpires.
Freeze it there, please. Yeah, see the on-field soft signal is not out, and I can see the ball is on the ground also. So I'm ready for my decision on the big screen.
Broad won't like this. The crowd won't like it, but I think it's the right decision.
My decision is not out. Repeat, not out.
Look, I fielded in the slips for years, Aggers, and those ones are very, very hard. You think as a catcher that you've taken that quite cleanly.
It's such a Broad's still arguing, and umpire Kettleborough is saying, listen, mate, up there, and the third umpire said it's not out. So there you go, and that's all you can say.
And I think Conway was right to stay.
Well, this will really rev things up now as we head towards the lunch break. 32 for 1. In goes Broad, bowls to Conway's forward, driving him languidly to mid-off. And there is no run. Well, of course he's right to say, because it looked like it bounced.
Well, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So,
but he knew as he turned and watched that there was some doubt about that.
Like we knew from here.
Crawley is quite right to claim the catch too, because you do feel as if you've taken that cleanly. No, Stewart's saying he's got his hand under it. Well, that's the evidence that said no, he didn't.
Yeah. There is an argument about the soft signal, and Virat Kohli feels very strongly about this, doesn't he? That actually you shouldn't have a soft signal at all. Broad on his way, kicks up his heels, bowls to Conway, tucks that around the corner, down to backwards square leg. Real tension now, a lot of hostility. Broad's pouring angrily at the ground with his boots as dust blowing over the square and towards the Hollies stand.
See, he's got two ways now of really testing Conway. One that goes in and then brings the slips into play as it swings and straightens on the left-hander. So that would go to the slip area, or he can get one to just continue straight into the pads. Conway just plays across slightly and brings the two catches on the leg side into play.
Broad again, round the wicket, bowls to Conway, who plays in front of that pad. It's picked up at mid-off. It's a brilliant spell, and in the over, the wicket taking over, he actually executed 3 different plans. The Conway plan, which is this, with the 3 men there in the leg side. The Latham plan outside the off stump, just straightening a bit, which brought about his dismissal. And then the new batsman plan, right-hander, just outside off stump of a good length. All of that in one over. 32 for 1. He feels denied now, though, and he moves in again. Bowls to Conway, drives him hard, but straight to Wood at mid-on. And Broad's not looking at anybody. He's stomping off. He thinks he's been robbed there of a wicket. It's the fiercest of fierce competitors.
Well, it's going to be met by a fairly fierce man as well, because Conway is not in the slightest bit concerned about that. He's a very calm, tough competitor.
The fact is, there is no point arguing with the on-field umpires. They didn't make the decision. I mean, they made the soft signal, but it was the third umpire who said the ball's bounced.
Well, the soft signal was actually correct, wasn't it? As it happens in this case.
It was. Wood from the City end comes bounding in. He's there and he bowls to Young. He thumps into his pad. And will be picked up at square leg by Ollie Pope, and there's no run.
Stuart Broad's first 2 balls today were hit for 4 and 2 since when he's taken 1 wicket for no runs from 28 deliveries.
What is it that Kohli doesn't like? He doesn't like the umpires giving the signal to say you've got to find conclusive evidence to go against us.
Yeah, it all involved a catch in the deep in a one-day match against England.
Oh, okay.
32 for 1. Wood's on his way and he bowls, and that's punched away down to mid-on. But I think, I mean, I would argue that the reason that they have a soft signal is it's often the square leg umpire, actually, who's got often the best view of anybody.
Correct.
And so therefore I think the soft call is important, because he can see, and he's there, he's at ground level, and he can actually see better than a television camera in many ways with that zoomed in picture. So I think that's why they have it, and I think it's right to have it. It worked there. The soft signal was correct. 32 for 1. Wind blowing the trousers of the slip fielders as Wood bowls, and Young gets one here, might get 2, turning it away down to the long leg fieldsman, coming back for that second, and runs his bat in safely. He moves on to 2. He's off the mark, 28 years old, fledgling Test career. He's got to get his head down here and battle through to lunch. All this noise. Wood again, he batted brilliantly this morning. Comes in again, bowls, and Young plays that very nicely, coming forward, playing back to the bowler.
Yeah, well, that's the impressive thing for me as a young man, as you say. Just 2 tests, 2 innings in those 2 tests, because New Zealand won them both by an innings, and New Zealand batting first. He got a 40, I think, in the Wellington Test match against the West Indies on a kind of a very green pitch that we've come to know pretty well in New Zealand now. And here he's getting forward, isn't he, against the pace of Wood. Quite hard to do.
In comes Wood again, bowls. Oh, that was very close to the off stump. He let that go on length rather than line. He knew where it pitched. The ball would almost certainly go over the stumps. 34 for 1. Quite dark and brooding in the distance. But, hopefully not bringing rain with it. There was a chance maybe of some very light rain, but it's just hanging heavily over the city of Birmingham at the moment. And the wind still doing its best to keep it away. It's blowing in the opposite direction. 34 for 1. Broad's taken the wicket. And Wood gallops in from the city end and bowls. And again, with a lot of time, Young stands up and plays that defensively. Fielders dashing in to pick it up. That's the end of the over. 34 for 1. Young has 2. Conway has 22. The last wicket was Latham, who was dismissed by Stuart Broad for 6. So New Zealand are 269 behind. Lots of movement over there in the Hollies stand. Inevitably, people going up, coming down, wandering around generally, but usually with a bit of a sense of purpose about it, whether they're going to the bar or wherever it may be. 18,000 people here in Edgbaston. And now Conway is facing Broad again. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to him, one that just hinted to go away from the left-hander. Conway ignores it, collected by Bracey. We've got 10 minutes to go until lunch on the second day. Feels like a good time to bowl. The light not absolutely perfect. Crowd fired up. Ball is new. Batsman knows an interval on the way. Broad round the wicket again, bowls, and that comes thumping into Conway's pad. That area around there, they didn't look entirely comfortable. Lord's was difficult because it was very uneven, and you can look at Hawkeye graphics and so on of him getting himself in a little bit of trouble with that inside edge. Ball coming in round that Midland leg stump. He played them rather awkwardly, but the heights also made that difficult. Some bounced more than others, kept very low. But England certainly think that there's an area there which is vulnerable, hence that field they've got now with
it's a good field.
3 men, yeah. Some movement behind the arm. I wouldn't want to upset Stuart Broad at the moment. He gave a glare, and whoever it was sat down quickly. Round the wicket he goes, bowls to Conway, forward, pushing for a quick single. Anderson picks it up right-handed, throws the ball at the stumps and misses. And Young is safely home to complete Conway's single. Conway goes to 23. 35 for 1. So 268 runs behind.
Look at Stuart Broad's lengths that he's been bowling in home summer so far this summer. He's bowled the fullest length that he's bowled in any English summer. The last 4 years have been the fullest that he's bowled in his career, and we've seen him have great success after a slightly fallow period for a couple of years. The last 3-4 years he's been standingly successful.
Young on strike. Broad's on his way. There he bowls very full. That's nicely clipped away firmly out to mid-wicket. Bit of a crowd catch there. It's hit hard into the ground.
Well, the wickets, the 2 wickets that I've witnessed, they've been quite slow pitches, haven't they? And length, you know, I think it's very important you bowl full on these pitches. Yes, you can go for runs. We've seen some drives off Wood. But, you know, you get also, I think, the other side of that is that you do take wickets if you can beat the bat, as Broad has shown.
35 for 1 with a little adjustment there to the field by Broad. Maybe just a distraction for Young, who's waiting with his bat raised. Right-handed, Broad bowls him, thumps into his pad. I think it might have been a ledge there, as Broad started to appeal and then stopped.
A little bit straighter from Broad in that case. He's certainly a forensic bowler, isn't he? Now he's to the left-handers, he's very happy about bowling around the wicket, and he can swing the ball back in, he can bowl at the batsman and take it away. He's got that worked out. Now, of course, he's going back over the wicket to the right-handed Young, and just bowled a little straighter there. Young has got to be very careful where he places his feet.
In goes Broad. He's there again, bowls to him, and Young covers up very nicely, shapes up well in this brief innings so far. And Broad fields there in the follow through. Time ticking away. There's time probably for 2 more overs before the lunch break. And Ollie Stone is going to come up and replace Mark Wood from the City end. Interesting choice, and I wonder if Root had this in mind from the start. But his 2 fastest bowlers are actually bowling almost straight into the wind, which is quite strong. So whether that was always his plan or whether it was just that Broad has obviously settled into this terrific spell at this end. But it is quite strong. It's swirling round a bit, but it certainly seems to favour this end rather than that. But Stone on his home ground is going to face, or be faced by Devon Conway on 23, 35 for 1.
Will he get 2? Just the 1 over?
He'll just get 1.
Yeah.
Up he comes. It's a slippery action, and he bowls outside the off stump. Conway drives him firmly. It's Pope fields there, cover with his sunglasses up on the peak of his cap. He looks very uncomplicated. He's got a nice, easy approach. That's skiddy. But he can work up a head of steam. One of the fast bowlers England will want to be fit and firing to take to Australia. Got Stone and Wood and Archer. And Stone again bowls to Conway, who's going to leave that. And then involuntarily the ball struck his bat. We saw Lawrence do that yesterday, and the ball go for 4 through third man, but not so this time. And now Root is changing the field here. He's moving square leg around a bit to backward short leg. The Australians would call that leg gully.
So would New Zealander.
Would they?
Yes.
Well, I used to. I was told off.
By whom?
Jim Swanton. He didn't argue with Jim. Here comes Stone. Bowls. Oh, that squares him up. There's going to be a run, though. Out into the offside. Burns is after it and throws on the turn.
My dear boy, I heard you commentating today. You show promise.
Oh, well.
It is backward short leg, not leg gully.
Thank you, Jim. In the car park at Lord's.
I see.
He didn't argue. He didn't argue with Jim.
So that mistake has remained.
Never happened again. Never happened.
Yeah.
Sometimes have to think twice before saying backward short leg. Here comes Pope, and he bowls to Young. That's a nice one on the leg stump. He'll have 4 there. That's clipping it away through square leg. Not a good ball at this level of cricket. Just about the easiest shot to play for a top order batsman.
Yeah, that's nice. That's the left-hander and the right-hander sometimes working for one or the other. It's really just a half volley on leg stump. One that you start to go across to and then pull the front leg back and just clip it away. Looks a very simple bowler, running straight at you with straight lines.
Absolutely.
Back foot straight towards the batsman, front foot straight, arm up and straight towards the target.
And he comes once again and bowls outside the off stump. A little bit of movement away.
Does he get it to move?
Yeah, he does swing it away. But again, nicely played by Young, finding Broad at mid-off. It's a sort of action that shouldn't go wrong, really. It's very uncomplicated. He's had injuries, but I was saying earlier, not those that have been associated with the action, more just mishaps, really.
It's one of those actions, though, that you need to have a nice wrist, don't you? Because everything going to get it to move, it's very hard to get him to bowl an in-swinger into this breeze at the moment.
In he comes and bowls to Young again, leans into a drive which goes on the bounce to cover. And again a crowd catch, 1 or 2 over there, I think, in the Hollies stand. Fall for. But that sort of noise before lunch
doesn't augur well.
Well, it suggests we might be turning our headphones down a bit this afternoon, Jeremy. We've got the cavemen back again. I know they're the same cavemen from yesterday. They're in the middle of the Hollies stand.
It's Ollie Stone's third test for England. He's made a promising start, took 3 for 29 in the one innings he bowled against Ireland in the Lord's Test of 2019, and 3 for 47 and 1 for 21 in Chennai in England's series in February of this year. On this ground specifically in first-class cricket, 43 wickets, average 14. Had an outstanding season for Warwickshire in 2018.
In goes Broad, the last over for lunch, and there's a nice one for Conway to put away. Down to the leg side, he'll get 2. Stone will cut it off in the deep. A contrast between the two halves of Edgbaston. And to our left there, people sitting quietly, enjoying the cricket, enjoying the atmosphere, loving the contest. And directly opposite, there's like a bear garden in there.
Conway's got to be careful there, doesn't he, of just finding that length. That was full enough that he could actually play that little semi-flamingo stroke through those, between those two fielders.
Broad with 3 slips bowls, and that's pushed away. He thinks about a single, but he's not going to get it. Anderson's there very quickly, coming up from mid-off. 42 for 1.
Well, those are his 2 choices. Through the leg side, when it does drift away and angle towards that leg stump, or outside off, just to push into a vacant cover area and take that single. He's got a couple of singles in there. Anderson's got to be very awake to prevent that run.
Four balls remain, and then it'll be lunch. It's 42 for 1. In goes Broad. Bowls to Conway. Leans forward. There's a very easy defensive shot with that very straight bat of his. And Mark Woodfield has got a cap and a hat on. He's got Stuart Broad's sun hat on. Working hard on the ball. Giving it a good polish before handing it there. Rather like he's handing over a prized possession to Broad. And grips it in his right hand, gives it a final polish and tweaks the short sleeve of his shirt. Pausing for a moment, I think maybe because of the wind actually. It's ruffling him rather. It's really pulling at the flags now. 42 for 1. 3 balls remain. He bowls a bouncer, it's pulled hard. And Stone will field that down at fine leg, so brings Young down with a couple of balls to go before the interval. Shaped up really very nicely so far, very promisingly. He's on 6 not out, he's faced 21 balls. He's going to see these 2 out and then come back and look forward to accumulating a score this afternoon. 3 slips awaiting though, and Broad's got 2 balls left. He'll probably take a breather after lunch, I'd imagine, so 2 balls to take a second wicket. Again, that moment's hesitation. Now he's on his way, he's there and he bowls, and Young forward again, plays carefully into the offside, and Pope's the fielder. A respite maybe during lunch for all of those in the stand. I'm not sure how to describe those on my screen there, if I'm honest with you. I'm not even going to try. Would you come dressed in a cricket match?
No.
That assortment?
No.
Here's the last ball before lunch. Broad comes in and bowls. It's an inviting one outside the off stump, which Young ignores. And that will be the lunch interval. Terrific effort from Broad. He's taken the wicket to fall, and he'll still feel robbed. He'll still be chuntering, thinking that he should have had Conway given out, caught at slip. But I think most people are agreed, but the most important who is agreed is the third umpire, who agreed with the assessment in the middle that it landed just in front of Zach Crawley at slip. Let's give a nod out, but Joe Root's having a conversation with the umpires there. I don't think Broad was necessarily heading for the referee's naughty corner at that. I mean, you never know these days. I think he was just a bit fired up, and I think he was questioning the umpire rather than being stronger than that, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't think we don't want to make too much of it. It wasn't going to change, certainly, the umpire's mind. So Anderson had just the 4 overs, angle and a little bit of movement, but angle mainly, not a lot of swing because it's a bit cooler and there's a wind today. And then, of course, Broad bowling right the way through and causing some difficulty for the New Zealanders bowling around the wicket to the 2 left-handed openers, getting the 1 wicket to fall of Latham, who put his foot in the wrong place, the front foot, and therefore couldn't get the bat around in time, and so was palpably LBW to Broad for 6, and it was 15 for 1. And then, in the meantime, I think Conway has played some delightful strokes through the offside when bowlers have urged slightly, and has tucked it onto the onside and tucked leg side as well. So he's going okay. We've seen Young come in and bat fairly solidly as well. So New Zealand 43 for 1. 45 runs scored this morning as well by England. Wood was aggressive and pugnacious.
And fun.
And fun he was. He played quite a range of strokes too. A lot of runs down to that 3rd man and hooking the ball and so on. So a lot of runs behind square. So, yeah, it's been an interesting. The game has moved on nicely. New Zealand, I suspect, will have maybe the best part of the batting in this game with these next 2, 3, 4 sessions. If they can put together a decent total, they will probably want to bat as long as they can here. If they can get over 400, well, you know, that will be a good match then at that point. So, but of course, England, they will probe away. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, how many overs do you think Root will play in this game? So there's another little option. Yep. The only option, maybe Lawrence. But does he really bowl a lot of spin?
No, he doesn't.
No.
I'm a bit surprised at how little the ball moved around. I mean,
it didn't.
Compared to yesterday.
It didn't, and that's what I was saying. A little bit more wind, a little cooler, not as humid as yesterday. They often talk about how the air is so still above the pitch itself, and that's obviously being disturbed at the moment. If the stiller that it is, the more that it swings. We all know that as cricketers, don't we?
We're going to find out more about that in a moment, actually. It's a very nice cue for me, Jeremy.
Yes.
Thank you. You go and enjoy your lunch.
I will.
So... we've got the sight there of the grounds, and they're always having to work hard, and grounds, and there is heavy rollers chugging up and down, not on the test pitch, which is being dressed up and ready for the afternoon, but on a pitch that will be used soon enough here at Edgbaston, maybe in a blast, which will be starting up soon, of course. So that's where we'll leave things out in the middle at the moment. Terrific contest, enjoyed that, and the noise from the Hollies stand, I suspect, will only increase during the course of the day. Now, we're remembering that during the last test, the incredible World Cup final of a couple of years ago. It rained, of course, so we played that last hour. The names in that squad will be remembered forever. Stokes, Archer, Morgan, Best, Wokes, you can go through it, can't you? But one of the architects of that World Cup win was a Cambridge mathematician who was affectionately known as Numbers. Now, Nathan Lehman has spent a decade working in elite sport, and in his role as the England white ball analyst, he played a key role in assisting Owen Morgan to plan that World Cup triumph. Now, he's been sharing some of his secrets from that victory and much more in a book that he's written alongside the leading analyst Ben Jones, who works for CricViz. It's called Hitting Against the Spin: How Cricket Really Works. And among the questions tackled are just how valuable is winning the toss? Why does a cricket ball swing? Gosh, how many times we've talked about that up here. No one seems to know. We'll find out in a minute. Why are there so many left-handed players in England and Australia, but not in India? What is a good length and why? And why in Test cricket do all bowlers bowl at around 55 or 85 miles per hour, but none at 60 to 75 miles an hour? Hadn't noticed that. Well, Ben and Nathan are here, and it's lovely to see you both. Ben in the distance, socially distanced over there. Nathan through a perspex screen. Well, lovely to have you here, fellas.
Thank you very much for having us.
Now, well, it's such a fascinating thing. The whole question of data and analysis. I mean, I guess, Nathan, that cricket's one of those sports that's just made for it. Isn't it? It's just made for data and stats and numbers and things.
Cricket's got a lot of things going for it in terms of using data to analyse. You have these nice discrete units, so that the game is broken down into balls and overs and innings. And we also have a very long history of collecting these numbers quite carefully. Back to Wisden inventing the first scorecard. So we're not as good as baseball in that regard, but we're a long way ahead of a sport like football, which is so fluid and doesn't have those discrete units.
Could you catch up with baseball? Because, I don't follow that sport particularly, but it does seem that people there are absolutely banging on analysis and data. Is there any more that can be done in cricket?
There are some nice things in cricket which always tilt us towards art and away from science, and that's the pitch. So there's no other sport really where you have a sort of living, breathing entity.
That third dimension, really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, baseball, there's no equivalent to that, and so your data set is far more homogenous. You can compare 1930s baseball results to 1980s, and there's very little change in the numbers that are produced. Cricket, far more variable.
Well, Nathan's a mathematician. Ben, what is it that gets you into data, into cricket numbers? What is it that does it for you?
I think it always comes from a love of the game first, isn't it? I don't think anyone starts with the maths and moves into the game. But for me personally, and I don't know if Nathan is the same, but I've always been fascinated by listening to people who understand and have played the game and can talk eloquently about it, and ex-players such as yourself, and kind of explain things. But I think it's nice to almost come at it from a different angle and look at it through a different kind of lens. And I think numbers is probably the closest thing we have to something which is completely separate to the player's experience. It is something which you can, from the outside, bring to the game. Even when you're a terrible cricketer like me, you can still come in and actually offer something fresh and interesting, I think. So for me, it's always been about trying to understand the game more rather than trying to kind of do any kind of clever, statistical, whimsical analysis. It's all about the game and trying to learn about it.
And is it supplementary to what Michael Vaughan or Alistair Cook or I might say here, or is it complementary to what we say? What's the role of the figures that you present? Are you trying to prove us wrong, or are you trying to prove us right? What's your angle?
Bit of both, I'd say. Yeah. I think it's quite nice when you can, and I've found through doing work with television and with teams and stuff as well, nowhere near as much as Nathan, obviously, but I think the opportunity to agree with people and kind of reinforce their points is often the kind of your way in. With commentators in particular, you go in and you say, okay, so you thought this was your hunch. Here are some numbers, some hard, cold facts that actually prove you right. But then once you've got that trust, you can then come in and go, you know what, Warnie, it doesn't always spin if it seems. You can come in with these slightly kind of contradictory kind of little nuggets, which I think is...
Shane wouldn't like that, because that's one of Shane's great sayings, isn't it?
I've told him a few times and he still says it, so I don't think I'm going to get through there. But I think that kind of encapsulates it really, is that it's not just about kind of trying to come in and bulldozing your way through and say, the numbers say this, data analysis isn't this kind of cut through to a whole new way of playing the game. There's a few things which will, take you in a different direction to maybe older styles of cricket coaching. But I think it's always going to be a two-way street. You're never just going to come in with a complete blueprint, which players and coaches and captains and commentators are going to push back on. I hope that there's always going to be a conversation there between data and old school kind of coaching.
Yeah, I think most of the best pieces of analysis start with an intuition, because you rarely find something completely by surprise. You're normally backing a hunch, either yours or a player's or a coach's. So a very good example was during the World Cup campaign that you mentioned, and this has been covered elsewhere, so I'm sort of free to talk about it. And there was a hunch from the coaching staff, I think it was Paul Collingwood originally, that final leg and third man were getting beaten on the inside too often.
Right. So by that you mean they're standing too square?
They were standing too wide, yes.
Right.
And so we went away, and it was just old-fashioned counting. It was watching the boundaries back and counting.
Literally watching back hours of video.
So that a couple of late nights, right. and I looked at all of the games that we played in that white ball summer up in England up to that point, and we were losing far more runs inside fine leg and third man than we were outside. So we took that to the players, took that to Morgs, and we made that change, and it probably saved us 10 runs a game.
Did it really? And it didn't mean that they were then beaten more on the outside? Because if we moved them that way a bit, it didn't go that way.
No, because when the ball went outside them, it got picked up by the sweeper.
I see.
So this was only when there was not when they're up in the circle, but only back in the round.
Yeah. And those in a one-day game in that World Cup final, it's just little things like that make such a difference.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the classic example of that doesn't happen if the coach doesn't have that intuition first.
Yes.
But it's not strong enough to make a change on unless you can back it up with the evidence to suggest that it's right.
And the bowlers in that situation, okay, I'm coming from a generation in which there was no data. There was no, you got your bowling figures at lunchtime, and that was it. There was nothing else. You had no idea, no concept really of anything. I mean, the first time I saw myself bowl on the telly was when I played in a test match. So it was a bit of a shock, if I'm honest. But so my generation, I guess, is probably a bit more likely to want to be persuaded on your route. And I just wonder when that might have shifted a bit, what sort of generation this data started to come in and play a part, and whether because the coaches of that time might have been of my kind of time, I thought, numbers and these professors coming in, I don't want my fine leg standing fine there. I'm always going to have him down there a bit wider,
Yeah.
When do you think that change started?
Well, I mean, we first started using data in that way around about 2010.
Right. It's relatively recently, really, then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is the very interesting thing about a lot of this sort of analysis. It just wasn't possible up until then. So it's only in the late 2000s that we start to get fairly comprehensive ball tracking, and ball tracking is the real game changer.
Right, okay.
That turns every ball that's bowled into a little experiment into how cricket works, and we've now got the result of 500,000 of those little experiments, and we can start to see patterns and trends in the game that you just couldn't see before.
So we're talking about Hawkeye, really, and of course there's an Australian version too. But you will do your analysis basically on what people at home will see on their screens, and not just the DRS, obviously, of a wicket, but actually all those blibs and blobs and lines and so on. That for you, that's your material.
Yeah, that's the matrix.
Yeah.
So it's like the purpose of analysis really is to make the invisible visible. So the example that you gave there is quite a good one, which is the first time that video cameras come into coaching in a big way. Suddenly you can slow things down, you can watch it over and over, you can freeze frame, and that enables you to see things that you couldn't see with the unaided eye. It enables players to watch themselves, it enables coaches to see things that they couldn't otherwise see. That's just information. That doesn't make a decision for you. It doesn't tell you what to do. It doesn't do the coaching for you. It allows you to see things you couldn't otherwise see. And data is exactly the same thing. Data does the same thing for, patterns that happen very slowly across thousands of matches. It just enables you to see things that you can't see without that data.
Yeah. Let's have a conversation about this swing bowling then, because this is something. Well, you've heard Jeremiah, we were talking about it before you sat down. We thought, looks a bit cloudy, and surprise hasn't swung today. And this is one of the things that you tackle. So come on, let's start with you, Ben. Tell me, and I'll have professors coming on and everything else, meteorologists and everything, because we always start these arguments up about the ball swinging. Why does a cricket ball swing some days and not on others?
Well, I'm going to defer on this one, because whilst I within the book I do like to try and hack at some of the broader truths of the game. Nathan is the genius with the physics understanding, so I think I should probably let him take this one.
That's not as letting it go outside the off stump, that, Ben.
It's a fast pair of hands.
Cricket's a better talker.
Fast pair of hands in the centre.
Yeah.
So we've actually got a fascinating project going on out of the engineering department at Cambridge University.
Right.
And they're looking into wire ball swings, wire ball reverse swings. And most of that, I'm afraid, I can't talk about because it's proprietary.
Top secret.
But what I can say is that it's incredibly complicated. So they've gone into this in a huge amount of detail, and there are a lot of different factors, all of which affect whether a ball can swing, because what you need is an imbalance between the airflow over one side of the ball and the other. And there are only quite small ranges where that's possible. So if we played cricket and everyone bowled at 110 miles an hour, you would never see a ball swing.
Right.
Because you wouldn't get laminar flow over either side of the ball. Likewise, there are very few conditions where a spinner's arm ball doesn't swing, because it's very easy to get those at low speeds. But the speeds that our fast bowlers bowl at, around 80 plus miles an hour, is right on the tipping point between a ball being able to swing and a ball not being able to swing. And therefore, all of the factors like humidity, air pressure, the wind direction, the amount of turbulence coming off the pitch, all of those factors, because they don't move the critical point very far, but because you're so very close to it, they're all capable of pushing you over the line from will swing to won't swing.
Right. So, but a muggy, humid day with a moist breeze coming from the southwest.
Yeah.
Which happens to be coming up from fine leg when you're bowling. It's going to swing, isn't it?
Yes, I mean...
It feels like it should do. I mean, to a bowler, it feels like it should do. It's very frustrating if it doesn't, and you can't work out why it doesn't. Your wrist's wrong, or something wrong with the ball.
Yeah, well, I mean, often, there is another uncontrollable factor in there, and that's the ball. Some balls don't swing. If they've got imperfections in the wrong place, then that is enough to trip the airflow, stops the laminar flow, and you don't get swing. So it's such a complex situation.
And yet my dear old coach, Ken Higgs, who wouldn't know what laminar flow was if it hit him in the face, he could swing an orange. He'd go in the nets.
But not at 85 miles an hour. That's the difference. I mean, you'll see bowlers, I suspect there aren't many days that Colin de Grandhomme doesn't swing a ball because of the speed that he bowls at. It's just you're much further away from those critical points.
When's this study coming out, and will I understand it?
I think they're publishing soon, actually, in the next year or so. So then we'll be able to talk.
Will I understand it?
If I explain it to you.
Well, the left-handers then, Ben, you've parked the swing bowling on there. Why are there more left-handers in England and Australia than in India?
It essentially comes down to two kind of broad points, which is that left-handers have an advantage against right-arm pace bowlers, because the vast majority of right-arm pace is bowled from over the wicket, and about half of the deliveries that right-arm pace bowlers bowl from that angle pitch outside leg, so they can't be out LBW a lot of the time. So, particularly at the start of an innings, first 30 overs of a test match or a first-class match, a left-hander has a huge advantage over a right-handed batsman.
I've always told Alistair Cook that. He's sitting behind me. I've always told that.
There's probably a fair bit more of individual skill going on there as well, but there's a fair wind behind it. And so essentially that's why you see in countries with preponderance of pace bowling more left-handers, particularly at the top of the order. Now in India, where there is more spin bowled and spin is the greater threat, you see the reverse. You see very few left-handers, because overall left-handers have they struggle more comparatively against spin, because the vast majority of spin turns in that direction, out away from their bat, and is as a result a greater threat. We've also seen recently it increase that preponderance of left-handers at the top of the order in pace-heavy countries because of DRS.
Right.
Because before, you may have had that advantage of the ball always pitching outside leg when you're facing a right-arm seamer from over the wicket. But if umpires weren't effective enough, or weren't accurate enough, or reliable enough, you weren't getting that advantage because they were giving you out even though you weren't out in reality. Whereas now, batsmen can review it. We're seeing that more deliveries than you think were pitching outside leg, and as a result, left-handers are surviving. That benefit, that opportunity to excel at the top of the order against pace is getting wider, and so that's why we're seeing more.
Okay.
Alistair Cook is heckling from the back.
Well, he's always heckling.
So I'll throw this one in. Openers actually have about a 5-run handicap on their advantage. So openers you should add 5 runs to the batting average of an opener if you want to compare it with guys who bat in the middle order.
What about the discovery that we made? And it's interesting about the left and right-handers, because you're suggesting that in India, for instance, left-handers weren't selected as often or weren't as successful as often, which is why there weren't as many, or is it like a physical thing? Because Phil Tufnell and I discovered that there was a study that suggested that both he and I should have actually batted left-handed because our right eye is our stronger eye, and that's where it all went wrong for us, because we both batted right-handed, but how we batted left-handed with our stronger eye being our right eye. Well, it might have been Don Bradman or something, or Brian Lara at least being left-handed.
Well, I mean, this is the really interesting thing. Those numbers where you see that steady rise and rise and rise of left-handers in the pace-dominated countries like Australia and England, and you see the opposite thing happening in India. None of that is based around an understanding of what we're talking about. It's purely sort of the evolutionary pressures on those players.
Right.
So the left-handers are getting picked more in Australia and England because they score more runs and they're more successful.
Simple as that.
And they're not getting picked in India because they score fewer runs than the right-handers, and the right-handers get in the side ahead of them.
Right. So if you want to succeed in England and Australia, get out in the nets and start batting left-handed.
Or bat in the middle order.
Or bat in the middle order. Tell me about Nathan. It caused a bit of a stir in the winter when you started producing your numbers. It's like someone playing battleships in Cape Town, and I saw it on the screen thinking, what's he putting up here? It was like a letter and a number, wasn't it? I mean, I'm only guessing because I haven't discovered the reason, the answer for it. But you were conveying a message to Owen Morgan, the captain, when who was in the field.
Yeah.
So what was going on there then?
So we've got certain models that we run during the game, and that gives us certain insights. Those insights are useful for the captain, and so rather than running messages onto the field the whole time or shouting from the dugout, we prefer to use this signalling system.
Right.
And we did it in the PSL at Multan Sultans. We did it with England, and we've done it again at Kolkata Knight Riders in the IPL. And the advantage of the signals is it puts the control of the communication in the captain's call. So the best analogy is it's our scoreboard. So if he wants to look, he can look. If he doesn't want to look, he doesn't have to look. So he's not being distracted by messages being run on. He's not being distracted by having things relayed from the fielders.
I'm trying to think. Was it like sort of E9 or something? I'm trying to think of I'm trying to remember now of what the numbers and things you're putting up.
Yeah, it was a number and a letter.
Yes.
And I can't tell you what they mean.
Asking for the nuclear codes.
I can't tell you what they mean because I'm not allowed. But
would it refer to would it be an instruction or
no.
a suggestion that he does, or is it this bloke's scoring lots of runs in a grid on the outfield called E9 or
we're telling him what the model says at that point. So that's information that he can use if he wants, or he can ignore if he wants.
Right.
So all of the decision making takes place.
Target score that they might be facing, or
all of the it's about our on-field tactics, our bowling plans basically, but it's all of the decision making takes place on the field. The captain is making all of the decisions.
Sure,
we're not trying to run the game from the dugout. We're just giving him objective information that he wouldn't otherwise have access to.
It's interesting. I mean, he's a World Cup winning captain.
He is,
and so he's looking at the letter and the number coming up from there. I mean, he's got a lot of trust in what you're giving him, hasn't he? Or he just thinks, well, what is that nonsense? I've won the World Cup. I don't need to know that stuff. I mean, he buys into that, does he?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that we devised the system together.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if he didn't find it useful, we wouldn't do it because it takes quite a lot of fiddling to do.
And just purely from a sort of a regulation point of view, I mean, it was a pretty quiet series. Let's be honest. There wasn't much for people to talk about, and of course it ended anyway prematurely. And it did provide a handy talking point, but it hadn't been seen before. I mean, the last time we'd seen something like that was Bob Woolmer whispering to Hansi Cronje's ear in the World Cup in '99. So, and there is this strong feeling in cricket that the captain is in charge and that the coach does sit where he is and so on. So I guess all of that kind of blurred a bit, did it, with what was going on, or not? Were you just totally happy that this was totally in the spirit and wasn't interfering at all?
We cleared it with the ICC, obviously, and with the anti-corruption unit, and they were both very happy. We explained exactly what we were doing and what the codes meant. There's no suggestion that we're passing instructions on. We're just passing information.
Yes.
We don't ask the captain to keep the score in his head. We put it on a scoreboard so that he can look at it when he wants to know what the score is. This is exactly the same.
Yeah, it's very interesting. How do you feel about that, Ben? Watching on, are you part of this? Are you part of the scheme, or is that not really what?
No, I'm very much looking from the outside in this situation. From the outside, without Nathan's being very diplomatic there, I think there's a lot more to go. There's a long way to go in terms of the opportunity for analysts to inform captains throughout the game of things that are changing. I think that's the next stage. What Nathan is able to do with England, and because of that relationship with Morgan, is essentially having a conversation throughout a game. And it's, as you say, there's a certain weight to that, in that Morgan is making the decisions at the end of it. Now, I think as long as that is the core of the relationship, then there's loads more you can do. There's loads more opportunities for analysts to pass out more information, more as you say, not instructions, but just informing them of the wider situation in the game. Now, as long as it's the guy in the middle or the girl in the middle making that call, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and I would like to see more of it. I think there's a reason why England have been successful in recent years, and it's because what they do works. Yes. And I think other teams would do well at some point to follow suit.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the game is won and lost by players. Players executing their skills under pressure, players holding their nerve, players making decisions in those split seconds that they make those decisions. That's what wins and loses a game. All we're trying to do with all the analysis, with all the planning, and with all the stuff that we add from the outside, is give the players the best chance of succeeding on the pitch, the best chance of being able to execute their skills.
They still have to do it
in that moment.
Yeah. Will you be doing it for the World T20?
That's the plan at the moment, yes.
Okay, so we'll I've got to try and crack this code. I've got to try and work out what it is. I've got no chance, I can't open that up. But it'd be fascinating. Are you going to reveal it one day as to how it works and so on?
It's not really mine to reveal. That's
right.
That's with
the way to do it would be to reveal in 20 years' time that it was all meaningless in kidology, that it was just trying to get in their heads. But
it could be the perfect bluff for the batsman. Oh crikey, it's F9. What does that mean? It's a great way of getting into that. It's sort of off-field sledging.
Yeah, it's like putting two men back on the boundary and pitching it up.
Yes, exactly. How do you feel when a particular plan comes off? You provide Stuart Broad or Jimmy Anderson or whoever it is. That is how you get this chap out, and it might be not necessarily a straightforward way of doing it, because they can work that out for themselves. But look, like that hunch about the fine leg in the third man, there's something that you have discovered through hard work and going through the Hawkeyes. Try that. I think it's going to work. How does it feel when it does work?
It's nice, but it's always nice when something goes well on the field. You're generally so invested in the game and so keen for us to win that you're excited that we've moved closer to winning. That's the overwhelming sort of feeling, I suppose.
Can you see plans sort of unfolding, Ben? Can you see when you're plotting everything? Trent Boult and Rory Burns yesterday. It was just, from sitting up here, such a beautiful piece of bowling, setting up, and then that lovely wide. And it wasn't just the fact that he swung it away, but it was the width that he bowled and the length that he bowled. All of it was perfect. Can you see when you're analysing and plotting and so on, you can see that sort of thing coming?
Yeah, I think one of the nice things, certainly one of the most rewarding things, not necessarily when you're working with a team, but either working with broadcasters, is when you do plot something ahead of time and you think that you can see how a batsman is going to be dismissed, whether it be Tom Latham versus in-swing or Devon Conway versus the short ball, and you see it, you see the build-up, you see the pattern of play. But like Nathan says, at the end of the day, bowlers and batsmen are the people who win games, and so there's always that intangible element of whether or not they're going to be able to pull off these perfectly, best laid plans and all that. So as much as I can do, because I do occasional kind of T20 consultancy for teams and stuff, and I can say, well, you do this, bowl such and such at this point from round the wicket at 82 mile an hour or whatever, and that may be the perfect plan on paper, but it still needs to be executed well. And so whilst you can see things coming, there's always so much variable there in terms of whether or not the player on any given day can execute that.
And how are those presentations made? I mean, is it literally a screen in a team room, and right, here comes the data man, and now he'll talk to you on various things? Is that?
It is normally done with that level of enthusiasm. I think it's kind of varied. It varies quite a lot. I think. I mean, a lot of the work that I do is with the Melbourne Stars in Australia, so a lot of it is remote. So I'm passing things on to the coaches, and then they can relay it. They can read 120 pages and then pass on the best 3 to kind of Maxwell or whatever. I think that's probably the dynamic which I see working very well, is when you've got a conduit, whether it's a coach who understands what will work with players, you can inform a coach and tell them, or a captain, and give them all the information, and they can take it in and it can inform their thinking. But then what they choose to pass on to a player, I think, can be very different, because it can be very minute. It can be a small amount of information. It might be just, you're getting slightly square, and as a result, you're not scoring through backward point or whatever. You give them a little nugget, and that's what informs it. You don't pile in loads. You don't sit them down and make them watch a 20-minute presentation. Nath might, but maybe that's the difference between working with
teacher in me.
But maybe also that's the difference between working with international teams and domestic teams, is that you have guys there for a longer time. They've risen through the ranks in a different way.
I mean, like the World Cup, Nathan, were you having specific meetings going through that World Cup right up to the final? Each new game being analysed and information given. And
we famously in the white ball setup have very few meetings of any description.
Oh, really?
So, I mean, in terms of relaying information to coaches, to players, it's all about just finding the method that they prefer. Finding some people like to see data and numbers. Some like to watch footage. Some want to sit down on the edge of the boundary at practice and just have a chat about it.
And you can present it in those different. I mean, someone who is sort of numbers hopeless, and I'm happy to accept that. I am. You would present something to me differently than you would with graphs and so on.
I mean, in terms of the communication with coaches and players, there's very little actual use of numbers in that. No, it's a conversation about what bowling plans or field placings or whatever. It's not.
Tony Pasternak, hello, in West Wales. Could there be more useful data gathered for fielding, particularly for the shorter forms? Tony says, I've always thought that there's more information that you can get from this area. I mean, it's always easy to talk about bowling and batting.
That's 100% right. The fielding is our biggest blind spot in terms of analysis. So we track every ball. Hawkeye track for us every ball to within a couple of millimetres. We count every run scored, every type of shot played, etc., etc. What we don't know is where the fielders are standing as the batsman plays his shot.
Which will have an impact on his thought process at the time he's playing that shot.
If we had a home stadium, then we would have either a camera-based or GPS-based setup that would log all that automatically for us. But because we are, travelling circus and we're always on the road, that's just not practical. So
that's interesting.
The company that I work for, CricViz, we are always trying to kind of explore new data to record and to gather from elsewhere, and it's all part of that process. The more information you get, the more things you can learn. You're filling in the picture, as Nathan says. Like when you don't know where the fielders are stood, you don't know where the gaps are, you don't know the full image of the game. And I think it's important for analysts, all the way up and down, to acknowledge that you don't know everything about the game just through looking at it. But the aim of it is to gather better information all the time, whether it's GPS data from the players, whether it's looking at sprint per game or all this kind of thing. You can, over the coming years, in the next 20 years, what will be recorded in 2041 is going to be very different to what's recorded in 2021. Yeah. And hopefully, as a result, the image that we get of the game and the opportunity we have for analysts to explore it and to influence it will be greater. And I think that's partly what we try to do with the book, is almost document where we are now in terms of what can analysis do now And when we write the sequel in 25 years, it'll probably be a bit longer and
when we do start to get logging of fielding positions in a way that we can then analyse, it will transform.
That will be interesting, won't it? Because
of the game,
we'll it's actually quite a key part of it, isn't it? Really, I mean, a batsman's playing, and then the short leg comes in, for instance, that you can't necessarily see on Hawkeye, of course, and so his footwork's a bit different, and so a vulnerability comes in there because the short leg has been brought in, so therefore he's a bit more vulnerable outside the off stump. Yeah, because of that.
So I mean, almost nothing in this book could have been written 10 years ago because we didn't have the data. We didn't see the patterns. Exactly the same thing will happen in the next 10 years with the next wave of data collection techniques.
I think the one which really captures that for me is, and there's a chapter in the book about leg spin and why leg spin works in T20 cricket, and why it doesn't really work in Test cricket. You look apart from Kumble and Warren, there's not that many successful leg spinners, and it's for a very good reason, which is that for them to bowl a good ball is very, very difficult. To land it on the right spot where it is effective and economical and attacking, it's very, very difficult. But the good length ball from a leg spinner is the rarest ball in Test cricket. But it's also the lowest average for any ball in Test cricket, any zone on the pitch by any bowling type. Now, that's something that we could have had an inkling of 20 years ago, but with 20 years of Hawkeye data, we can literally look at every single ball, plot it out and go, this little genre, this little collection of deliveries, good length balls from leg spinners, are the most dangerous in the game. Something we probably knew intuitively, but we can drill down and actually say, this is that. Now,
in Test cricket?
In Test cricket.
Right.
And part of the reason why it's leg spinners are more effective is because that is still true in T20 cricket, but their bad deliveries are also quite effective.
Less predictable?
Yeah, exactly. The variety is still there. But what I suppose what I'm trying to say is that in 20 years, there will be the equivalent of that, some kind of new nugget that we've dug up, some kind of new gem, which hopefully will kind of change how we all see the game.
Loving this chat. But they're already out there. They've got their information in their back pockets. They're already come out. Good luck with the book. I mean, it is fascinating. It's a whole new world. So thank you, Nathan, Ben, for coming in. Hitting against the spin, how cricket really works. There you go. You'll be fascinated about it, I'm sure. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And good luck to you both.
Thanks a lot.
World T20, we'll see you holding you. So you're definitely not playing battleships. I mean, I thought perhaps, no, you're not, were you? You won't throw me a face like that. Right, Alison, here you are. You come on in here and get us underway. Fascinating session before lunch. The crowd was in full voice. And it's 43 for 1. Young playing nicely for his 6th not out. And Conway's on 27. Who's going to open? Ollie Stone's going to start up from the city end. Alison's going to start here.
Thank you, Aggers. Yeah, fascinating chat that at lunchtime as well. Ollie Stone down at the city end of the ground has the ball in his hands. 3 slips are in place. Crowd starting to make their way back to their seats after lunch. They've been moving around the stadium. I can see they Flintstones in the crowd, orange with black spots on their gear. Ollie Stone then into Conway, who's on 27. 43 for 1, New Zealand resuming outside the off stump with good carry through to Bracey. Through the ball goes Will Young at the other end. 6 not out off 23. Stuart Broad, the 1 wicket taker in that morning session. Got Tom Latham, the standing captain. Ball's a slightly fuller length that nipped back. Broad had him LBW. There was a lot of conversation, certainly in our wellness room that we have here at Edgbaston about the catch, whether it was a clean catch. Hello, Tuffers.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Stone in, blonde haired, over the wicket he bowls, down the leg side. It's a diving take by Bracey, and he hangs onto it cleanly, full stretch along the ground, sliding down leg side.
Bit of discussion, wasn't there?
Yes.
We had the rule book out.
Well, we did start to look at the semantics of exactly the wording of the law, because that question of the replay looked really as if the ball sort of lodged across 2 spread fingers, and possible that the very bottom of the ball touching the grass at the same time, which is what presumably really you've got to go on in terms of the not out decision. And Stone is in outside the off stump, driving square. It's going to be 4, 2 fielders in hot pursuit. I don't think Burns is going to get there, and it's a boundary in the first over after lunch.
Cool. He looks good, Conway, doesn't he? Very natural player outside that off stump, just sort of leans into it. No sort of trigger movements or anything, just looks like a guy who knows how to bat. Just looks like a good batsman, doesn't he?
The away swinger from Stone doesn't enjoy anything outside off.
Yeah, I think that's why the England guys was kind of a bit upset, because they know what a player he is and how hard he is going to get out.
So leg gully in place as well. Stone in again to Conway, outside off stump, a little wider this time, the shouldering of arms, lets it go through to the keeper. So we did look up the law, didn't we?
Have you read, shall we read it out, or have we done it before?
Well, it's worth the read, isn't
Yes,
it?
I think so.
This sense of, what if the ball is touching the ground at the same time as the fingers are underneath it? And the law is very clear that this is law 32. Out court, the striker's out court if a ball delivered by the bowler, not being a no ball, touches the bat without having previously been in contact with any fielder, and is subsequently held by a fielder as a fair catch before it touches the ground.
Right.
So if it's touching the ground simultaneously as you hold the catch, come back in on Conway, close to the body, defending with an angled bat out towards point, and there's no run. Then, yes, it's not out if there is simultaneous contact, i.e. if your fingers are spread and the ball might well land on the fingers, but perhaps the very...
Yeah. It's very difficult to then, like catching the slip as if you were wearing mittens, if you know what I mean. Because that it's just not natural to do that. You do naturally sort of spread the fingers and let the ball come into the hands.
Conway's waiting, is on 31. Stone bounds in full, coming forward, defending off the inside half of the bat. The ball runs up to Broad at mid-on to complete the opening over. And the boundary coming off it, 47 for 1 New Zealand in reply to England's 303 all out.
I thought it was out.
It felt out, didn't it? The bowlers felt it was out.
Yeah.
And Zach Crawley didn't look completely convinced when he surfaced, so to speak.
Yeah.
There's a question about the soft signal, I guess, a debate to be had.
If the soft signal had have been given out, I think the catch would have been upheld.
Yeah. Oh, well, it absolutely would have. That's same preface as with DRS, the umpire's call. And that's maintaining the overall authority of the on-field umpire. Here's the cheer for James Anderson. He's rolling his arm over, getting ready to bowl.
So, do we agree with the soft signal then?
Well, here's a question. Should, in that case, in the instance of a catch like that, should the soft signal come immediately from the umpires? In a sense, yes, that goes with our instinct of whether it's out or not out, straight away. Anderson in outside the off-stumper, shouldering of arms through to the keeper.
Yeah.
Or should, in fact, the soft signal be done away with in that first instance, throw it up to the third umpire?
I'm going for that
who
one.
Can then look at the TV evidence without, in a sense, bias, without having any sense of what the on-field umpires thought.
Yes.
So is there clear evidence, yes or no? But then what if the TV umpire really can't sort of decide himself?
Well, someone's got to.
Well, then throw it back down to the on-field umpires at that point. Anderson in, little Titron off stump, defending, drops it into the offside, no run.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I guess then you get to the benefit of the doubt. But in this case, the third umpire said he thought it had clearly touched the ground.
So why didn't he go upstairs?
No, so I don't think it would have made any difference in this particular instance, whether there was a soft signal or not, because the TV umpire said he thought
in his opinion, he gave it not out. Yeah, there would be an instance where the TV umpire finds it inconclusive.
Yeah.
And at that point, do you throw it back down?
Yeah.
And then the on-field umpires, as Anderson is in again, bowling on off stump, drop and run this time to the offside. Young scampers through. Lawrence picks up and there's no run. So I suppose then you go back to the on-field umpires. Is it right that they can make a call based on having seen the TV evidence?
Get the lawyers involved.
Yes.
But it means that the umpires on the ground are then... They would have had in their mind a sense of what my initial feeling was, but then they add that to some additional evidence, albeit inconclusive, from the TV screen. It just adds a little bit more to their picture, perhaps.
Yes, I kind of like the scenario that you just said, that if the umpires aren't sure, go straight upstairs.
But then come back to the on-field umpires if the TV evidence is not conclusive. And then you can say, OK, umps, you've seen the TV evidence and you know what your instinct was a few moments ago when the incident happened, so now give us your final verdict.
OK. Not a bad scenario.
Maybe. Then you love the laws of the game and regulations.
I know.
Anderson in, the left-handed Conway, and he's defending into the offside. Broad's there to pick up. Well, Stuart Broad made his feelings very clear. Wait to see whether that will land him in hot water
well,
later.
yeah, is his dad here? Is his dad?
He is.
Is he?
Yeah,
He's looking after everyone.
Chris Broad is the match referee.
Yeah,
but
come on.
I believe that I think in this instance they would always bring in a third-party match referee, probably by video link somewhere else in the world.
Is there a second match referee? Is there, just in case these cases happen?
Well, I think there is.
Wow.
Anderson in straight at that time, and Conway takes one hand off the bottom of the bat as he defends into the offside once more. No run.
Wow. All I know is that over the years that I played, I've seen a hell of a lot of catches taken like that at slip and walk off.
Given.
Yeah, because you just feel, I don't know, the fingers are spread, but they're under the ball,
The batter will never walk to a low catch these days.
No, absolutely not. No.
Wait and see the evidence. Back of a length from Anderson, swung away. I've got glove bat on this, down to the fine leg boundary for 4. But Anderson dropping short. And it brings up the 50 for New Zealand, 52 for 1. Now 251 behind.
Yeah, they're playing nicely, aren't they? We mentioned this morning, Ali, that sometimes at Edgbaston the pitch can flatten out on the second day. There is sometimes a little bit of two-pace sort of nature about it on day 1, but it's still a good pitch. And then you come back to day 2, and it's even better for batting on, and it's looking a bit like that. It hasn't swung so much, has it? It hasn't nipped around as much as it did yesterday for the New Zealand bowlers, and England are going to have to dig in and really apply themselves here to prize out these New Zealanders. Conway's just looking $1 million again, isn't he?
Yeah.
For that 200, his confidence is high. It's going to be a tough chap to get out, I think.
Yeah, and worth remembering his backstory, his journey. 2017 when he moved from South Australia to New Zealand. Stone bounds in now, and forward is Young. The onside defensively and no run. Yeah, Conway was...
He's making the most of it.
In South Africa, playing the second tier of the provincial cricket over there. And he made a point of saying during the Lord's Test match that he had sold his car and sold his house and moved. And the real reason for that was psychological, that if you move to a country, you're really all in. He felt if he still owned property, still had a car back in South Africa, that he wouldn't really be all in New Zealand. Bouncer from Stone, ducking underneath it is Young, and through into the gloves of Bracey.
Yes, it shows a determination and as you said, an all-in nature.
Yeah, so it's no looking back, is it? If you've moved country and you've got no home to
it's a focused kind of mindset, that, isn't it? And what you need to open the batting is exactly that mindset. I'm not going to give it away. I'm not going to be intimidated. I'm going to make sure I use every opportunity. I'm not going to have a little dart at a wide one. You know what I mean? So he's doing well.
Young stands back, poised in the air. Stone and edge, taken, not dropped. There was a juggle at first slip, and Joe Root, the captain, is getting up off the ground. Ollie Stone can't believe it. The ball was in his hands. It was a juggle. It was fired in quickly. A healthy edge high off the blade of the bat.
Oh, it's pretty regulation as well. And Joe Root, such a good slip fielder. Oh, he's gone for it 2 or 3 times and he's downed it. Yeah, it was a real juggle in the jumper, in the mid-drift. And, Ollie Stone thought that was out. He was running down the wicket to congratulate the skipper.
Oh, how many of those he'd hold in catching practice. Stone in again to Young, full this time, honing in on the stumps, and Young's defending solidly back up the pitch.
So good in the slips usually, Joe Root. He's got a fantastic pair of hands, but it just goes to show no slip catch is easy, and that was pretty easy. As he said, a nice healthy edge, and just on the move and sort of falling to, only probably about, sort of thigh height. That's a nice comfortable height.
Everything looked well timed, didn't it?
Yeah.
Root falling away to his right-hand side, the bent knee, the hands in the right place. Stone in once more, past the outside edge through to the keeper, drawing Young forward. This is a probing over from Stone.
Just hit him on the heel. Just sort of hit him on that sort of, that's the heel of the hand, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, just hit him on the heel of the hand, which made it bounce a bit instead of going into the palm. Disappointed with that, Joe.
Will Young remains on 7. Last ball to come in this Ollie Stone
makes
over.
me laugh when you say Will Young remains on 7. I don't know why. Well, I do know why.
In comes Stone. Past the umpire in, at the outside edge of the bat, but into the ground and out to Burns, who's at backward point to end an over where Stone should have had a wicket.
Yeah.
Young dropped on 7, 52 for 1, New Zealand.
Yeah, it's that kind of wicket, I think, and that kind of day when you get these little half chances, they've got to go your way, and a couple of them haven't gone England's way.
Well, that could be a difference, couldn't it? Because when you look at the number of catches that were on offer in the New Zealand, in the England innings that New Zealand held.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
Mitchell, fantastic by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Caught a couple of blinders.
Blundell, 3 catches behind the stumps. Latham caught 1. Yeah, Mitchell 2.
Yeah, he looked very good, Mitchell.
No mistakes. Oh, yeah, could be a costly one.
Yeah, they're tricky though. I mean, I know to my cost that every time it goes up in the air, it needs to be caught. It's not it's not like shelling peas.
Anderson from the pavilion end in now and past the outside edge of Conway's bat this time.
It's a beauty.
Moving away from the left-hander. It's 35 of 85 balls.
Just feel the intensity's just gone up a level here, don't you? You feel that England are really pushing here. A couple of things not gone their way, but Jimmy Anderson's looking even grumpier, which is usually a sign that he's realising that you've got to do some hard yards here if you're going to get any rewards.
Yeah, real focusing of the minds required. Anderson runs in past the umpire and straighter on off stump. Conway defends, and Anderson doing a little bit of keepy-uppy.
That's a great shot he's got there, and I know it's not particularly a glamorous shot or anything. You know, it's just a left-hander to a lovely sort of like angled across delivery on a good length, on and around middle and off stump, just going towards the slip, and he just stops it. So nice. You know, and just gets in a great position just to put that dead bat on it and just completely risk-free. It's not pokey, it's not flicky.
Anderson in again.
There.
Yep. He's a little higher from the crease, but it's like he absorbs the delivery.
Exactly, just boom. Complete dead bat on it. And you know, a lot of perhaps the English guys I've seen who have been opening the batting over the years, you know, sometimes their techniques just perhaps, you know, get a little bit anxious and push out at it, or just a wrist flick at it. But they should take a leaf out of Devon Conway.
He's 29 years old, isn't he? As Anderson's in, getting behind this one, high front elbow, straighter from Anderson, but again, just drops into the ground by his feet, and Crawley's having to come forward from his position to cover to field. But yeah, making your Test debut at the age of 29, you've got a bank of first-class experience and years behind you, where you've been honing your technique, probably learning by your mistakes at a much lower level, and you've got England players making their way into the Test game at 22, 23, who are learning and making those mistakes on the job. Forward again to the onside this time to Anderson. Picked up short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Also, he sold his motor in his house.
He did.
I'm not going to have a wild hack at one house.
You wouldn't, would you? Yeah, I mean, it's a major decision. Move countries to pursue your career like that.
Yeah.
He did it with his.
You'd want to make sure your technique's up to scratch, wouldn't you, Travis?
Well, yeah. Conway settles. Crowd finding their voice after lunch, and Anderson's in, and again, gentle, but that defence. Everything working like clockwork for Conway.
Yep.
The score remains on 52 for 1.
Such a contrast as well between Rory Burns. It just goes to show there are many ways to play this game, isn't there? Rory Burns is, you know, heads bobbing and back lift this and the trigger movement back and across, and so many moving parts, as we always say about his technique. But Devon Conway, very sort of static, but also in a nice rhythm. He just gets himself in a lovely place. He's impressed me. I think New Zealand have found a class player for many years to come. He looks completely at home at Test cricket.
It's all working quite neatly for New Zealand as well, isn't it? The fact that Tom Blundell was the opener alongside Latham, but now they've got Conway, but then Watling's going to retire, so Blundell can be the future wicket-keeper, as he's doing today. Stone, again, 3 slips in place still. Forward. Young, the outside half of the bat, in front of square, fielded by Pope in the covers. Roots got he's been fielding in a sleeveless sweater all day, hasn't he? I didn't think it was actually that chilly outside. He's got his arms folded, just a little kick of the turf, and he's back in the position where he dropped Young the over before. Sibley to his right-hand side, and Crawley is at third slip. Burns backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. And Stone, short crop of blonde hair in, defending again. Is Young thought about a single, perhaps by a drop and run into the offside, but Pope scampers forward to pick up, and there is no run. Stone walking back to his mark, a bit of an air of determination.
Yeah,
from a man on his home ground as well, Ollie Stone.
Yeah, so he'll know how to, bowl at these ends. He'll feel completely comfortable with his run up and his rhythm. It is handy, but he's steaming in. And he looks a good line bowler. Looks just like he bowls like, holds that good line on off stump.
He's in now.
Yeah.
Bowls and has Young forward again to the onside, no run. Yeah, he runs up with his right arm very straight by his side, doesn't he? His left elbow is very slightly bent, but the right arm is not quite straight, but almost, before he then winds up. Andy.
Joe Root's catching recently for England's been absolutely outstanding. That was a rare drop since the start of the 2017 summer. He's caught 66 out of 77 chances.
Stone racing again past the umpire, full to Young once again. Forward he comes, defends, and Stone picks up in his follow-through.
And that's in 47 tests, taking 55 catches in his last 33 tests. And his catch success percentage in that time, 66 out of 77, that's 85% successful catches. There are 24 fielders on the CricViz fielding database who've had at least 25 chances in that time, and his success percentage is the highest. So he has been one of the finest catchers in Test cricket in recent years.
A rare blip. Stone in now outside the off stump, it shapes away from Young.
Yeah, I can't remember him dropping one. I can't remember. Yeah, very good catcher in the slips, Joe.
So with that 85% success rate, when do we know when the last time was that he did drop one?
I'll dig around.
All right. We'll probably find it was actually only in the winter and we've completely forgotten.
No, I just
in
always...
the blur of Test cricket.
I always remember him clinging on to them, but as you say, everyone drops them. No one means to drop them. That's what I always used to say. Sorry. Didn't mean it.
No, not been the best test personally yet for Root, has it? Stone is in and he has Young coming forward once more defensively. Drops it into the offside, no run.
I should say that is for non-wicket keepers. So players without the advantage of the big gloves.
Yeah. 52 for one, another maiden. New Zealand 251 runs behind. Yeah, Root out for just 4 with the bat. And he got a good couple of starts, didn't he? Scores of 40 at the Lord's Test match. But he, as always, wants to... He saw those as starts, wants to actually be converting those to 50s and on. But, yeah, disappointing for the captain of the side. Sets a tone as well, don't you, as leader?
Yes, he usually fields second slip, doesn't he? It's not usually first slip. He usually fields second slip, Joe, so there might be just a slight different trajectory or angle.
You over for Anderson. Still the 3 slips in place. He's in now, and a shouldering of arms from Conway through to Bracey behind the stumps. The sun is sort of trying to come in and out a little bit today at Edgbaston. The last over it made a full appearance, but ever so briefly, and now the duvet of cloud cover has just closed over again, just tucked itself in.
Who is in that cordon, Alison? You've got Root at first.
It's Sibley and Crawley, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and got Burns here at points. Backward. Not a fine leg gully, not quite backward point, not as deep as that as well here for Anderson. Into the left-hander, Conway forward once again. He'll take a run here to the just wide of Broad at mid-off. And it's a cut-off. And they've been able to add 2. 54 for 1, brings the deficit down to beneath 250, 249.
Well, no, Joe Root's recent catching, looking at the CricViz data, he dropped one in Sri Lanka in January, but before that he'd taken 30 of his previous 31 chances. That's going back to the last test at the Oval in 2019.
Yeah, that's sensational.
Broad in outside the off stump, and Conway was playing out maybe just a little bit late, and half a lead just withdrew the hands. It meant that the ball angled into the ground out towards Burns at point. Maybe just caught in 2 minds on that occasion. Conway's 37, not out. Feeling the crowd still milling around a little bit. A few people still taking their seats after the lunch break. There's a bouncer. We've got our first inflatable beach ball making an appearance.
Oh, no, I saw one yesterday. Yeah, there was one yesterday. It didn't last long, though. It didn't last long. I think someone sat on it.
I think someone's just tried to grab hold of it and hide it under a bucket seat to prevent it being confiscated. Around the wicket, and that's off the inside edge of the bat. We have stopped there at leg gully. And that's Pope moving to his right-hand side. Another dot ball, but Anderson is probing and trying to see how way past this partnership. 15 runs on the board when Latham was dismissed. Great fun in the morning session when Mark Wood was throwing the bat around and scoring some quick runs.
Wasn't it just? It was great.
Yep, first half hour of the day, he added very quick 25 off 22 to his overnight score and was out for 41. Dan Lawrence, 81 not out at the end. Anderson was the last man dismissed, and he's in now, Anderson, and coming up on the defensive blade. Again, not really quite getting forward to it, maybe caught in two minds at the crease. Sending it into the ground on the onside.
Yes, his one slight weakness that I've picked up is that he does occasionally get inside edges. He very rarely gets outside edges, as we've seen. He hasn't troubled the slip cordon at all, but then sometimes just pushing forward, he just sometimes hits the sort of inside half edge of the bat, but that usually goes away to square leg and sort of no risk of sort of playing on.
Yeah, so we've got these two fielders.
Yeah, that's why I think they're there, yeah.
Yeah, short, one in front and one behind square on that leg side. Anderson in driving past Broad at mid-off as he was moving in. And a cover drive, which is now racing away down to the boundary in front of the Holly stands. Rather a sumptuous 4 along the ground all the way from Conway to end that over from Anderson. He's on 41. New Zealand are 58 for 1 in reply to England's 303. Tuffers.
Yeah, he's good.
A few more words from you and then...
Yes.
Daniel Norcross is coming in. I'm off. I'll see you in a moment.
Well, he's good through there. As I say, it was interesting that they've got a man on a short sort of square leg looking for that inside edge or a big nick onto a pad, and also one just behind square, but that time he's absolutely crunched one through extra cover. He doesn't miss out there. He looks very good, Dan.
Conway.
Afternoon.
He really does, doesn't he? We've seen some wonderful shots. It's the economy with which he hits them. Just a little push. No great flourish.
No.
Stone starts a new over from the City end and gets the hip of Young. The ball goes down very fine, down to long leg, or fine leg if you like, and it is retrieved by Stone, and they get through for a couple of leg byes. 58 for 1. You know, you think about beautiful left-handers driving, you might think about David Gower or Kumar Sangakkara.
Yes.
It's nothing like that.
No.
But it has a different kind of beauty. It has an economy of beauty. Well, it's like people who like toy dogs. Do you know what I mean? You can have little dogs that can be very beautiful too, as well as bigger dogs. It's sort of like a...
Yeah.
Stones in, down the leg side, taken by Bracey, strangled the peel. There's no run. I don't know what I mean by that precisely.
No, explain yourself.
I mean, it's like... It's not a broad brush stroke.
No, which has a bowler.
Like a sort of golden retriever of a drive.
Yes.
It's like a sort of...
Or a Newfoundland,
Or a
perhaps.
Newfoundland, yeah. It's more like a sort of...
Staff.
A little one.
It's chunky staff.
Chunky and very sort of, yes. Compact.
Yes.
Firm. Stone is in. It's pushed at by Young. It comes to the inside half of the bat and goes to that position just in front of square leg. There's no run. 60 for 1.
And even those lovely Gowers and Sangakkaras, as a bowler sometimes you almost feel that gives you a slightly more sort of a wafty grace and elegance, which you can nick it.
But not with Conway.
Not with the chunky staff. He's not nicking. Don't look like he's nicking it.
No. Everything's played just there, isn't it? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Yes, for England, there will be some rueful thoughts out there which I'll need to get rid of.
Yeah.
Stone is in with 3 slips, and Young has a bouncer which he pulls out.
That was quick.
And misses. So if we look at the 2 batters that are out there, both of them could have been out. Yeah. Conway might well have been out if the soft signal before lunch had been out.
Ali had the rule book out.
Yes, I bet she did. Yeah. And it's translated into multiple languages, I should imagine, as well. Yes, it was one of those ones where it was out if it had been given out, and it was not out if it had not been given out.
I know.
You know what it was? It was like Schrodinger's catch. It was basically out and not out simultaneously. It was both in and out of the box. It was alive and dead. It was.
What have you had for lunch? Did you have the same lunch as I had?
Yeah.
What's happened here?
Now, what else happened here? Is there a
wardrobe malfunction?
Could be a wardrobe malfunction. We're waiting. Various players have gone. Is it the thigh pad? Because in the previous overs,
I'm not quite sure.
Stone hit the thigh of Young.
Oh, it's boots. Is it a boots?
Well, they're bringing an awful lot of kit here. It is a boot. It is. How do you need a new boot when you're batting? Has his boot actually just collapsed?
Split
it's Will
or
Young who requires this new boot, and he's doing up his laces now. As a result, we've got this break in play, and the moment Haseeb Hameed sees an opportunity, he comes charging on. Tabarded with loads of drinks, comes out to Root, and Root says, no, we don't need a drink. Honestly, it's only been 25 minutes since lunch.
Need some shoes.
That's right. Now, there are a bunch of tabarded Kiwis away to the city end. This is going to take some time.
That's more of a bib than a tabard, isn't it?
I suppose so. A bib.
Tabard's perhaps mid-thigh length.
I don't know, if you're a purveyor of tabards or bibs, do get in touch. TMS at bbc.co.uk or at BBC TMS. The crowd don't mind, they can just sing. And the bebibbed Kiwis are now making their way off the ground. And we might finally have an outbreak of cricket again.
Yeah.
Yes, Young's ready. 3 slips in, Stone in. Charging in, wide of the off stump. Ghastly delivery. Young not remotely interested, through to the keeper, no run.
He's looked solid as well.
He has, doesn't he?
Yeah,
but they're all fashioned, they're all hewn out of granite, this Kiwi side, aren't they? They're all of them hard as nails.
Yeah.
All fashioned in the image of
Or
Kane
lava,
Williamson.
perhaps, being Kiwis.
Or lava, yes.
Yes. Set lava, obviously.
Set, yes. Yes. Well, I mean, there's they move a little bit, but Stone in, full, defended off the front foot, back to the bowler by Young, and that is the end. Is that technically a maiden over?
It is technically actually a maiden over.
Yes.
Young has just scored 1 in 21 balls since lunch.
And he's been dropped, so I was referring earlier to Conway's, Schrodinger's catch moment, but we've also had Joe Root's simple drop.
Well, we've just been saying it's the first one he's dropped in 30.
Did it perhaps, because we talked about how for the wicket keepers it sometimes swung a bit.
No, heels
just
of the hand.
got it wrong.
Yeah. And I made the point that he's usually at second, isn't he, Joe? And he's found himself at first. Doesn't usually field at first slip, does he? He's usually at second, from what I can remember.
That could be it.
Yeah.
It was a nice height. It was sheen height, wasn't it? He didn't have to go down far. Anderson starts a new over to Conway, who defends with inside edge, nearly comes back onto the stumps. Gets away with that. That was close. 60 for 1, the score remains. If you missed any of the action, you can watch video clips via the BBC Sport website and app, of course, and today at the Test, it's on at 7 p.m. on BBC Two every day. All the best moments in the Test match, packaged up at 7 o'clock. Now, we've got this leg gully, we've got this forward square leg, mid-on, extra cover, really, at a cover point. Anderson in, Conway defends on the front foot, pushes to the sun-hatted Broad as the cloud cover comes over more. The wind, I think, is quite relevant. It feels a little bit cooler to me. It doesn't feel like these are the conditions that are quite like yesterday. No. They superficially look like yesterday, but actually you can tell from being in the box. Yesterday we were really muggy in here, weren't we?
Yeah.
It's quite enervating by the end of the day.
Yes,
it almost felt like a proper job. And Anderson is in with 3 slips. Conway lets this go by through to the keeper. There's no run today, not so much.
No, and quite a firm breeze as well. Even more, a bit gusty as well, and a bit blustery. Which
annoying.
Yes, it is. And I didn't used to like bowling when it was blustery. Just puts you off your rhythm a bit. And it was perfect swing bowling yesterday when there was that nice steady sort of warmish breeze just coming across, and as you say, muggy.
With the exception of horizontal sleet, I think wind is my least favourite meteorological condition.
Yeah.
As Anderson is into Conway, who plays this beautifully with an angle bat down to the deep third boundary. It's being pursued by Sibley and Crawley, but they won't be able to haul it back in. That was quite a deliberate shot. And again, it's this economy of Conway. He really makes you think, looking at him.
Yeah. Doink.
I just think you would despair as a bowler.
Yeah. Because you want to see that back coming out. You want to
Yeah.
see that flick. You want to see that little sort of misjudgment and perhaps a late leave even. But he's just boink.
I mean, that one
Boink.
was literally just the very last minute. He pushed at the ball about an inch away from his body, but timed it perfectly.
And then you go searching outside the off stump and he crunches you through extra cover.
64 for 1. Conway stands taller to a shorter ball. Anderson doesn't like going for runs, so he's gone back of a length. Said, what are you going to do with that? And Conway just pushes it to the offside. 64 for 1 the score remains.
Canary Island's no good for you then.
Canary Island?
Yeah. Wind.
Oh, yeah. Don't like it. Don't like it. No, don't like it. I don't mind a gentle zephyr or a mistral or a wafty breeze that's floating through my linen trousers, but I do not like wind. Anderson in, defended from the crease up to Broad at mid-off. End of the over. 64 for 1. Young has 7. Conway just continues to impress. He has 45 from 77. 22 overs have been bowled. What's your least favourite meteorological condition?
I'm with you, wind.
Wind, yeah.
Yeah, niggling at you. Your eyes are all screwed up and streaming. And
do you remember the Old Trafford Test match of 2019 against Australia, England-Australia?
Yes.
It was one of the most horrific days. Yeah. Poor old Jofra Archer was running into this howling, 70 miles an hour the wind got up to at some point.
Horrible. Yes, that's right.
The game stopped for 5 minutes as debris and residue was blowing across the field. Stone starts a new over to Young. It's on the pads, worked away into the onside, just going to beat that fielder at forward square leg or a square mid-wicket, however you want to describe it, and he gets a single. Does Young to get off strike, moves to 8, 65 for 1. Sorry, yes. Andy looked like he was doing something with the microphone, but it might just be pens. Just pens. Sorry. You looked genuinely alarmed when I looked at you then.
You must be used to that face now.
Yes, I have. Yeah, that face follows me around on other people's faces all day, every day, and has done for years. A slight change of field with Conway on. Conway's taking an off-stump guard, I'm pretty sure, because we're sitting right behind him. That's what it looks like. He scratches his mark. 3 slips, a backward point, a huge gap between Rory Burns' backward point and Anderson at mid-off.
And there's definitely a ploy.
There's a ploy.
With those 2 fellas there catching.
Stone round the wicket with 3 men on the leg side, 2 catching, 1 behind square. That's on the hip. And Conway exactly starts to play that shot that might have brought Ollie Pope into play. Ollie Pope is at it's sort of like a genuine leg gully. I think we might describe a leg gully as really where leg slip is, but
I'm going to say a catching just behind square leg.
A catching just behind square leg is exactly what it is.
Because gully,
bit of a mouthful, but yeah.
Is there an acronym for that?
Yeah. CJBSL.
No.
Right. Stone in, full, driven back up past Stone's left hand, outstretched left hand, and he'll get a run for it as Broad has to move to his right to field. 66 for 1. Stone from the City end. He's now got Will Young back on strike. So I don't quite know why they have got this particular ploy. They must have seen something in Conway. I mean, I kind of think that if you bowl the ball into the hip of someone and you have those fielders there, then it might happen for you, it might not. I don't know. We'll see. Stone is in to Young, who drives gloriously for 4. An on-drive, full ball, yes, from Stone, delivered at some pace, but he managed to get that to the left of mid-on, where Jimmy Anderson is. Anderson just has to go and trot after the ball. It's a lovely, lovely shot. We've seen some great on-drives, actually, in this match. Seen some lovely driving from Dan Lawrence, from Rory Burns, and definitely from Devon Conway. But that was a wonderful shot from Young. His second boundary. He had one before lunch, which he flicked through square leg. This was an altogether more sumptuous, delicious shot. I'm salivating over it almost as much as I did over the splendid lunch, which was good. 3 slips in, Stone in to Young. Young lets this go. Leaves it on length, really. It was short. It went way above the stumps and into the keeper's gloves. Alistair Cook is back. Hello, Alistair. You right? No, you're inaudible at the moment. You might come on at some point. We'll see.
Is that better?
Oh, that is. Well, insofar as I can hear you, it is better.
Thank you, Dan.
70 for 1. Young has 12, Conway 46. We would look, just talking about Conway. He's what? We'll discuss him at the end of the over, which is coming up as Stone is in. To right-handed Young, edge down towards the deep third boundary. He's going to run away to that boundary for 4. Played with soft hands. It was a false-ish shot, but he played it in such a way as to not put himself in any real danger. He picks up 4. His second boundary of the over. He has 16, 74 for 1. Conway, I want to talk to you about. You still are a left-handed opener.
Yeah.
Now, Conway, I've not seen someone, especially so early in their Test career, drive balls where he's not really driving them. He's playing a front foot push, and the ball whistles away for 4.
So balanced, isn't it? So balanced at the crease. I mean, his setup is very Mark Stoneman-like, actually. That's what I've been looking at, thinking, who's he remind me of in terms of how he plays that? The cover drive he plays is very Mark Stoneman-like. I mean, he is in the form of his life, isn't he? And when you are in this form, you've got to cash in. But it's so simple, isn't it? You know, you've got one of the greatest ever bowlers bowling around the wicket.
Here he is, Anderson, starting a new over, and Conway defends a full ball on leg stump up to mid-on. There's no run.
It's a good ball. It's asking the question: could it nip? Could it towards a slip or carry on straight on? He's just played it as if it's done nothing. I'm sure it hasn't done nothing, and he is making batting look very, very easy at the moment.
Every ball's coming out the middle of his bat, it feels. You've had the one edge, which was the controversial catch or not catch.
He plays the ball very late, very Kane Williamson-like on that off stump. A couple of times he almost plays it too late. He kind of runs, could hit the stumps a bit like Williamson got out at Lords, but this is
also odd. A deep forward square leg has gone out for Anderson, of all people. He's into Conway. Conway plays again with soft hands and guides the ball into the gap between where Gully would be if he was there and third slip, who is there, down towards the deep backward point boundary, if you like. Gets another couple of runs, moves to 48.
Yeah, sorry, Salts. There's a couple of areas at him. You know, we had a look on the old TV where the inside edge of his bat, if you can picture his front pad, that line up there, he's a bit uncertain when the ball's tight to him. But at the moment, because he's not falling over at all, he's managed to get away out of trouble. That's why the leg gullying is. I don't know if there's catching at leg gully. Watch this go straight to him now.
Standing on off stump, as that ball's outside off stump, and he's able to let it go because he knows exactly where his off stump is. There's no run.
I was just going to say the 50 partnership came up in the previous over. The single off the first ball took 16 and a half overs.
Holly's standing full voice, and it's getting dark, I've got to say. The floodlights are on, the clouds are sinking a little lower. Bad light could be an issue. We had this yesterday. Whether it'll make for better conditions for England's bowlers. The flags are still fluttering. It's still pretty windy out there.
I'm just amazed England haven't got the ball swinging.
They haven't, have they yet? Anderson in to Conway, and Conway defends a straight ball on off stump up to Broad, who just wanders in, picks up, and there's no run.
Obviously Trent Boult and Matt Henry are swingers, aren't they, in terms of that is their main mode of dismissal. They pitch the ball out there probably a little bit skiddier than you'd say James Anderson, Stuart Broad, but I think Anderson's got more to his, we know him more to the armoury than just swing bowling, but so if it was swinging, he would swing it today.
Yeah.
But it's exactly the same conditions. The floodlights are on, so because it's not
a bit colder, a bit windier,
maybe a bit windier. But to be fair, we had Nathan Lehman on at lunch talking about swing.
Anderson's in. Conway shorter ball is negotiated into the onside, and Anderson, who's I think getting a little bit cheesed off with the fact this ball isn't doing what he wants it to do, hurtles after the ball and then sort of pretends to throw at the stumps. I think he's sort of wondering, I've been playing Test cricket for 18 years, never come across this guy. Who is he? He turns up on my watch, scores a double 100. It's bang out of order, I tell you.
And also with, because it's not swinging, therefore England have to drag their lengths back a little bit, don't they? So it's not bowl quite as full as New Zealand, but I wonder if that because the ball hasn't swung, you can't bowl full.
Anderson in, Conway defends on the front foot, up to Broad. The noises you can hear are a very excited crowd as an inflatable watermelon is passed from person to person. Thoughts on whatever he wants, either the watermelon or swing bowling from Alistair Cook, and then it will be Isha Guha to replace me.
I was actually going to talk about the size of the watermelon. It was as big a watermelon as I've seen, floating around the crowd. And he gives a great cheer as he went from tier to tier. And so I don't know whether you'd rather be talked about swing bowling or watermelons, but
Devon Conway looks like he's seeing it like a watermelon at the moment as Ollie Stone will continue from the Birmingham end. Lights are on here, cloud cover above, a blanket of grey cloud as Stone approaches the crease. Too young, forward lunging and leaving the ball through to the keeper. I haven't seen him play too many shots, actually, Will Young. He's defended a lot, he's left a lot. And that drop chance of Joe Root, and the score was on 52 for 1. He was on 7 at the time. Ollie Stone would have been delighted in front of this crowd to pick up his first wicket of the innings. And his home ground as he sets off once more. Coming towards us, Young defends back down the pitch to the bowler.
He's been very watchful, hasn't he, at the start of his innings. Young, 50 balls he's faced. He hasn't looked to put the pressure back on the bowler at all, but he's doing a fantastic job for his team here. You know, England came out after lunch yesterday and in a position of strength very similar to this one, and lost their 3 wickets. These guys have kind of ridden the storm.
Stone hurtling in, bowls. That's cut away through point as it heads out to the boundary and goes into the advertising sponge in front of the Holly stand. So he picks up a 4 there, Young. 20 to him now, 80 for 1 New Zealand.
Yeah, the first bird ball Stone's bowled, I reckon that is, in his spell. Short and wide, and was good enough just to execute the nice cut shot. Treats.
8 from his first 45 balls, and now 3 fours in the next 6 balls.
There was a nice juicy wide one for Young as he crouches and drives, this time through mid-wicket. Runs are flowing now for Will Young. Slightly fuller delivery on the stumps, just trying something different now. Ollie Stone, as they pick up the single. Throw gets sent in by James Anderson. 81 for 1, Young to 21. And it's making him do something different. Yeah, just talking about the swing, we were chatting on the highlights, weren't we, about the wind. It feels a lot gustier than it was yesterday, for sure. And sometimes when it's swirling around, it can have an impact on the swing of the ball. So Stone with 3 slips in position. He's got a man at leg gully for Conway, but also in a sort of catching position in front of square as he comes round the wicket. Bowls a good length delivery on the stumps, which Conway covers. He looks to set off as if to try and steal a single, but Anderson was too quick to the ball at wider mid-off.
Yeah, England have had this leg gully in to Conway all the time. I don't actually remember the ball going there very many times.
No.
I know they've obviously decided that area we're talking about, that straight ball to him, just inside, just in his eye line, straight is an area for him to attack, but I can't see the leg gully going to him.
Conway nearly again onto the stumps as he plays it down late. He almost just jabs at the ball of Ollie Stone, back of a length again, aiming at just outside off stump, and that is the end of the over. It hits his toes and falls in front of Stone. 81 for 1, Young to 21, Conway on 48.
Is it a bit of an early call for Joe Root to Conway with that rough? Certainly looking from here, from this end, the pavilion end, the end which James Anderson's bowling from. That it looks a bit of rough for him there. He could throw it into there to upset the rhythm.
And looking at his first-class statistics, I'm not sure you can say he's got a weakness, but he's been slightly less successful against off-spin bowling. Been dismissed 18 times in his first-class career.
Here comes Anderson again over the wicket to Young, who's fending in a ball down to gully, no run.
He averages 38 against off-spin, 50 against right-arm pace, 42 against left-arm pace, 52 against left-arm orthodox spin. So not quite a weakness, but maybe a hint that he could be more vulnerable to right-arm off-spin.
We haven't seen the short ball barrage to him yet this innings.
I wonder if that's going to be Mark Wood's.
Yeah.
You'd say though the rough is better for this end to bowl to him at, but I think Mark Wood would probably come this end.
As Anderson is through again, full as Young defends the ball. leaning forwards as he plays it to mid-wicket, no run. We were debating, weren't we, who Will Young looks like. And I suggested Shane Watson because of the way he's so still in his crease. He's got a gentle knee bend, and when he covers the ball, it's with an angled bat. But
I was saying, he definitely in his setup he looks a little bit Shane Watson-like. I think you've been swayed by the same maker's name of bat.
as Young swerves out of the way of that one, just a rising delivery outside of off stump.
We played this game at Essex, and he scored a few runs against us. Who did he remind us of? And we came up with a name, but
I can't
remember it. So, I mean, I don't know why I've told everyone now I can't remember it.
Well, maybe the listeners can tell us.
Yeah.
Drop a note on social media. You can check out his stance and the way he plays on our in-play clips on the website. Of course, you can watch the highlights tonight as well. 7 p.m. BBC Two as Anderson is past the umpire, this time shaping into the right-hander as he defends back down the track with the front foot.
I'm half hoping one of the Essex lads, Simon Harmer or Adam Wheater, who are in the slip cordon with me, will be listening. But I'd imagine if they were listening...
Do they listen to... They like listening to Test Match Special?
Well, Nick Brown definitely does. He texted me yesterday saying, your banter's rubbish, please.
You need to pick it up.
So I need to improve it for Nick Brown, my opening partner.
As Anderson comes wider of the crease, and a bit of shape again into Young as he works it to Stuart Broad at mid-on. That's encouraging. Slightly fuller and a bit of movement in the air for Anderson.
Yeah, but it's definitely not swinging as much as it was for New Zealand. Is it just one of these Duke's balls which doesn't swing? If England picked a dud, the opening, I think it is still Jimmy who goes into the umpire's room, picks the balls from the box of balls. Is it as simple as that?
They carefully choose their balls as Anderson bowls back of a length to Young, who's covering an outside off stump and pushes it out to extra cover. Almost dribbles to Dan Lawrence as he picks it up. End of the over then, 81 for 1. Young 21, Conway 48. It's all about how it feels in the hand, isn't it? And the colour of it sometimes.
Yeah, the
darker cherries.
Yeah, I was a big fan of choosing a darker ball. I don't know why that makes any difference. But Jamie Porter Essex likes the bigger seam balls. He's not so bothered about the colour of the ball. I definitely think a darker, smaller one is what I would go for if I was steaming in with it. But and here we go.
And this is why you were England's former captain, Alistair, as Joe Root has brought himself on from the Birmingham end to replace Ollie Stone. He will be bowling to the left-handed Devon Conway, who's on 48. A resounding Root going out around the ground as his field is a slip. Backward point, deep cover, who's very square, extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square as well. We'll have a short leg in position. Ollie Pope will be under the lid. Dom Sibley just marking out 3/4 of the way back at backward square. It's almost a long leg. As Root will be bowling round the wicket to New Zealand's opener. Conway steps forwards. Pushes it to extra cover.
Good bowlers are left-handers, Joe Root. Good bowlers. There's a good move, I believe. There isn't as much rough, though, for him to throw the ball into.
He bowls again. Conway on the back foot, working it to mid-wicket, no run.
He's a good bowler. He's very accurate, quick. So, yeah, if he just skids on, I think there's not going to be a huge amount of turn. I think he's going to try and get Conway LBW. And just sliding on. If it starts ragging, will England missed not picking Jack Leach?
Root bowls fuller. Conway drives past extra cover out to the deep cover boundary. It's a chase on for Stuart Broad to his left. Manages to keep the wide-brimmed hat on as he dives and rolls and sends the ball in. Devon Conway will pick up 2 in the meantime, and a 50 here at Edgbaston as he raises his bat now to the dressing room. 83 for 1 then, New Zealand. Backing up after a sensational knock at Lord's.
Easy game, this Test cricket, isn't it? Jeez, he's making it look very easy. Inglenorby Road, he's obviously got a knack for going on to big scores. I think he's got a triple hundred in first-class cricket as well.
This is on the back foot. Work it to wideish mid-wicket. Zach Crawley dives and throws back to Root. No run.
He's averaging 136 at the moment. Do you just walk off now, retire yourself and go, I've done this. It's only going to go one way, my average. It's only going one way.
I get the feeling he's a man that wants to play as many games as you, Alistair, as Conway on the back foot this time, punching to mid-on, no run.
How old is he?
He's 29. I don't think he's going to.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, 29. There's Root bowls, round arm, works it past, short leg, Pope in pursuit as they come through for one. Conway signalling to the dressing room at the end of the over. It's 84 for one. Conway to 51 and Young on 21.
Conway's half century came from 85 balls with 8 fours. And I make it, and I hope this is correct, that he's only the 4th player in Test history to have a double century and another 50-plus score in his first 3 innings in men's Test cricket.
Can I have a guess? Can I have a guess at the other one?
Go on then.
Jack Rudolph?
Correct.
Oh.
I know one of them. Wow. That's how many others?
2 more. One of whom did it in 2 innings in his debut Test.
His debut Test? Recently?
1972. Does that count as recent? Or not?
No, not for me. I'm sorry. You're going to have to tell me that one.
That was Lawrence Rowe of West Indies, made 214 and a century in the second innings of his debut match against New Zealand.
And the third one's going to be back right in the day.
No, 1993.
Ooh. Team?
India.
93 team. I don't know that one.
93?
Just checking Tuffers isn't in the room. Might get flashbacks. Vinod Kambli. Indian left-hander.
No. What a talent he was. Here comes Mark Wood then. Change of bowling from the pavilion end to replace James Anderson. 2 men back set in the deep on the leg side. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra and backward point and 2 slips as he comes round the wicket to Conway. Back of a length as Conway gets deep into his crease and guides it out to deep cover. Pass point to his left. Rory Burns slides and throws the ball in after picking up 2. Conway moves to 53, 86 for 1.
Yeah, just a little bit of... He keeps stretching his hamstring, old Conway, whether he's just tweaked it. A little bit of cramp maybe, but a glimmer of hope maybe for England. But he's played that even just there. It was just gently lent on the ball, back of a length. Played it so late, just pushes it away for a comfortable 2 in so much control. It's just fantastic batting.
Wood circles and then has to retreat, and here he comes again as he winds up. Conway defending to the offside. There is a gap there at point. He's just asked Rory Burns to shift further backward of point, almost like a wideish gully set back. No run is taken in that position as Burns moves further back. He's wearing blue sunglasses on his cap, the ponytail protruding out the back of his cap as well.
You a fan of the ponytail look?
Don't mind it. Different.
Lockdown-ish, isn't it?
As Wood pushes away past the umpire. Bowls to Conway again, playing it late. Right underneath his head as he dabs at it, and James Bracey runs towards it as it trickles backwards past the stumps. No run. You can see our hotel Quickie in the distance. See that tall building with the green windows, the green facade.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see your penthouse at the top. Top floors, all doers.
That's I'm pretty sure that's Michael Vaughan's, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if old Mounties put the picture on I sent to him this morning.
As Conway looks to pull, but doesn't get anything on it as James Bracey leaps up into the air to take the ball. It's a short one from Mark Wood, and what we expected, maybe a short ball barrage to Devon Conway.
Yeah, it looked like he nicked it from here, didn't it? It looked like it moved, but he must have just got seam up as it went past the batsman, and Bracey diving to take it. That carried. So I left this morning having a bit of breakfast, and Isha to do the old BBC start at 9 o'clock, so she's in earlier.
As Wood steams in, nearly catches the outside edges. Conway looks to cut through point. Back of a length delivery this time, not a short one.
And this massive minibus stroke stretch limo with premium travel. It could have fitted 30 people in it arrived. I thought, that's a bit strange. And then I saw Isha just walking in on her own. She's had the whole...
I can't believe you happened to be walking past at the time I was getting into that minibus, because I was truly embarrassed. I walked in and I said, is there anyone else joining me?
It was unbelievable. It had 30 seats for her. I saw a recline there. She had...
As Conway leaves this one outside the off stump.
So I managed to run and grab a photo for photo evidence. I wonder if Mounty might put it on the website for us, just to show the style and the luxury that Isha travels in. Only afforded to her. The rest of us had to walk in.
You're more than happy. I'm more than happy for you to join me at 7:30 in the morning, Cookie.
That's okay. You can have that.
End of the over.
Dear.
86 for 1.
Sorry.
I was very embarrassed, I have to say. 21 to Will Young and Devon Conway on 53.
Yeah, you did say, didn't you? You did say, this can't be for me. I did hear that. You were very sheepish, but I feel as if you might have ordered it deliberately.
Lights still on here at Edgbaston, and still plenty of cloud cover, although we can see the high-rise buildings in the distance there, as Joe Root will continue from the Birmingham City end as he comes through now to Will Young, facing his first delivery of off-spin. Slip-in position, short leg, man out at long leg. Stuart Broad's been asked to come off the deep mid-wicket boundary into the circle, just probably about 30 metres away, as Root comes through again. Edge! Falls short of Burns. Well, I wondered whether he actually juggled it, but I think it's fallen short of Burns to his right. In fact, there was a little bit of turn there. It hits the pad and it pops up, drops in front of Burns as Young is on the back foot this time, pushing at the ball. No run.
Yeah, just a hint of turn, and it just grabbed the inside edge. Pad didn't carry anywhere near to Burns, but a little bit of turn there for Joe Root off the good stuff, off the flat surface. No rough this end for him to bowl into.
This time smothering the ball with that long lunge, very Shane Watson-esque from Will Young.
You're going to keep going.
I am, yeah.
I mean, actually, I'm sorry, there is a little bit. Trent bowled quite a lot this end, so it would have disturbed the surface, but he's very light on his feet.
As Young is back and deep into his crease this time to defend it to mid-wicket, no run.
So he hasn't got huge footmarks there, but as you said, Shane Watson light, just off his back foot. Come on, I'm waiting for my phone to go. I'm waiting for the answer.
Towel poking out the back of Joe Root's trousers as he comes through now, again on the back foot for Young at the end of the over, working it to mid-wicket. And Dan Lawrence takes the ball and gives it a good shine. I hear he's the chief shiner these days. He's
not doing a very good job, is he? Because it ain't swinging today. Sorry, Dan. Oh, on that note, I've got to go. Vaughan's skipping in.
Michael Vaughan's going to come in. I can see a big red mark on the side of his trousers. So he is doing some work out there as Drinks will come onto the field. 86 for 1, Young on 21 and Conway on 53. What do they trail by, Andy?
217 runs behind.
Yeah.
Something the TV coverage picked up on is Mark Wood's speeds so far being a little down on what he achieved at Lords, and he bowled with incredible pace, some of the fastest bowling in the CricViz database, but he's down about 2 miles an hour on average so far in this test. Now sometimes we see a bit of variation between the speed guns, but Anderson and Broad both slightly up on Lords. Neil Wagner played in both games about the same, so it does suggest that maybe Wood is not quite hitting that velocity that he managed in the first test.
You can see him now just taking on some drink, players gathering together. You just think back to that chance, Devon Conway, and the score was 32 for 1, and he was on 22. He's now made his way to 53. Michael Vaughan has come in place of Alistair Cook of few words from you, Vorney, and then Aggers will come in for me.
Yeah, it was a big moment in the game, you feel. Everyone has their opinion. I thought it was out. I thought his fingers were under the ball. I thought the ball bounced up from his fingers of his right hand into his left hand. And I fully understood why Stuart Broad was an angry chappie. He may have to speak to his father later on in the match referee room. We'll have to wait and see, because I'm afraid once the decision is made, you can't show that kind of emotion. But England have to get over it, and he's kind of making it count. Devon Conway, again, he just looks a solid player. He just looks like he knows his game inside out. He's got his scoring options in his head. He's got great balance on front and back foot. It looks set, Aggers. England are hoping for another opportunity or a mistake.
I suppose it's a question of whether the umpires out in the middle feel that he was disputing the umpire's decision, wasn't it? In Broad's case, that's what that'll be about. But
he was quite irate with Richard Kettleborough and Richard Illingworth.
He was.
He wasn't happy with the soft signal, was he?
No.
Which was not out.
So Wood bowling downwind. Struggled up into it, and I thought Stone also, none of them have bowled over 90 miles an hour yet. They're bowling into that strong breeze, which is favouring Wood now from this end. Lights are on, a little bit gloomy. And he's bowling to Conway. In he goes now and bowls on the leg stump. Flicked away nicely by Conway into the leg side. Chase for Crawley back from mid-wicket. He's got a sweater on. There's a few now with jumpers on out there. In fact, Root had a long sleever on earlier. That wind blows across the ground, but there's no question of jumpers and sold in the Hollies stand. They're warmed up in there. 88 for 1. Good battling start by New Zealand. It hasn't been easy. 215 behind. Young, of course, gave that chance on 7. Wood bowls, and Conway allows that to go speeding through outside his off stump.
Yeah, that seemed to fizz through nicely for Mark Wood. James Bracey taking it waist high. It's quite a long way back is James Bracey. Played nicely with the bat, Woody, didn't he?
Well, it was great fun.
Fine form.
He really was. Yep, he'll be revelling in that. I'll be watching the highlights tonight.
Yeah, he'll have that on a disc.
It was great fun. He did play some excellent shots. I do recommend people who weren't watching or listening at the time, tune in later, 7 o'clock. In goes Wood, kicking up his heels, a springy run. He bowls on the off stump. Conway stands up and very calmly, for all that effort from Wood, hurling himself into that delivery, Conway just stands there and goes, dink.
Yeah, it must be quite demoralising as a quick when a player looks like he's played. I'm sure I didn't see the pace of that, but around 90 miles an hour, just like all the time in the world.
Yep.
Get past that.
Block it back. I'm intrigued by Wood's run-up, because you see all the marks, all the paint, and there's a white disc there, of course, that people use a bowling marker to show where you start your run from, but Wood hasn't got that. He starts off from a random place. In he goes now, bowls outside the off stump, a fuller length. Conway's not interested, collected by Bracey. He turns on the run as well, but I don't know how there's no indication down there of where he's supposed to start from, which is very interesting. He doesn't know ball very often.
Yeah, I'm just looking down towards the groundsman's hut, and Ashley Giles, director of English cricket, is down there talking to the groundsman. There's a watermelon, an inflatable being passed around the stand. I think they're trying to get it all the way around, Aggers.
It's going into the wind now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be... well, look at that one. That's gone quite far.
Wood again runs in, bowls. Oh, it almost gets through. And that's that area. There's no doubt that Conway does have a bit of an issue around about that length and that line. I'd be interested to put a short leg in there, because it often gets beaten on that inside edge. It even was at Lord's, where the bounce was quite erratic. I think it was more difficult there.
And that's, to me, where you target Conway.
Yeah, me too.
Angling into leg stump, put a short leg in, you have a fielder catching as well, probably just behind square, 10 yards back. And you just got to be so consistent and relentless, just aiming it there, ball after ball.
I think so, but it does need a short leg. Wood again runs in, bowls to him. That's more off stump. and played to Pope at cover. And there's no run. So the end of the over, 88 for 1. Young has 21. Conway 55. Still a lot of cricket today. 47 overs left, not even halfway through yet.
That's watermelon, Agus. Just see it to the left.
Yeah.
It's coming round. They're trying to get it round. It's against the wind they're trying to take it. They'll take it the other way.
It's a good job we're not at the Gabba, because a steward would have had it by now and punctured it. It's always rather a torturous process there, almost like they're doing it in slow motion, isn't it? They're rather sadistic, those stewards.
What, the Gabba?
Yeah. His route over the wicket and bowls. And Young plays him carefully to Pope at short leg with the helmet on. Burns as it slip. And the man on the drive, or the flick really, at short mid-wicket. Root again, moves in bowls. I like that line, just outside off stump and more likely to hit the rough.
Yeah, well, with this field, cover point on the boundary, he's not over-attacking a short leg. Slip in place, that is the line. Just bowl to the keeper's right glove, that's the line for an off-spinner over the wicket to a right-hander.
Root again, bowls, a little shorter, so Young goes on the back foot. And, there's no run. Root again. Bowls straighter and he just nudged that around the corner. Wood sprints in, denying New Zealand a possible second. 89 for 1.
It's on the screen, Ashley Giles now. They've picked him out. Silver Fox.
Why is he down there with the groundsman then?
I just don't know. I know his son is in the ground with a group of mates.
Oh, right.
And I know he's sat on that side of the ground in fancy dress. 14 of his mates. Anders Giles on a bit of a jolly up with his pals. But I can't see 14 in fancy dress that side, but I know he's that side of the ground.
Father gone to keep an eye on him, is he?
Well, just to go check on the youngster.
89 for 1, and so the left-handed Conway on strike. Hasn't got much rough outside his off-stump to play with. That was a real dart from Root. He really fired that into the leg stump.
Well, look at this for a field, Agus. An orthodox slip, a leg slip. 3 fielders on the onside, straight mid-wicket, another mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and a backward point.
Root again, bowls around that leg stump. That's definitely the research, all the data that we talked about at lunchtime that has been fed into the system as far as Conway is concerned. Get it into that line of middle and leg stump. Clearly for the spinner as well, they feel that's the line to bowl to him. They haven't got him out yet, though. Although Stuart Broad will think that he had on 22. I don't think anything will dissuade Stuart of that view. Even having to visit his father this evening to apologise.
I had it out, I guess, I have to say. I thought it bounced up off the fingers.
It's interesting that, I mean, people have talked about the soft signal, haven't they? And Virat Kohli particularly wants it scrapped. But, I mean, I remember when it was brought in and why it was brought in is because nobody really, in most circumstances, has a better view of low catches like that. In goes Wood and bowls it swinging in. And Young plays it off the front foot than the two umpires, and often the square leg umpire's got a great view of the slips, and out in the deep there you can turn around and see deep square leg running in or something, but there was a period of time where the umpires on the field just would not make a decision. So the soft signal was really to try and get just something out of those on the field with the best view to give an indication of whether the thing is out or not. It's been muddied by the fact, of course, that the television replays are often quite hard to see, zooming in on a very small area.
But it can't be that a square leg umpire can see 40, 50 yards away to boundary catches.
Here's Wood again. He's fallen. He's off his feet there as he bowls himself off his boots, as it were, trying to put so much effort in. Well, I think if he's turning around now and the fielder's running in, that's a better view of a catch in Richard Illingworth's example there that we're looking at than a camera with a long lens. You're trying to blow it up and see.
Well, I personally would just bring in the aspect of an umpire or two out in the middle saying, look, we just don't know.
Yeah.
No, why just be neutral? Say, look, on this, we honestly can't make a decision. We'll let the TV take over.
So you can have the option. You can have soft out, soft not out,
or we just don't know. We haven't seen it well enough.
Yeah, that would make sense. 89 for 1, as long as umpires didn't hide behind it.
Yeah, true.
Wood again bowls, and that's nudged off his pads, and Young will pick up 1.
Well, what was the problem with Will Young's shoe? I saw that he changed his boot.
Yes, he ripped the sole off.
Oh, okay.
Whether he slipped or something, I don't know, but not often you see that mid-innings. 23 from 71 balls. Young, Conway 55, and they're just eating away here, nibbling away at England's first innings score of 303, which seemed at least 50 short, I'd have thought. 90 for 1. So it's down to England's bowlers again. And Wood just tearing in, bowls short, and Conway pulls him there effortlessly. Out to deep square leg. It's a little swivel. Played the ball right off the tip of his nose.
It's the kind of shot that you just would love to do a masterclass on how to play the pull shot. Just watch this. It's short, it's right on his nose, but he gets his hands high. So getting his hands high can then play the ball into the ground. If you play that shot with your hands low and you go up under the ball, it just goes straight in the air, but he gets his hands nice and high early and he can just control the ball into the deck. Brilliant batting.
In goes Wood, bowls, and there's another single to Young as Wood strays onto the pad. One more down to Stone at fine leg. He bowled well earlier on, I thought, but again, rather handicapped by the wind. And you bowl into it. Lawrence seems to be chief ball shiner at the moment. He goes to mid-wicket. As Wood wipes some sweat from his brow into the ball, gives a little polish, and sets off again near the advertisers' logo there, the sponsor, and bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Conway, and that ends the over. 92 for 1, and that is halfway through the day's play. 45 overs remain. At the moment, New Zealand have got more than just their noses ahead. England needs some wickets.
Yeah, it looks to me like, they really are hoping for a mistake or two. There's not a great deal there. There's no real swing seam. Not a great deal for Joe Root. He's just really trying to hold an end. You just never know on this venue that you can have periods where you just feel it's flat, and then all of a sudden you get one. Someone like Stuart Broad gets on a roll. Could easily get 2-3 quick ones. England have got to continue to believe that will happen. Stewards are moving on the Hollies.
In goes Root, bowls, and Young will get at least one here, nudging it around the corner. Kraft catch it, but it was nowhere near Ollie Pope at short leg. And so Wood, who's hoping for a breather up there on the boundary, has got to run another 20 yards and go back again to his position.
Problem here for England, Eggers, is there is spin. You see that delivery there from Joe Root. He's just going to put his short leg to that leg slip, a bit like the horse is bolted there. But there is a little bit of spin there.
Yep.
And I'm sure with the weekend forecast, it'll get drier and drier, this surface.
Root bowls, and Young trying to work that into the leg side. It trickles away back to Root. Yes, the stewards are. There's a beach ball there as well. I see bouncing around in the Hollies stand.
Oh yeah, right in the back. Only a small one.
Root again, bowls, and that runs down to slip this time. Good over so far from Root.
Where's the melon gone? Melon's gone. It's been taken, I think.
Must be under us, I would have thought by now.
Could be making its way around to the Hollies. Beer snake's going in the top.
You must leave there. If you've been there all day, you must leave there of an evening absolutely drained.
Changing the field, a short leg has been positioned and a leg slip and an orthodox. That cover point on the boundary is being brought into extra cover, so Root's going on the attack.
In he comes, bowls to Will Young, turns that away, clips it past Pope. Wants a second here as Wood again has to run to go and retrieve the ball. It's not getting much of a breather between overs. And the field was change over again for the left-handed Conway now. So Wood comes up from that boundary position, comes up to field a backward point for the left-hander. I never quite understood the idea of the Where's Wallies all sitting together.
No.
I thought this ship was one dotted around. There's Root again, bowling. Conway drives him. Really lovely stroke that. Doesn't get anything for it. It's fielded at mid-off.
Yeah, but if you come with a group of mates and you all come as Where's Wally, you're not going to all sit in separate parts of the ground, are you?
No. But maybe one should. Root again. Bowls and played by Conway defensively into the leg side. Fielded by Pope. And that's the end of the over. Andy Zaltzman.
Joe Root's been effective to left-handers over his career. 21 of his 38 test wickets have been left-handed batsmen. He averages 29 to left-handers, 62 to right-handers. But in the last couple of years, he's been much more effective to right-handed batsmen. 10 of his last 18 wickets have been right-handers, and averaging 37 over those last 2 years. He'd averaged 97 in test cricket before the start of the 2019 summer. So he has found a way of threatening the right-hander more in the last 2-3 years.
Well, he bowled on some helpful pitches in the winter as well, didn't he? What did he get in the winter, actually, above that 5 for 8? But he got amongst them. 3 slips waiting. Young is still on strike. Wood is going to continue. Not much of a rest for him between overs. He's sprinting in now. He's there and he bowls, and Young covers up. He's got a good defence. That's filled in the covers. And there's no run.
It's not a great day if you come as a group of, you send Where's Wally on his own to another part of the ground.
They just make more sense, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but sit on his own.
At least we could all spend the day looking for him.
Yeah, true. Yeah. There used to be a Where's Wally on the ceiling of my dentist.
Is there?
Well, there used to, the big poster on the ceiling. You'd fly back and try and look for Where's Wally on the poster above. Could never find him.
Is that what your dentist has?
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
It's rather a good idea, actually.
Yeah. Gives you something to look at.
Well, it distracts you from the drilling. 95 for 1. Wood kicks up his heels again. He's there and he bowls, and Young allows that to go through. So Root's winter.
In all, in England's 6 tests, 8 wickets for 160, so average 20. 5 for 8 in 6.2 overs in the first innings of the 3rd test in India. Also had 2 for 0 in the 2nd innings at Galle of the 2nd of the 2 tests England played there.
Incredible figures. 95 for 1. With Young on strike on 27. New Zealand's going about their business here. Nothing flashy, nothing flamboyant. It's chipping away at England's first innings score. Wood again runs in, bowls on the leg stump, turned by Young into mid-wicket, diving save there, but actually misses the ball. So Anderson's there to retrieve it, running around from mid-on. And it's 96 for 1, still very cloudy, and the floodlights are on.
Yeah, this is, in a funny way, this is a good challenge for England because, the first 2 wickets of the summer, you go back over the past few years, generally the ball's been zipping around all over the place. England have been bowling teams out and, playing on these kind of wickets. Lords was the same. They're really having to work very, very hard for their wickets. Going down the line against India, Australia, starting at the Gabba.
There's Wood bowling outside the off stump. Nothing from Conway.
And they'd be very similar. Yeah. The ball won't go laterally through the air that much. It won't be nipping off the seam. England have to find a way of getting 20 wickets on good test match wickets. And that'll be the disappointment at the minute as you see the pitch. It did a bit yesterday, but not a great deal. That just over 300 already. We can see it's not par, is it?
No,
the batting hasn't produced a par score. Par would probably have been 400.
Yep.
So they're just light on the batting as we see now.
As usual, it's the bowlers who've got to dig you batsmen out of it. 96 for 1. 2 balls left in this over. Wood's on his way, and he bowls, and Conway plays no stroke. Bracey collected. Interesting talking to Nathan and Ben at lunchtime about the ball swinging, actually, and the whole science and this research that's being done at Cambridge University at the moment. This sounds incredibly complicated. But the number of arguments that we've had about why the ball swings or doesn't swing, and theories coming in and everything else. In fact, it's taken these professors all this time to put this dossier together, which hasn't yet been released, explaining why a cricket ball swings sometimes, doesn't other times.
But you would think, Aggers, if they get the dossier out and England have it, you know, you would probably win the toss and bowl on a few occasions that necessarily we wouldn't have done in the past.
In goes Wood, bowls full, Conway drives him hard into his right hand, backed up by Anderson. And it ends that over, 96 for 1. Young 28, Conway 56. T is 40 minutes away. Still a lot of cricket left, 43 overs. Yeah, don't we'll get all those in today. More from Michael Vaughan, and then Dan Norcross is coming in.
Yeah, England could do with some swing now. Just looking at the New Zealand batters to come. Ross Taylor, who averages 45, Nichols 43, Blundell 38, Mitchell 75, Matt Henry 18, Wagner 14, Patel 7 and Bolt 15. So they've got so much batting to come. Great opportunity here for New Zealand to go big, get a big score, get a lead. And then by the time they're bowled out, the pitch may have been baked a bit more. Patel will come more into the game. It's a real chance this for New Zealand to go extremely large.
Root starts a new over. He bowls to Young, who defends on the front foot. And Bracey puts down a paw and grabs the ball. And there's no run. For England, they'll be ruining. There were two chances in a way. There was the Crawley one that was adjudged not to be out, but was very, very close. Root in, driven, worked really around that front pad to short mid-wicket. There's no run. And there was the genuine chance that Will Young gave to Root. A pretty regulation catch at first slip off Stone, which he shelled. Root in again, tossed up, pushing forward in defences. Young picked up by Bracey, given back to Root. 96 for 1. England's over rate certainly improving with Root in the attack. He's got a leg slip and a forward short leg to the right-hander, which seems right. There was a ball that went through that vacant position an over or so ago. Full driving is Young, but just gets the inside half of the bat, and the ball rolls back up the wicket to Root. Young remains on 28. He's ridden his luck. He's not looked as fluent as Conway. Conway has been, frankly, immaculate yet again. Root in, driving up to Root, straight back to the bowler is Young, and there's no run. Another full ball. We have a cover, mid-off. Mid-on is quite deep, possibly even take the single to Anderson there. There's a shortish mid-wicket, and there's a deeper mid-wicket, a different line. And there's a deep backward square leg. We haven't seen a sweep at all from Young. There's been no attempt at aggression really at Root. He's about to finish his 5th over. He's conceded 7 runs. He's in. That is floated up a little bit more and pushed into the offside, where it's fielded by Sibbers, Dominic Sibley. There's no run. A maiden over, 96 for 1. Young has 28. Conway has 56. Jeremy Coney walked into the box talking about how you might get Conway out. I can't, apart from a plague of locusts, I can't quite see how it happens. There's no... I've not seen anyone more assured for a while. His game looks sort of perfect. What's the plan, Michael? You're a captain. Get him out.
Oh, he's a good player, so you're going to have to bowl very well, but you're going to have to be very, very disciplined. He may make a mistake if you bowl into channel, might play a big drive, but I think he has one, and it's not a flaw, it's just a slight block off from balls on and around leg stump. I think he just gets shut off slightly, just plays across that front pad. When it's straight middle and off, he plays it back down the ground. When it's on that leg stump, just gets shut off. So I'd be trying to get the ball angled into that kind of leg stump line.
Wood starts a new over. Round the wicket to Conway. He pulls a short ball without timing down to deep backward square leg for a single. 97 for 1.
But that would be with a short leg in position, a short mid-wicket. And you'd have to be relentless and so accurate, because, you know, if you get slightly onto a round off stump, he's got great hands that he'll probably just glide it into the gaps. If you go just wider of that, we've seen that he drives through the covers beautifully. And if you're short, he takes on the pull shot. So he's really relentless around the knee roll kind of height just above, on and around that leg stump.
How about, I mean, the one thing we haven't seen tried yet, I suppose it's difficult to do, isn't it? As Wood is in, and that's short. Ducking is
Young. It was rather dangerous. He almost ducked into it, actually. Mercifully, the line was outside the off stump. I don't know whether a short ball coming into the ribs somehow. I mean, if you do it from over the wicket, it's not going to have quite the same impact. He's coming round the wicket when he's delivering the short ball mostly.
They've tried a few and he's just pulled it down to backward square leg. So, he's onto the short stuff quickly. But there's not much of a weakness, I have to be honest, but just that line on leg stump, I do feel that there's an opportunity that he may just kind of get an inside edge. He might get one flicked and short mid-wicket.
Wood in. Over the wicket, the right-hander Young, short again and sways out of the way, goes down onto a knee as Young and lets it pass through into the gloves of Bracey. Are you concerned at all that England haven't really found much in the way of swing? We saw Bolt and Wagner really move the ball, and indeed this morning Bolt was going to move it.
If it's swing, it's a different proposition to Devon Conway because you'll be able to manoeuvre him with the swing, but when it's going pretty much gun barrel like it is now, it's very, very difficult. I just like... You need a spinner on a pitch like this. You need a frontline spinner.
They're suffering, aren't they, for not having that all-rounder to balance out that side. That's the issue for England at the moment. Wood in over the wicket. And it's wide of the off stump through to the keeper, no run. What we haven't seen too much from Wood, he's done it one or two times, but is that leap out wide. Who did he get out with that ball? Was it Taylor? It wasn't Taylor, was it? You'll be able to tell me when he was. Caught behind, as I recall. Taylor. It was Taylor. There's a sight that's walked into the box.
So that suggests to me at tea time he's going on the television into the Holly stand. Oh, he's come to tell me that I'm going with him.
No. Wood is in. Bowls a full ball outside the off stump, a tumbling take by Bracey. So you understand. Are we allowed to say what we... Can I say what I see? As they say in catchphrase. A slightly... I wouldn't say disgruntled, rueful. A rueful-looking Elvis has walked into the box disguised as Phil Tufnell. I think that's the way to describe it. Carrying his wig. And was this the outfit that Freddie wore on finals days? It's similar, isn't it? So I think we're sending him out to be a pack of wolves in the Holly stand. What do you make of it, Zoltz, after this ball? As Wood runs in to complete his over. Right arm over the wicket, full, defended into the offside off the front foot, goes square of the wicket. End of that over, 97 for 1. Young 28, Conway 57.
Well, it's an all-white suit. Don't see why England couldn't play Test cricket in an Elvis outfit.
I hadn't even thought about that.
The Elvis fans be buying the replica kits in their droves. In terms of the amount of swing both teams have got, according to the Cricketers ball and Hawkeye ball tracking data, New Zealand were getting approximately 3 times as much swing in terms of the distance that the ball swung on average. However, England have moved it more off the seam. What on earth is going on here?
It's Philly singing.
Oh my lord.
John Arlott's turning in his grave.
I'm turning and I'm not in the grave. Wow. I've never seen a more sort of soporific Elvis actually than Tuffers as Root starts a new over and Conway defends at the wicket. He sort of walked in and looked like he was going to go have a bit of a snooze.
Well, I'm on television with him in a minute and I think it's for that.
Oh, well, really? Root in, worked into the onside by Conway off the back foot, but straight to Crawley at mid-wicket. There's no run. Are you going to have to dress up as well?
I don't know. I'm just going to go next door and try and see what outfit I'll be in.
Patsy Cline, maybe?
Oh, steady on.
Fired into leg stump, swung at, swept down to the boundary for 4. That's a great shot from Conway because there is a deep backward square leg, Dom Sibley, and he's lost the ball. Actually, it was hit with such vigour. And there it is. It's in front of the sponge, right on the boundary sponge. And it was wide of leg stump. It was fired in down that leg side. And Conway just took toll of it. Often that would come as a bit of a surprise because it was faster, flatter and down leg side. But he's got it down to the boundary. The 100 is up, 101 for 1 as Conway defends his next delivery on the front foot into the onside. Crawley picks up. Michael Vaughan's gone to put on a Fred Flintstone costume or something similar. Phil Tufnell's about to be fed to the Hollies stand, by the sounds of things.
Dolly Parton.
Route in, driven for on drive. Well, a wonderful on drive. He's going to bring 4 runs for Conway. There's a despairing diving attempt, and the despair perhaps is that might actually have reached that. Who was that fielding it mid-on there? Did you catch sight? 105 for 1, a couple of 4s in this over from Root, and Conway has moved to 65 from 115. He's destroying England. I've got a bone to pick with Jeremy Coney about Devon Conway.
Really?
Yes. You said that 1 in every 4 innings Devon Conway will get you. Well, it's 2 in 3 at the moment.
Well,
1 in 4, I think England fans would have been able to handle. But this is remorseless from the great man as he goes back into his crease and pushes up to mid-off, wide mid-off. Anderson fields, end of the over. A productive one for New Zealand, 105 for 1. Young 28, Conway 65. Half an hour to go until tea. 40 overs remaining in the day. We might get them. We actually might get them again. Jeremy, welcome back.
Thank you.
New Zealand are, at the moment, dominating proceedings. They've had a terrific session. If you contrast this with England's session with the bat, the corresponding session yesterday, the ball's not moving for England, at all. The bowler's getting nothing out of it, and the batters are playing in a very contained fashion. They're in total control of the match.
Yeah, well, it's been fairly vigilant and circumspect kind of accumulation, hasn't it, from New Zealand throughout this whole session so far. Two very different players, really. Young, both trying to find their ways, but certainly Conway looks, he just occasionally moves into a very elegant and graceful drive, doesn't he? Or he leans on one that just goes to third man, and there's a complete absence of luck about
No luck, there's no luck.
But Young is working hard, and I'm sure the New Zealand lot will be very happy with the way that he's dug in here.
Broad comes into the attack, starts a new over. His first ball is full on off stump, work to Burns at mid-wicket. There's no run. Can I ask Andy, do you have access to control stats? Because I'd love to know whether Devon Conway has been unusually in control. He feels to me to have been unusually in control. And I might be wrong, but it has felt that way. He's barely put a foot wrong. There was a false pull or hook a few overs ago, and that's been about it. As Broad is in for the right-handed Young. It's full outside the off stump through the keeper. There's no run. Not quite got his mojo back yet, Broad, as he just starts this new spell. Jonathan Agnew will tell you. You can tell whether it's all going to go right for Broad by his heels and his knees.
And the knees up.
Knees up, heels up.
Mother.
Yep, there was just a little bit of an ambly jog to that ball. You sort of knew exactly what was going to happen, but he'll crank himself up, I think. There's a crowd here. And he bowled a terrific spell before lunch, which was pretty luckless in the end. He did get a wicket. And he possibly should have had Conway, depending on your view. Not that that matters, of course. Outside the off stump, driven firmly by Young. Into the ground and up and over, backward point for 4. It's a good shot, that. Safe shot. Slightly away from his body, may encourage Broad, but well-executed square drive takes Young into the 30s. He has 32, 109 for 1.
Yes, just too much width there from Broad. A scrambled seam wide and induced a big drive, a square drive from Young, and it really just leapt up and over the backward point. So he'll be delighted with that, and he's now moved into the 30s. He's had to work pretty hard to get there. He's looked a little bit uncomfortable at times, but I do think that the surface is favouring New Zealand, and they're going to have probably 3 or 4 sessions where before it starts to, if it's going to misbehave, it'll be at that point.
Broad in, forward comes Young, defence solidly up to mid-on. There's no run.
So New Zealand could well find they've been able to get the better part of the surface, really, in terms of the game. They do have, of course, as you say, the spinner, and maybe he will come into the game later on if New Zealand can somehow get up to England and somehow get a bit of a lead. But that's looking a long way down this, you know, the game, isn't in the journey of the game.
England have only themselves to blame on that score, though. They won the toss. They could have bowled first, or they could have batted better. A lot of their players gave their wickets away yesterday as Broad is in, full, defended on the front foot. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. 109 for 1. Conway 65, Young 32. Andy, do you have data for me?
The Gritquiz have a false shot percentage.
I thought they did.
Conway's is not particularly low.
Isn't it?
About 1 in 6 shots in this innings.
Really?
Categorised as a false shot, which...
Well, they're being harsh.
They are being harsh. However, they also measure percentage shots with a good connection, so a well-timed shot.
Yes.
And he's timed 13% of his shots.
13?
Well.
Okay. Broad is in. Oh, that beats Young. The crowd go up.
Well,
the
he
umpire
doesn't
does not go up. They're appealing for LBW because they think that's brushed his front pad, but it went high and over the stumps into the gloves of Bracey. I mean, this would be a very unusual referral, I think, because the trajectory of the ball was just taking that ball over the stumps and into the... I didn't quite understand what the kerfuffle was about there.
Well, the kerfuffle was that he didn't play a shot. And once that was the case, but it's really gone very high, so the length was the issue there for Broad and for England.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I mean, it brushed at best
the back leg.
The bit of, back leg, a bit of trouser, and it didn't deviate from its path. So I'm afraid it was a great leave. That's what it was. And Broad for a moment felt like appealing, but I'm afraid the laws of physics were very much against him on that score. 109 for 1. It's a good ball. It was close to off stump, but it didn't hit it, and it was well left by Young. The crowd came to life, though, with that as Root starts up another over, his 7th in this spell. Back into his crease goes Conway, punches off the back foot for 4 into the offside. A fine shot. I want to come back to this. 113 for 1. I seem to be watching an entirely different game from Gritquiz. He's on to 69.
To put it in context, so they categorise timing as... what they've got on the system I'm looking at now, percentage of balls with a good connection, a neutral connection, so a sort of defensive shot, no shot, and a false shot. Conway's good timing rating for this innings is one of the highest for this series.
Root into Conway, who defends a little jabby, stabby prod of a defence.
See, how would you report that last shot?
I think that would be neutral.
Neutral, okay.
Neutral, yes. Neutral.
It's only Root's second innings at Lords.
Root in, round the wicket. Forward comes Conway, plays another neutral shot, back up the ground. Back up to Root, there's no run.
And Neil Wagner's pyrotechnic 25 off 21. There's been a higher percentage of well-timed shots in this series.
Root in, once more. Another neutral defensive prod back up the wicket to Root. There's no run again.
Well, I guess there's degrees of false shot within that. There's the slight inside edge, and then there's the play and miss and the ball.
Right.
So I guess all these things need a little interpretation and context.
Conway sweeps this next ball, gets it quite fine. Sibley, though, will cut it off as he runs around to his left, and they'll just pick up 1 run. That went to a sort of fine leg, and Sibley's at a finer long leg or deep backward square leg than he was before. Conway moves to 70 with that, 114 for 1. Young 32. New Zealand going very comfortably. England have fought their way back into the game from a really extraordinary position. Having lost those wickets, which didn't look likely yesterday afternoon. Root in, and that's cut, late cut, a dab really from Young. And he gets it down towards the deep third boundary. It's being chased by Rory Burns, who slides and pulls it back in. And they come back for 2 to the batters. 116 for 1, Young 34, Conway 70. We've had 39 overs. Since that sort of low point, I guess, when England lost their 6th wicket, they fought their way back to 303, but we're seeing now that this pitch has little in it for the quicker bowlers, and if the ball isn't going to swing, which it hasn't done for England today, what's in their armoury?
Well, 8 runs from the route over, and that means, of course, if New Zealand continue to just accumulate runs from route with some safety, then where does he go? He's really got to go back to the 4 fast bowlers again, and so that's the issue that confront. That's the issue that confront England at this stage. If Root can't bowl nice, tidy overs to keep the over rate going and to keep New Zealand under pressure, then I'm afraid we're going to have a very low over rate, and also the faster bowlers are going to eventually get fatigued.
I'll do this ball. Broad's running in away from us to the left-handed Conway. He's got 2 slips, left alone, through to the keeper, Bracey. It's time for me to leave. Alison Mitchell's coming. I'm so sorry. I've just stolen the ball.
You're never going to be able to give that back now, are you? Thank you, Daniel. 116 for 1 then. Yeah, it's been slow but steady progress from New Zealand since the dropped catch when Will Young was on 7. Very few moments of real alarm. And Conway 17 odd out as he faces up now to Broad with the 2 slips in place. Broad in past the umpire, the floodlights on, bowling full, coming forward and driving, but only as far as Anderson at mid-off, and there's no run.
I have a couple of issues about the drop catch, actually. Well, not about that particular catch. I mean, how do your slips set up, and how do New Zealand, and how in fact do most slips set up around the world at the moment? How do they get ready?
Are you talking about
readiness.
Are you talking about their pre-delivery routine?
The slips. You just watch, wait until Broad starts to run in, and then let the slips take their position, and just describe it to me after it goes through. Okay.
Do you want the description now?
Yeah, fine.
Leaning forward, hands on both knees as the ball's bowled now. Now they go down and get their hands into cup position. And the ball's been clipped to short mid-wickets.
You see, the first thing I have a bit of an issue about is the hands on the knees. When you put your hands on your knees, you find that the weight, in fact, on your legs, moves to the heels. Now, that's not a state of readiness for me. Boxers don't go around a ring on their heels, nor do dancers. Dancing in the stars or whatever you call it here, they're on the balls of their feet.
Strictly
so they're
slip fielding.
Absolutely. So to move around and perform athletic movements.
Here's Broad in now, taking on the pull shot, swivel around the corner, 2 fielders, sliding stop inside the rope, and Stone as it sends the ball back into the middle. Couple runs added.
So yes. I don't think when you're fielding slip to, say, Stone, who's bowling at maybe 90, say, so time it's hit, it might be slowing slightly. But it's quite an athletic movement you need to your right or left or wherever you go. And I don't think having weight back helps that, gives you the best chance. The second thing is, when you put your hands on your knees, you have separated what I would call the unit, which is your 2 hands that work together when you take a catch. So they start from a separate position.
Root's got his together a little earlier on that occasion. Some good carry through to Bracey. I'm now sort of half watching the ball being bowled and half watching the slips. And you're right.
But most of slips around the world will put their hands on their knees. Why? They say it's comfortable. It's a sort of a semi-comfortable position. But fielding slip isn't comfortable. When you get a ball in the slips, generally it's going to be a catch. It's a critical moment in the day, and you need to be ready to take it. So if you want to rest, go and get a couch, frankly. So you don't need to take that position.
Broad in now on middle stump, clip to mid-wicket. Burns is there along the ground, picks up, no run to end that over.
One, it's easier to also start low and to go up. Is much easier than being high and going down. You're in a halfway position there when it's on your knees. So I have a bit of an issue with that. And the second thing, the depth is an issue as well. I don't think you can set a position as a slip fieldsman and stay stagnating in that position for that particular bowler. What if he's in his 16th over? What if he's in his 20th over? There is some energy gone from the bowler. He's not quite as quick. You move up. What if the second new ball is taken? You move back slightly because the new ball is going to bounce a little bit more and carry, therefore, further to the slip fieldsman. If you have a batsman that is going to attack, and some batsmen, like Ollie Pope and co, they like to drive the ball a lot, and so the bat is moving faster by the time it makes contact with the edge of the bat with the ball, so it flies further. So you're back a little bit for those batsmen as opposed to Sibley, the vicar, and who's generally with a stationary bat hitting it, and you'll be up closer for someone like him. So you are constantly, I think, making decisions about the depth of where you stand as a slips fieldsman. You cannot remain stagnant for the day, and I see quite a few slips fieldsmen doing that.
Yeah, I was going to say, the observations being that...
Well, you can see where their feet have been,
yeah. We've decided this is our setup for this bowl or this innings.
Even if it's only 6 or 7 inches that you go forward. Think of it, was it... Who put the catch? Was it Crawley?
Well, Crawley's was the low catch.
Well, now imagine if he was 6 inches further up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're talking about small margins, but those kinds of decisions about your depth they're critical.
And at that point, that was Broad quite early in his spell, wasn't he? So they probably would have expected
a wee bit more bounce.
Full flight. But
and you can also expect a bit more of a defensive stroke.
Mark Wood is going to continue, but change of ends for him now, coming on from the City end of the ground. Ollie Pope's got the helmet on to position himself at short leg. No slips in place here for Conway. 71 not out. Jimmy Anderson's fielding in front of the Holly stands, you can probably hear. So Wood bounding in now. Short ball taken on the pull. It is for Anderson to move across to his right. Dive, doesn't get a hand to it, and it's 4.
Oh, brilliant shot. 2 men right on the boundary, both behind square.
Crawley as well as Anderson, wasn't it? Crawley running to his right, Anderson to his left.
And he's bisected them quite and comfortably and really getting a good contact on that ball as well. Mark Wood's going to have to, if he's bowling like that, he's got to get further over outside the off stump, not too far because it brings in the cut.
Yeah, we've got a 6-3 leg side field here. The only Wood in again, swivel pull once more, same region. Anderson able to cut it off this time. Crowd enjoyed that. And Conway moves on to 76 with the single, 122 for 1. In reply to England's 303 all-out, remember. Andy?
To put in context what a fine start this is for New Zealand. The last 5 summers in England, so going back to 2017, it's the 27th test. Looking at first innings scores after 40 overs, New Zealand are the first visiting team to reach 40 overs against England in the first innings of a test in this country in those last 5 years, with only 1 wicket down, 117 for 1. It's been one of the toughest places in the world to be a visiting batsman, and Conway, frankly, is putting in one of the finest series we've seen from an overseas player.
Yeah, New Zealand have, as they climbed to at number 1 in the world for good reason, performing away from home in England. Got to see it through the end of this test match. Around the wood again, leg side, taking it on over the head of square leg, and Burns is on the boundary to field. 1 bounce into the hands of Burns. So we're seeing a Wagner-esque type of attack here. Short ball, leg theory, stack the leg side. And because he's being invited to pull, and he's saying, OK, yes, please, but he's seeing it well, the stage of the innings that he's at.
Well, I think that Conway generally comes from very high down on top of the ball, and that looks, the 2 shots early in the over looked very safe and secure, didn't they? Whereas that stroke was just in the air a little bit. I think Young has to be pretty careful at this pace, but it's Conway facing.
Around the wicket again, Wood shorts, clattered in front of square this time into the ground, out to deep mid-wicket where it's fielded. Another single taken, throw comes back into the gloves of Bracey.
See, this is really saying that, to me, pitching up isn't working.
Yeah.
It's saying our spinners aren't working quite, it's not turning, there's no swing. So we're going to try another method. And it's going to be tiring for Wood if he keeps this going, unless, of course, he gets some success with the method.
He talked at Lord's, didn't he, about having plans A, B and C, whether this was the plan D. Stack the leg side field. Short leg, square leg, mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg. Wood in, short one again, batted into the ground once more, backward of square. Burns there again at deep backward square leg. Another one taken, and controlled, well kept down, reducing that margin of error.
It'd be interesting to know how often Wood uses this. to try and dismiss batsmen. I wouldn't have thought it was his first, second or third option, frankly. So how accurate will he be? How sort of sympathetic will the surface be to this kind of thing? He's having to probably work pretty hard to get it up.
Yeah, there's not much pace to assist him, is there? Bounce, and that one's again a comfortable height to pull. Swivelling as he goes around the corner. Anderson again with a clean pickup in front of the rope this time in the corner of the Holly stanza, appreciating that and giving Jimmy Anderson a bit of hero worship. Why not? But it's the end of the over, 126 for 1. Conway 78, Young on 36.
See how many off that, Andy?
That was a 4 and 5 singles, so 9
runs.
Yeah,
that's the other issue, is that if New Zealand start to score comfortably from that, and I mentioned Root a moment ago with the 7 or 8 off an over, you know, it just reduces your options quite a lot as a bowler. Who is going to bowl? And there's a lot of talk going on now. Anderson and Broad are talking. England really desperately need something, don't they? A little, just a half chance to give, to feel they're in the
elation
game.
Again.
Yeah,
they need that buoyancy.
So the partnership now up to 111 from 35.2 overs. Devon Conway's just passed 300 runs in Test cricket in just his second match. He's only the 10th player in Test history to do so.
And looking utterly unruffled. Broad bounding in full, straight back up the pitch. Coming forward and driving. 2 slips are back in place now. We can talk a little bit more about those in a moment. But yeah, it can be, with the runs being scored, that's where the momentum can really heavily shift because, yes, whilst England didn't feel like they were taking a wicket, when the scoring rate was at least contained, they could get a sense of, well, we're not getting a wicket, but New Zealand are not really getting away from us too quickly. And that was actually England's undoing, wasn't it, in the first innings when they did suddenly lose 3 wickets quickly, 175 for 6 as they were. That's suddenly a big difference, but if runs get added quickly, very different complex. Change of ball, Jeremy, might help England. Gone out of shape. We've got the fourth umpire coming down the steps with a replacement box of balls. So Richard Kettleborough here will have to choose one of a similar age and see if it will, for England, I want to see if it can aid them a little bit more than the one they've currently got, perhaps. But Martin Saggers is the fourth umpire who comes out with the box of balls.
The previous 9 players to score 300 in their first 2 tests haven't all gone on to have stellar careers. Some have Zahir Abbas, great Pakistan player, Sunil Gavaskar, one of the all-time greats of Indian cricket. Other than that, Umar Akmal, Sourav Ganguly had a fine career, of course. Yasir Hamid didn't really do a lot for Pakistan after a fine debut test. Abid Ali, currently playing for Pakistan. Lawrence Rowe, the late Phil Hughes, and Tip Foster, way back in the early 20th century, who has the most runs in his first 2 innings, 355, 287 of them in a sensational debut century in the 1903-04 Ashes. An innings they still talk about on a daily basis in the bars and nightclubs.
Still remember that one clearly. Whilst you were talking, Andy, there was a sole solitary pitch invader, yes, who was marshalled off the field. Wasn't rugby tackled, but I think rather herded off the field in the way 3 or 4 marshals, sort of rather like sheepdogs would herd somebody, herd sheep sort of through a gate. He has been herded off the pitch, so yeah, that will incur a hefty fine. Stuart Broad then has a changed ball in his hand, and every effort now to see, as we approach tea, can England break up this stand? It's been frustrating for them. It's been a session of real toil, going wicketless so far since the 6th over of the innings when Latham was dismissed. So just a pause because the final steward who came jogging out onto the field, I think possibly to protect the square or the players, he didn't come into play, but he's now exited the field. Broad into Conway, past the outside edge of the bat, drew him forward in defensive fashion. There's a little bit of away movement into the gloves of Bracey, and Broad's got a little bit of a half smile on his face as he's walking back to the end of his mark now. Maybe this change of ball will produce something. Yeah, that just moved a little bit more than the previous deliveries. So just a little bit of movement away from Conway there, beats the sort of the forward press, if you like. Conway having a smile himself.
Now, of course, the change coming over with that movement, of course, now he's going back Broad to this, going wide on the crease, round the wicket, in at the left-hander and getting it to swing away.
The 2 slips, hands on knees. Now down they go, and Broad, that one doesn't really shape away. Carries on through, but Conway leaving it alone. And he's been in long enough to have good judgments, but conditions always just change. It will settle, changes across the course of the day, whether it's atmospheric, it's the ball, it's the change of bowler. So taking a fresh guard with the change of angle as well. 126 for 1, approaching tea on day 2. Broad asking Burns, who is at backward point, to just move a few paces deeper. Broad races in away from us, around the wicket from wide of the crease, angled into Conway's forward again on the drive, but then studies the toe end of his bat. He didn't strike that cleanly. Up to mid-on and no run. Hasn't split the batty? No. Wasn't too happy about the contact. I think the bat handle twizzling in his grip as well. So the ideal timing then, Jeremy, in the standing, going back to the slips conversation, we've got Root and Sibley. Root currently arms folded, but he'll release those now. And now spread the legs, again leaning forward. He's taking a slight half stride forward. All through him into the gloves of Bracey. Again, drawing Conway forward with that defensive push. He's leaning on his bat handle. He knows he was beaten. And suddenly there is just a little change up of intensity with this change of ball.
Yes, it certainly has moved a lot more. That's moved after and quite well taken by Bracey, actually. Sometimes you just get a better one, you know.
Give respect to the ball and the bowler.
Well, it's the reason, of course, they want to change it.
Broad running in, field moves in, defending into the onside, coming forward, picked up and no run. So change of ball, finding a little bit extra movement. 126 for 1. We're going to get another over in before the tea break here. England another opportunity to see if they can make this breakthrough they so desperately want, but a maiden from Broad with that over of his. Holly stand finding their voice again. As we stretch up to the tea break, a couple of bananas are leaping up and down. Where's Wally contingent not being terribly Where's Wally, Jeremy, are they? Because they're all in a big cluster.
They're the stripy ones, aren't they?
They are. I thought the point of a Where's Wally was there's one in a sea.
We don't get that in New Zealand.
Oh, do you not?
Where's Wally? No, I don't think so.
They're the red and white.
Yes, I can see them there.
Jumpers and hats. During the tea break, maybe having mentioned Where's Wally and silly topics, the TMS quiz, Silly Pointless is on the way at tea. I think, Andy, are you in the co-chair of that with Daniel? Yeah.
Now, because the ball has swung, Ali, we'll bowl the last over, please, with Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah.
And that makes sense, doesn't it?
Does indeed. Mark Wood had his go. The old ball, the previous ball. 3 slips then. Anderson in, bowling full to Young's forward, back up the pitch. And fielded at mid-off. So we'll see if Anderson can find the same sort of movement that we saw from Broad. We're looking a little cooler out there. The grey skies, floodlights leaning forward over the ground. It's like they're in a crouch position, straining their lights, their eyes down on the action. Anderson, sweatband on his left wrist. In now to Young bowls full. A hint of movement outside that off stump, but it's left alone by Young. Not tempted into playing a shot. Joe Root gives the ball a furious rub. The long sleeves of his shirt, putting those cuffs over his hands as he does so. Conway was on 22 when Zach Crawley thought he'd held a low catch. Stuart Broad was the bowler. He was given not out. He's now on 78, and Will Young, remember, was on 7 when Joe Root put him down at slip. Ollie Stone was the bowler there. With Anderson in, outside the off-stumper, shouldering of arms from Young, and through once more to Bracey.
No movement, though.
It's not the same as when Broad bowled it, is it? It's funny, end to end and action to action.
Well, it's into the breeze, that end, isn't it? You would think, if anything, it would help maybe a little bit of a way swing, if anything.
Notably a bit more breeze than yesterday, isn't there? A little bit of
and that's
ruffle
been
on
the
the
difference.
trousers.
It's cooler and it disturbs all the kind of the air around and above the wicket where the ball obviously is operating. The more still that air is above the pitch, the more chance you have of swinging it.
Anderson sets off past the umpire and bowls outside the off stump once more. Young took a step towards the offside, raised the bat above his head to go through again. He's intent on getting through to tee, seeing off these last couple of deliveries. Borneo chasing after anything, knowing that they can come out, resume this very healthy partnership in excess of 100 runs, come back out and really make this a good day for New Zealand if they can continue to compile deep into the evening session, keep wickets intact. Ross Taylor's had an awfully long time so far with the pads on, hasn't he, in the dressing room?
Yes, he has.
Anderson a little word with Mark Wood now before he sets off. There now and bowls tighter outside edge, but it's flown away wide of third slip towards the third deep third boundary. Goes for 4. Zach Crawley and Burns were making chase from slip and backward points, but there's a healthy outside edge of the bat, but always safely angled down into the ground, into the gap.
A lot of runs have gone to third man, either end, haven't they? Where it's just indicative, I think, of a slower surface. It just, any movement away is not snappy enough to take that outside edge and carry through to the slips. It's much thicker edge and runs away.
Anderson in, should be the last ball before tea outside the off stump. There was a little bit of movement there, past the stumps, into the gloves of Bracey, and Young didn't want to play a shot, and so the umpires flicked the bails off the stumps. And that is tea on day 2, a session where England have gone wicketless here at Edgbaston. It's been an afternoon of toil, and Anderson is walking back looking a little weary. Joe Root with the catch that was dropped. Zach Crawley is getting a pat on the shoulder from Rory Burns. And Crawley, who held on to what may or may not have been a catch, umpires judging it not out, that the ball was grasped between the fingers. At the same time, it was then scooped up by Crawley. So a hard afternoon for England, and it's going to be a hard evening session for them as well. But all credit to the 2 batsmen as they walk off, Devon Conway and Will Young. Jeremy, they have put in a fine couple of hours, a fine stint for the team.
Yes, they have, haven't they? As I mentioned earlier, just that vigilance about their batting and accumulation. They've played the odd, sort of attacking stroke, but that's not what we'll remember. It's more of the battle, I think, between bat and ball that has dominated that session and play of cricket there. New Zealand, what is that, 130 runs?
And you have that in the session?
Yeah, is that in the session? I think they were 43 when they started. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think I'm Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
87 runs in the
87,
session.
sorry, yeah.
43 for 1,
That's
29
right.
overs, 87 runs in the session, so 3 and over.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. We'll see what inroads England are able to make after tea, but New Zealand are in a good position. But still, if England can find clatter, who knows? They could still fight back. However, wickets have not felt as if they've been too readily available at the moment. Now, Daniel Norcross is standing next to me. Is there some sort of big introduction to Silly Pointless, or do I let you do that? Is there a theme tune?
Ooh, well, we have a noise.
I'll
whether it's a tune, I wouldn't say. But I mean, if you want to give it a build-up,
introduce
try it. Do you want to give a build-up?
Well, now on Test Match Special, it's the tea break, and we have Andy Zaltzman and Daniel Norcross to bring you Silly Pointless.
Yeah, I think that does it. Yeah, I quite like that. Yeah, that works for me.
I'll leave you to it.
Thank you very much. I think you've got a future in like boxing comparing.
Wrestling, I think.
Wrestling?
MMA wrestling, Ali, for your future.
Thank you, Alison. Yes, it's definitely been New Zealand's session, but we're going to have 2 contestants come on Silly Pointless very shortly who will perhaps be able to put the bad memories of that first session from an England fan point of view behind them. And we started last week. It's club against club, and it's as tough and as vicious as it can possibly get out there. So I'm delighted to say we do have our first contestant, John O'Gordon. He is available. He's on the line. John O, welcome to Silly Pointless.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Pleasure to be with you.
It's an absolute joy to have you. Now, just tell us a little bit about yourself. What is your club?
I'm with Padwick and Limby Cricket Club in the Nottinghamshire.
And you're pretty decent, as I recall, but you're out for the season, aren't you, with an unfortunate Ollie Pope-style injury? Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is at my weight,
Oh, we're having a little trouble with the line at the moment. We'll try to get... Is David there?
Yeah, hello, Dan.
Oh, David, we're going to come to you first because we just need to sort out John O's line. So, David, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us about the club that you play for.
Well, I play for the Long Ashton Occasional Cricket Club. We were formed 2009, and I've captained the team. And unfortunately, at the moment, we're going through a bit of a lean trot.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you sort of elaborate slightly on the leanness of this
Well,
trot?
the engine room of the batting isn't running as efficiently as possible, really. We've had a run of very poor scores for the last 4 games, so they've ended up with a series of crushing defeats, sadly.
Crushing defeats?
Heads must roll.
Yeah, well, you can't get rid of the captain. He's the only one to get the team out. And the problem with being on the end of crushing defeats, as I recall from my time as captain, is that it's because the only players you've got aren't good enough. Would that be a fair assessment?
There is a real paucity of talent. If only we could transfer enthusiasm from the clubhouse to the middle, that I think would solve our problem.
Yes, that's a familiar issue up and down the country, and one that I presided over many years at the Elanian Cricket Club. Have you got any runs yourself this season? Have you been as part of this lean trot?
Well, I'd like to say I've been opening the batting with moderate success, really. Unfortunately, me and my opening partner, Bob, have been the cannon fodder, really, to see off the new ball of the opposition. And with some success, but not really scoring very quickly for a T20.
Oh, yes. Well, you might want to consider the longer form. Now then, David, we're going to have to move on because Time's Winged Chariot is advancing. So now you need to listen very carefully because the rubric of the question is all important. We're going to start with question 1, and this is called Keeper Combinations. You will get... I've got the right one, haven't I?
I think you've not got the final script there, Dan.
Haven't I?
No.
Is it not latest tweaked quiz?
Oh, maybe it is.
Right, OK. Well, I'm going with it. I'm going with latest tweaked quiz from Andy Zoltzman. I'm terribly sorry, we're having technical problems here. So, I have got keeper combinations. And you get 4 runs if all 3 parts are correct, 2 if 2 are correct, and a single if you get 1 of them correct. This will make sense when I read the question, David.
Okay.
So, England won the famous Edgbaston Test in 2005 when the final Australian wicket fell with just 3 more runs needed to win. Who took the catch, who bowled the ball, and who was the batsman? Edgbaston Test. Yes.
Palmerston.
Yes.
Kasparowicz.
Wow, 4 runs, slapped to the boundary, through backward point, all along the ground. Magnificently done, David. You're off the mark with a 4. Our second question is World Cups. Now then, you get 2 runs if this is correct, or you get 1 if it's within 1. So, before winning the 2019 Men's World Cup, in how many consecutive Men's Cricket World Cups had England failed to reach even a semi-final? How many consecutive failures to reach a semi-final?
Okay.
Before winning in 2019. The clock is on. I'm going to have to hurry you.
5.
5. Well, you get 1 point for that. Is that right, Andy?
That is right. It was 6. You've got half a bat on it. You squirted it down to third man for an unimpressive single.
Well, I thought it was a pretty good effort, frankly. What you missed was 1996. So you're right. 96, 99, 03, 07, 11 and 15. England failed even to reach a semi-final. But you're up to 5. Now then, 2 runs. This is titled More or Less Often. So, what has Owen Morgan done 72 fewer times than any other male World Cup winning captain? What has Owen Morgan done 72 fewer times than any other male World Cup winning captain? What can
Won
it
the
be?
toss.
That's an interesting answer. Andy, would you like to elaborate?
Play in a test match. Only 16 test caps for Owen Morgan. The other captains have won the Men's World Cup. Clive Lloyd, Kapil Dev, Alan Border, Imran Khan, Arjuna Ranatunga, Steve Orr, Ricky Ponting twice, MS Dhoni and Michael Clark. The fewest test caps, any of them, 88 for Imran Khan. So Morgan, a bit of an outlier in not being a test great, but still lifting the trophy.
So no runs for that one. Question 4. And this is titled second on the England all-time list. You get 4 runs if you get the player who's second in the list, 2 for the player third in the list, and 1 for the player fourth in the list. You've only got one answer. So this is it. Alistair Cook scored 11,845 runs as an opener for England. Who is the next highest scoring England opener?
Graham Gooch.
Oh, yes, well, you get some for that. You get, do we give 2 for that?
2.
Now then, you're going to kick yourself because he's a man who used to be in and around this box quite a lot.
It's Jeffrey Boycott is second behind the list purely as an opener. Gooch had more runs overall, but batted more down the order than Boycott, who had 8,091, almost all of his runs as an opener. So he's second highest test opener behind Cook for England.
It was a good guess. How many runs is he up to now?
He's on 7 or 4 balls. He'd take that.
You really would. That's a strike rate of 175. Right, this is Anderson and Cook opponents. You have to guesstimate how many batters has Anderson bowled to in Test cricket. Now then, you give me a number, and if you get within 15 either side, you get 6. Within 35 either side, you get 4. Within 60 either side, you get 2. Within 100 either side, you get 1. How many batters has Anderson bowled to in Test cricket?
Okay, so he's played 161 tests.
Yes. I know, I'm going to have to hurry you.
500.
500? Oh, that's unfortunate, and that's no runs, isn't it, Andy?
No runs. Swing and a miss. Will Young today became the 332nd different player Jimmy Anderson has bowled to in his Test career.
Yep, wasn't a bad guess, but it was wrong. And now then, question 6. I've got a lot of questions 6 here. I don't know which question.
Well, you're on the wrong document, Tan. But anyway.
Well, okay.
Push ahead with it.
So let's go for who has scored more runs off Jimmy Anderson in Tests? Is it A, Virat Kohli, B, Stephen Smith, C, Shane Watson, D, Ramnaresh Sarwan, or E, Hashim Amla?
I think the question last week had an Amla answer, so it can't be Hashim again.
Yeah, good tactic. Well done. Yes.
Dan, could you read those again? Because I got.
Yep. Kohli, Smith, Shane Watson, or Sarwan or Amla?
Sarwan got a massive score against England, didn't he, a few years ago? So.
Yes.
And I'm going to say Sarwan.
Oh, unlucky. It is a surprise answer, Andy Zaltzman.
It is Shane Watson. Shane Watson scored 420 runs off Jimmy Anderson. That's the most any batsman has scored off Anderson. Graham Smith second, 411. Then Amla in third and Steve Smith in fourth.
So your final score there, David, is 7, and that's a decent score. That could be enough to win. That could be enough to win. Don't tell the red team, as they say on Bargain Hunt. So you hang on there, and we're going to welcome back Jono. Hopefully we restore the line. Jono with the with the torn shoulder.
Yes,
hi, Daniel. Slightly wonky phone line. Hello, you're back.
I am, yes, apologies.
No, don't apologise. That technology is not your fault. So...
or indeed friend.
Or indeed, in this case, friend. So 7 is the total to beat, Jono. You've seen what you're up against. Let's go. Similar questions. Right, your Team B for the purposes of my document. When England won the 2019 World Cup by virtue of a tie in both the main 50-over match and the Super Over... Right, it was secured with a run-out. Name the fielder and wicket-keeper who effected the decisive run-out in that Super Over, in that finals, and the batsman who was short of his ground.
Roy Butler-Guptill.
Yes.
Right,
beautiful. 4 runs off the mark with a 4. Beautiful shot. Through backward point again. This time a little bit finer. Right. Question 2. In between England's men reaching the semi-finals in 1992 of the World Cup, of the Men's World Cup, and winning it in 2019, so in between 1992 and 2019, while England, you may recall, couldn't even reach the semi-final, how many World Cups did England's women win?
Oh. Yes. 3.
this is absolutely tremendous work. Jono, Gordon.
2 runs for that.
Lovely shot, lovely shot.
They won in 1993, 2009 and 2017.
Question 3. What did Matai Muralidharan do 30 times more than any other Test player?
5-wicket haul.
Oh,
he smashed it.
This is
taking the lead already.
This is Champions League behaviour.
And Murali had 67 5-wicket hauls in 133 tests. That's more than average of 1 every 2 tests. The next best is Shane Warne, 37 fifers, 145 tests that Warne had. Slightly more backup than Murali had from the rest of the Australian attack during his career.
So this is second on the England all-time list, like we had before when the answer was boycott. This one, as well as his 616 Test wickets, Jimmy Anderson is England's leading wicket-taker in ODIs with 269 wickets. Who is second on that list?
Crikey.
You are
Darren
not,
Gough.
Oh
my God.
This is extraordinary. It's like Gary Sobers at Swansea.
Darren Gough.
What's going on?
One of England's finest limited overs cricketers. I think he spanned the red ball and white ball eras in one-day cricket. 234 ODI wickets. Is second behind Anderson. Stuart Broad, third, 178. And another one of England's finest white ball cricketers, Andrew Flintoff, took 168 wickets in ODIs.
Thank you. Right, this is the guesstimate, okay, the guesstimate round. How many bowlers bowled to Cook, Alistair Cook, in Test cricket in his 161 tests? How many bowlers do you think bowled to Alistair Cook? I know, it's a fiendish question, Jono, it's a fiendish question.
So if you're within 10, you get 6 runs.
Yep.
Within 20, you get 4. 2 runs if you're within 40. 1 if you're within 60.
380.
Oh, we found a weak link. We found his weak spot.
I think that is so far off. You're going to have to lose a wicket for that. The correct answer is 185 different bowlers.
It's a tough
to Alistair Cook.
It's a very tough question to answer in such a short period of time because normally he'd have gone back, he'd have had a ponder, he'd have had a think, wouldn't he? Didn't give him a chance. I'm sorry, John.
Too aggressive.
Yeah, that was a cruel question. Right, now then, this is question 6. This is your final question. Who dismissed Alistair Cook most often in Test cricket? Was it A, Morne Morkel? Was it B, Umar Gul? Was it C, Mitchell Johnson? Was it D, R Ashwin? Or was it E, Ishant Sharma? So Morkel, Gul, Johnson, R Ashwin, or Ishant Sharma? Who dismissed Cook the most often in Test cricket?
I'm going to go with Ravi Ashwin.
Oh, it's not. It's one of the most awkward bowlers in the world. He's won a county championship with Surrey. It is.
It's Morne Morkel who dismissed Cook 12 times. Ishant Sharma 11, and Ashwin and Mitchell Johnson tied for third with Trent Boult, who dismissed Cook pretty cheaply 9 times. Maybe we can ask him about that in the final session.
But Jono, I mean, huge congratulations. Your first 4 balls you played immaculately too. There's a
12 for 1 from the super over.
12 for 1 exactly from the super over. But actually, David as well. David, I thought it was a terrific performance up top. Then, those are trickier questions, aren't they? Further down, right in the middle.
They were tough, Dan. Very tough.
They were. I'm really sorry about that. I mean, last week, are you going to tell me you got 6 out of 6 last week? You are, aren't you?
I'd be lying.
No. Oh, okay. I mean, feel free to. I'm sure they do on Popmaster. Right, I'm afraid we're going to say goodbye to you because I think the players are going to be on their way out very shortly. But just before we do, is it not normal at this point to say, would you like to give a shout out to any of your friends and family? Do we? I think we do that. We'll start with you, David.
Yes, better say hi to my wife, Catherine, my mum, and who's down staying with us in Long Ashton. Everyone who plays for Long Ashton Occasionals, my daughters, Rosanna and Leonie, and anyone else.
David,
anyone else?
Anyone else?
What 7.5 billion people in the world?
It's a broad church here. Cricket is like that. We're all God's children. We all need loving, I believe, is the phrase. Jono.
Yeah, I bet the wife, Lisa, anybody who's part of the Woodstock cricket family globally, big shout out to them. Anyone from Papawick, Old Wimbledonians, and Wimbledon Cricket Club as well. Pleasure to be on. Thanks, gents.
Oh, no, it's an absolute joy to have you. And well played, Jono. You've got, that's a benchmark to beat. But, David, there's no disgrace at all in scoring. What did he get in the end? 7, wasn't it?
Yes, it was 12 versus 7.
12 versus 7.
Well played, Jono. Good score. Well played.
It was.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, this is marvellous. This is like shaking hands at the end of the game, isn't it? Right, we're going to let you go. We're going to let you go because we've reached that point. It's 4 o'clock. The players are gathering, and England have had a bad session of it, you would say. They dropped a catch, a crucial dropped catch. Looking back on it, that could be vital, as could Conway not being given out caught off the bowling of Broad in the first session of the day, when Crawley took what looked like a good sharp catch, but the soft signal was not out, and as a result, it wasn't going to be overturned. Those have been England's 2 best opportunities to get further breakthroughs after Tom Latham, the only man out, trapped LBW absolutely plumb by Stuart Broad. Since then, it's been all Young and Conway. Delighted to say that Phil Tufton was right, but I mustn't speak to him yet because his mouth is full of tea, and not the drink. Tea as in afternoon tea.
Sorry, cheese. Yeah,
cheese, is it cheese? Yes, cheese.
Bit claggy.
Bit claggy.
Yeah.
Know how you feel.
How did it go? How did the quiz go?
Well, I thought absolutely marvellous. What do you think? I mean, I'm not sure I should call it silly pointless anymore. I should call it, serious pointful.
Oh, okay, excellent. Yeah. Highbrow.
Yeah. Great question setting.
Inform, educate and entertain. Isn't that what the BBC's all about, Daniel?
Yeah. Although...
Get a bit Reithian on it.
Although it turned out that the email that you'd sent me wasn't the one that I should have been reading from.
Yes, that's not on me, Dan.
But that is what you sent to me. I
sent another one after that. It doesn't matter now. It's in the past.
Leave it.
Have we got an entirely different quiz then for the next time?
We'll have a different quiz next time. Well, you can't ask the same question.
No. What I mean is, have you already written the quiz?
No.
Oh, so some of those were already going to be in this quiz.
Oh yeah, it's just I neatened the text.
Oh, so I could actually read it properly. Yes. Well, never mind. I thought we got through it okay. Are you going to continue eating, Philip?
No.
No, just preparing.
Are you going to continue babbling?
Broad's going to start. Well, I didn't like to come to you if you were about to go and have a bite. Broad starts in the first over after tea on the pads of Conway, worked out to deep backward square leg for a single 131 for 1. Broad got this ball to move a little bit just before tea when they changed it.
Yes.
Now, you were at this ground 2 years ago, I believe, for the Ashes, when I want to say it was James Pattinson playing. And do you remember England were going along very comfortably, and then Pattinson had the ball changed? Do you remember?
Well, it's amazing how many times it works out, doesn't it? I think one of the main reasons for that sort of leg theory for Mark Wood, which didn't work because of the pitch was so slow and hardly any bounce in it, it really has deadened out, was perhaps just then to get the ball changed and slam it into the dirt and make it a bit out of shape. So
I see. And then you can change the ball because you flattened it yourself.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's a clever ruse.
Because it keeps getting whacked for 4 like Dean Conway did.
Broadhead, the right-handed Will
go.
Young, and he's got that ball to hoop that has swung. I mean, after it's left Will Young, really. It started a little bit wide. It went swinging in and low.
Never
keeper bracing.
Never understand how, some balls, I suppose they're all handmade, aren't they? They're handmade, and there are these little...
They're unique.
Yes, they are. And some go a bit softer than others, but this one's given England a bit of a chance because it really was flat during that session, wasn't it? Whew. Nothing moved, nothing swung, nothing seemed, but it's doing a bit now.
Broad in, over the wicket, full. That a little shape away, if anything. It's driven up to mid-off. There is no run. We saw Root warming up as if he fancies he might be having a little bowl at some point.
Lack of a spinner, isn't it?
Now, there's a number 7 shirt out there that's Billings' shirt, but it does not look like Billings to me. Does that look... Oh, it is Billings. Is that Billings out there?
I don't know who he's on for.
Who is he on for? I can see Anderson at mid-on. I can see Burns at mid-wicket.
Wood, I think.
Yeah.
I've been having a look round.
Thank you, Andy. You have a lot to do, don't you? The questions and the scoring and the player spotting. Broad is in, and Young leaves us alone outside the off stump.
Just skips off the pitch a little bit newer, a little bit harder.
Is it the warmth of the ball? Somebody suggested to me that maybe the balls are kept somewhere, because it's quite muggy in here, isn't it?
Listen, when I used to play in the nets and in December, January, the coach used to bring the balls out of his boot of his car in the nets, and they were all freezing cold. They did nothing, and then after an hour or two, everything, and the balls warmed up themselves. Yeah, they started doing a bit.
Broad in, and that's swung, and it's taken an edge, has it, and lands just in front of Bracey. Do you know, before that ball was taken by Bracey, Sibley came hurtling down as if he thought a wicket had been taken.
In a strange way, I think he thought he'd bowled him, you know.
I wonder if he thought that.
Yes, because it's been absolute beauty.
Yes, I don't think he has taken the edge, and in either sense, it landed just in front of Bracey. It has. It did take. It takes a little feather and has died on the keeper.
Didn't carry.
Well, Bracey's going to be wondering what he's doing back there.
Right, England, we've got to make the most of this ball now because it's things starting to happen.
Anderson at the far end, are you going?
Without doubt.
Without doubt. Broad runs away from us with this ball that's now starting to talk. And that's punched off the back foot into the covers. There's no run. It's notionally 43 overs old, so it might be going through its midlife crisis.
I love that, yes. I think you're spot on. It's going through its midlife crisis.
Yes, might be doing that.
I wonder why they say a ball starts to talk. I'm going to go this way. No, I'm not going to go that way.
Yes.
I'm going to swing. No, I'm not going to bounce.
It's just capricious, isn't it? Shall I, shan't I? Oh, see how I feel.
Yeah, but something is happening now, so it's a good tactic for England to get that changed.
Yes, they had gone out of shape. It wouldn't go through the caliper thingy. As Broad is in, and that's played off the pads. It was swinging into the pads of Young, and he's just turned it around the corner, down to long leg. Throw comes in. End of the over, 132 for one. Young has 40, Conway 79. Be interesting to see here, 133 for one, I beg your pardon. Be interesting to see, will it be Anderson? Anderson striding towards the City end. And yes, he's walking in a straight line. Back behind the umpire.
Well, it's just started to swing.
Taking the hat off.
Just starting to swing, hasn't it? So you put on your number one boy, don't you, really? So, yeah, pretty obvious one for me to get James Anderson doing it.
I'm just thinking that I suppose the ball that they had out there, it might be warmer in the room that it's kept in than the ball you're using out there, because it's a little chilly.
Yeah.
Not chilly, is it?
Yes.
But there's a little frisson.
Might have been just by a radiator or something.
Could have been just by a radiator.
Or this hole that's pumping out
heat into your feet, yes. It is Anderson. It starts a new over to Young, and it's a back of a length ball. He's never going to swing from that length, and it's just played back to Anderson, who considers using his feet, and then he thinks better of it.
Yeah, the one thing that I've been very impressed with these two New Zealanders, though, is that they've realised that the ball's doing a little bit more and just gone into their shell a bit, haven't they? They've just like to leave a little bit more outside the off stump. You know, that's good match awareness, game awareness. They realise something's happened, and they're just, you know, because they were just starting to free flow there, weren't they, with those short balls and playing the pulls and a few off drives. Now they've realised that this ball's doing a bit, and they've just started to leave better again.
They're very adaptable, aren't they?
Yeah, clever.
Anderson in, and that's short and cut out towards the boundary. I think a little hand on that did, was it Pope at cover? But I don't, well, it's pulling up just in front of the Holly stand, and it has brilliantly been retrieved. Wow, it might be futile. No, he's kept them to three. Who is that that's run all the way out there? Is that Stone? Ollie Stone, the fast bowler, has chased all the way from extra cover. So there was initial half stop, very good sort of little bit of hand on it, and then Stones chased after it, and literally I'd say 3 inches inside the boundary sponge, he's pulled it back and then vaulted in front, almost face planted in front of the Holly stand. 136 for one.
Not a good look in front of the Hollies.
No, that's the last place you want to do it. Really.
Yeah, there's a chance you might cop a bit for that.
Yes, and Pavilion at Lords would be the safest, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh,
my dear fellow. Okay. Anderson's now over the wicket to the left-handed Conway. Conway lets this go by, just as Phil Tufnell said.
Yep.
Awareness.
Yeah. When you just sort of think that perhaps some of the inexperienced England batsmen might have not quite have picked up on that, you know, and carried along on the merry way and perhaps nicked one or two.
The extraordinary thing is that neither of these batters are experienced, and yet they play like they are. I mean, Conway is, isn't he? Because he's 29, he's been around, but he's new to Test cricket. You would not know it to look at him.
Well, as you say, they're all hewn out of
lava, I think we said, yeah. Anderson in, wide of the off stump, through to Bracey. Shouldering arms.
And they strike me that as that kind of team, New Zealand. They always have been, really. You know, that sort of well-drilled and well-organised.
Making the most of their talent.
Yes, and everything's well.
Well, yes. See, it's sort of cheating, isn't it, really, to do that, to get the most out of your talent.
Yeah. I know.
I think in England we sort of prefer to see just what happens. Anderson is into Conway. Conway again leaves this. Anderson cannot induce anything from Conway. Can't induce any sort of naughtiness. And Conway won't mind. We've seen with balls that have been changed, actually. That Pattinson ball, that Edgbaston incident in 2019, it swung prodigiously for quite a short period of time. A breakthrough was affected, and then it sort of quietened down again. Became a bit dull again. It was almost like it had sort of had a temper. And then it was, I don't know, just sort of lobotomised after that. As he pushes his next ball into the offside, Conway. It's fielded by Stuart Broad. And they'll pick up a single. It was just pushed to the right of Broad at mid-off. 137 for one. Conway 80, Young 44. We've got various extraordinary things happening away to my left in the box. As Henry Moran is...
that's perfect, Henry.
Is just creating the perfect atmosphere for us all.
This hole.
It's better now.
It's quite
the holes are sending...
It's tickling
your eyes. Yes, I can see that. You don't need that, do you?
No.
End of the over. Young 44, Conway 80.
And now we've got some face coverings over the hole and Dennis Amos's cricket book. Which is doing a fantastic job.
And it's good for reading as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Broaded, 2 steps into Conway, lets us go by through to Bracey, and there's no run. Andy, I suppose you're on top of, you will be, people who've got hundreds in their first 2 test matches. That'll be a long list, will it?
Still got 20 runs to go, but as I mentioned, he's only the 10th player, Conway, to score 300 runs in his first 2 tests.
Marvellous.
And if he gets as far as, I think, 133, he will overtake Tip Foster for most runs in his first 2 test matches.
Oh, that's exciting, isn't it? R.E. Tip Foster.
Tip Foster.
He got 287 in his first innings.
Yeah.
In Test cricket. I want to say Sydney. I think 1903. That feels about right.
That's ridiculous.
Brought it to Conway, who defends on the front foot into the covers. Both fields as they run.
You've got to explain yourself now. You have to explain yourself how you know that Tip Foster did that at Sydney, because I'm not too bad on my knowledge of my history.
It's one of my favourite numbers, 287. I don't know why, it just stuck with me, and I read it. And
is that what it is? It's the number, is it?
I like the number. It's stuck in my head. I know you're looking at me oddly now.
No, not at all. I wished I could be like you.
No, I don't. You don't want to go that far. Broad into Conway on the pads, flicked away in the air and taken. Caught at deep square leg. Where's that come from? Conway has played a full shot. He's just flicked the ball off his pads down to deep backward square, and the England fielders are cock-a-hoop. They can't believe it. That is a nothing ball, has produced a wicket from a man who has never looked like playing that shot, and he is now walking more slowly than any cricketer has ever walked. He's walking more slowly than James Bracey did yesterday, because he knew there was 100 there for the taking. And that's come out of nowhere. Incredible. Well, Broad's got his man. New Zealand are 137 for 2.
As Elvis says, he's been caught in the leg side trap, hasn't he? and he can get out. He's whipped that half volley off a leg stump. I don't know whether he knew he was there.
He possibly hadn't clocked it, had he?
No, that's right, because he's
still not off the ground yet.
Well, I'm not surprised, because I think he just saw himself with 4 runs added to his total, and he's absolutely middled it. And he's crunched it out to the bloke behind square, right on the fence, and he's called it about chest high. Unbelievable. It can only be a lapse of concentration and not knowing where the field is.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
Got to be, because he's played so beautifully up to there, completely in control and in charge, and knows where the fielders are and knows when to leave.
Well, it was a full ball on the pads. When people are caught at deep backward square, they're normally caught pulling, hooking, top edging.
But it wasn't.
This was a flick, and we've not seen him play the flick.
No, it wasn't a sort of like head over it and clip off the legs, for 1 or 4 through the leg side. That was intentionally almost like a one-day shot, like a real get under it, and almost hit it for 6.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a bonus wicket for England, I tell you.
Absolutely. Needed to get rid of Devon Conway because he's been playing wonderfully well. So, don't quite know what... Oh, I'll tell you what that reminded me of.
Yes?
Adelaide.
Oh?
With your memory. I was on the tour.
Oh, Gower?
Yes.
Gower?
Yes, yeah.
Last ball before tea or something. Oh, flicky off the hip, down to the long leg.
Yeah.
Nightmare. It's always Adelaide, isn't it? It's always something terrible happening at Adelaide from an England point of view.
But you're right, that's an absolute bonus wicket.
It was Crawley out there with the catch. You don't normally see Crawley down at deep square leg. And when it came off his bat, I didn't expect there to be a man there either.
No, I think he was hiding, sort of camouflaged in the seats.
It shocked everybody. It shocked the crowd. They're thoroughly delighted. They're up and ready and going. And again, as Taylor comes out to bat, he's been in unusual form. Broad is into him. Holly stand in full voice outside the off stump through to the keeper. And there's no run. Suddenly the atmosphere is back.
Yes, well, they've been waiting a while, the Hollies, to cheer England. Yeah, because when he hit it, I didn't think there was a fielder there either. I think it's been a very sort of undercover field change.
He sort of ghosted into position, didn't he?
Well, it's worked.
Yeah, amazing. 137 for 2. Broad is in to Taylor. Taylor leaves alone outside the off stump, and suddenly there's just a different feel. The ball's kissing off the pitch and zipping off the pitch. There's a little bit of movement, and there's a new batter at the crease, and Taylor comes into this with sort of a frenetic second innings thrash at Lords. And before that, he came on in the first innings and he needed eye drops, didn't he? And he looked actually like he was sort of peering through the gloom. He looked uncomfortable and not settled in that first test. And he will come to you after this ball. Is this Conway stats? Broad is in. Full-throated roar behind him now, and Taylor works a full ball round his front pad down to long leg to get off the mark with a single. 138 for 2. That is the end of the over. A successful over for England, and it's come in the most unusual and unlikely way. But it's Devon Conway who's gone for 80, 138 for 2. Andy Zaltzman.
Conway 80 from 143 balls with 12 fours. The partnership was 122 in 39.5 overs.
Thank you. And you've got some Stuart Broad news for me.
I do. He's just gone past Courtney Walsh into 6th place of the all-time wicket takers list. Those 2 wickets he's taken today, taken to 520 at an average of 27.8. Ahead of him, McGrath, Anderson, Kumble, Warne and Muralitharan some way distant at 800 wickets.
He's tracking down the seamers, only the spinners really, apart from, as you say, Anderson.
And McGrath, I suppose. Yeah. McGrath's at 43 wickets away. That's not many.
It's doable.
Broad's 4 years younger than Anderson. Will he go on as long? Who knows? That's all for another day's speculation. At the moment, it's Anderson who's going to resume from the City end to the right-handed Taylor. 3 slips, and he's leaving this ball as Taylor. He didn't play and miss. He just brought his bat inside the line. It was a back of a length ball. Didn't threaten the edge. What's the rest of this field? We have a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point, and a long leg. So where are you targeting Taylor? Is it that nip back or is it the LBW? He's been trapped LBW in the last game.
Yeah, you kind of think that he can play across that front pad. Doesn't necessarily look to get that front foot right out, doesn't it? But it's going to come back to the old thing of hit the top of off stump. If it nips back, LBW. If it nips away, you might get an outside edge.
Very fine player, of course. New Zealand's leading run scorer. Anderson's into him. He goes for a cut. And there's an appeal from the Holly stand, which is turned down by the umpire. Goes through to Bracey, low. There's no run. Good effort. Briefly, Bracey was a little bit excited, but he didn't really mean it. Neither did Root Benson. But you see, it's a loose shot, isn't it? Nobody in the New Zealand side is playing that shot other than Taylor. Latham isn't. Conway isn't. We haven't seen it from Young. Nichols definitely isn't.
Well, he is the one player who does like to feel bat on ball, isn't he, and try to get some momentum with his batting. He's the kind of fellow who likes to get a couple of fours as a kickstart to his innings.
Anderson's into him, and he's beaten this time on the outside edge. Full ball, it's moved away. Suddenly the ball is moving. Suddenly things are happening, and every ball is eliciting a roar of excitement. How cricket is a lunatic game, isn't it? Absolutely nothing was happening for much of the middle session except steady and brilliant accumulation from the New Zealand batters. And now, after tea, and just before tea actually, when that ball was changed, and now just after, that ball's moved prodigiously from Anderson.
You were just wondering where they're going to be targeting Ross Taylor there. That was a cracker.
Here is Anderson again, and goes up on his toes to defend a shorter ball into the onside. And it travels no more than 4 or 5 yards from the bat. The lights are on, the clouds are high but grey. The crowd are now going, Barmy Army, etc. We're into that lubricated stage.
Yeah. I don't think the clouds have got any higher or lower or darker.
Sort of been there, haven't they?
Yeah, they've just been there all day, so it can only be the ball.
Weirdly, the breeze has kept being quite stiff all day, so we've just had this blanket of cloud, dull, unrain-bearing cloud. Anderson in to Taylor, who defends a full ball from the crease back to Anderson. 138 for 2 the score remains. Young 44. Taylor has one. I wonder if Young's going to change his approach a bit. You know, partnerships, lovely thing, isn't it, when you're batting with someone you have complete confidence in Conway.
Yep.
But now Will Young's got to bat with Taylor. He's got to be sort of shepherding him a little bit.
Well, they definitely have. What's that?
So I'll come back to it. It's the average swing before and after the change of ball.
Yeah.
Anderson's in to complete the over, and that's moved away again, but Taylor leaves it alone. Basically, we've had double the amount of swing since the change of ball. 138 for 2, Young 44, Taylor 1. More from Phil Tufnell, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, the bowlers seem to have got a bit more of a spring in their step as well, because they're using a better rock. I think that they can feel that it's got a bit more about it, this ball. And it shows it there, the percentage. Twice as much swing since the ball change. England have got to make the most of it. They're not out of it by any means. 138 for 2. They've sort of kept New Zealand in check, and another couple of wickets, they'll be back in the test match. It was needed, that wicket, John. It was a weird one, wasn't it?
It was absolutely nailed it, didn't he? A terrific shot. It was how he got to his century at Lords, of course. That's a flamingo-like shot on one leg, but he absolutely picked out Crawley. 138 for 2. Young is on 44. Broad's on his way to him. Bowls a bouncer that swings after it, bounces on his way through to Bracey. There will be those who'll say that's the second time that Conway's been caught Crawley bowled Broad today, but particularly Stuart Broad.
Yes. Yeah, you could see he was miffed with that.
Yes. But he played well again, though. It was a lovely straight bat.
They've found someone, haven't they?
Yep, a lot of time.
We've seen a lot more of Devon Conway in Test cricket, I'm sure. And the other formats. He plays all formats, doesn't he? Yeah.
Broad. Floodlights burning down on his way. Bowls the right-handed Young, who drives him. Lovely shot, that. But picks out cover. It was a beautiful, silky cover drive. Just swinging away. England were quite canny. I was sitting outside with Alistair, thinking they're going to try any minute and try and change this ball.
Well, we were just saying with Dan, it swung twice as much.
Yeah. And then you heard the one that they changed it. You could hear it. It sounded really soft on the bat. It sort of almost clothed it. Poof. And sure enough, that was the one with Stuart Broad. I think, right, here we go.
Well, that's what happens. People say, how do you change the ball? The thing that does happen to them is they sort of get bigger because they get softer, don't they? They lose their sort of roundness and firmness.
In goes Broad, he bowls to Will Young, and that's the in-swinger. And Young allowed that to go through, collected by Bracey. Good stamina being shown in the Hollies stand. Some stewards wandering around in there now, keeping an eye on proceedings. Up and down the gangways. Apart from one interloper, who I think might regret that tomorrow when he gets the bill.
I think it's £1,000, isn't it?
Yeah, he gets the bill for that, he might regret it.
Yeah. Pound a week.
So Broad is ready to go again. over the wicket, and he bowls an in-swinger that thumps into Young's pad high up on the thigh. Most of the Hollows stands appeals, but not even Broad tempted by that one.
Hooping in-swinger.
It is. It is swing.
Well, Stewart doesn't particularly swing it, does he?
No.
Not a huge swinger of the ball, is it? That absolutely ducked in late.
Yeah, it's surprising that the first one didn't swing, because but as we're hearing at lunchtime, it's not all about just the conditions. There's an awful lot at play that's got to determine whether a ball will swing or not. Broad again. Young waits for him, bat raised. Is there any bowls to him? An in-swinger, but he's in perfect position to drive to mid-off. And there's no run, 138 for 2. Young rehearses his shot down there. Twiddle of the bat. Waits for Broad to wander back, polishing the ball on his trousers. Tweak up the shirt collar. A couple of deep breaths. And he's off again, carrying the shadows of the floodlights at his feet. Is there any bowls? An outswinger this time, and there you go. He's bowled 2 inners and an outer, so it's moving around. However, England have managed to take us 2 wickets so far, at 138 for 2. And that does prove the point about the balls, doesn't it? Because the conditions are exactly the same.
Yes.
But one ball is swinging, and the one previous just didn't swing at all, so they had to wait.
I mean, in New Zealand's first innings, when that cloud got a bit lower, it started to move around just after lunch, didn't it? But the cloud has been exactly the same here all day. The wind's been blustery as well, the same temperature. So
everything's the same.
It's the ball. It is the ball.
Some balls swing, some don't.
Yeah, and Stuart Broad's action hasn't changed, and Jimmy Anderson's action hasn't changed. Can only be that.
Ross Taylor has an interesting record against Jimmy Anderson. I'll come to it after this ball.
Waiting now. He's got 1 to his name. Anderson bowls to him as a thick outside edge. It beats Burns at gully. Running down to third man. He should get there. It's quite a thick edge. This thing scoop it back. In fact, he doesn't. He throws it himself. And Taylor picks up another couple.
Now it's 243 runs off Jimmy Anderson from 315 balls, going at 4.6 and over off Anderson. Now, did play against Anderson in the earlier period of his career. Taylor made a fine 100 at Old Trafford in 2008 when Anderson was a looser bowler, conceded, was quite an expensive bowler, although he still took wickets. But even so, that's an impressive figure against a bowler who's had such incredible control over the last few years. Only been out 5 times, averages 48 against Anderson in tests.
In comes Anderson, a dip of the head. Is there any bowls to Taylor? Squared up and pushes forward, doesn't get very far onto that front foot, just enough to get in a good position to send the ball back to the bowler again. 140 for 2. Beautiful weekend forecast, whether you're
gorgeous,
whatever you might be doing. But
is tomorrow meant to be good as well? Is it Sunday's the belter?
Sunday's the one when you threatened to come in shorts, I think. But it's up in the high 20s, I think.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's hard to imagine it at the moment, isn't it? With this low cloud hanging overhead. Anderson bowls outside the off stump, and Taylor lets that go by. But yeah, we're going to wake up tomorrow, and it's going to be a
scorcher,
sizzler, I think. So whatever you're doing, hope you have a wonderful weekend. Barbecuing, gardening, off here and there. Little trip out. We had our little break. We went to Aberystwyth a few weeks ago. That was rather nice. It was very nice.
I think I've played in Aberystwyth.
Have you? I didn't find a cricket ground.
Oh, didn't you? Aberystwyth?
I don't think I did.
No, perhaps not. Colwyn Bay.
That's up at the north, isn't it? Anderson bowls and Taylor covers up and plays to a double. We thought we can't stay anywhere. It was just before hotels opened in England, so we thought we'd head off to Wales.
Yeah.
And it was lovely. Beautiful countryside. Fabulous beaches to run the dog on.
They have.
Yeah. And it was great. The funny thing was that the school that I attended was evacuated to a little town called Borth, which is about 5 miles north of Aberystwyth, in 1874, because typhoid hit the town of Uppingham. It's a fascinating story. Here comes Anderson bowls. It is outside the off stump. And
Can't
Taylor
be a
lets
good
it go.
typhoid story.
I'm telling it's a good story. And it was all kicking off. It wasn't very good in the town at all. So the town folk were blaming the school were blaming the town folk.
Right.
So the headmaster of the school said, right, that's it.
Yeah.
And in 1874, they got 300 schoolboys, all the teachers and their families, the cricket pitch roller and goodness knows what else, stuck it on a train and went from Uppingham to Borth. Right on the west coast of Wales. And how they got there in 1874, I mean, what that train journey must have been like. In comes Anderson, bowls a beauty that swings away from Taylor. He pushed at it, and Bracey there holds it up in his gloves. No nick. Anyway, they got off at Borth Station, which I went to visit. It's part of the reason that we went, actually. I've always been fascinated by the story. And it's one little single track, obviously. A lovely old brick railway station.
Picket fence.
With sheep on one, there's sheep field on one side. And imagine all this entire school disgorging from a train in 1874, and they got there, and everything had gone quite well with research and stuff. I don't know why they picked Borth necessarily, except for a bit of sea air, probably. But the fact is that they got there, no one spoke English. And none of the schools spoke Welsh. So they got farmed out into people's houses, and there's a local hotel that Oz went into as well. And they were there for 14 months in this remote location. So they never saw their families or anything, obviously. And by the end of the 14 months, the locals spoke English, and the school spoke Welsh. And it all ended very happily. In goes Broad, bowls, turned away down to long leg. And I said to him, as we drove into Emma, I said, what is any sort of memento here or something, landmark of Uppingham having been here?
School cap.
Well, we drove down the sort of main drag, I suppose, a very small place. And sure enough, there was a signpost to Uppingham Playing Fields. And so the playing fields in the middle of Borth were named after the school. And there is an old roller there, and I wondered, is that the old roller that made the journey from Uppingham in Rutland to Borth on the west coast of Wales by train in 1874? So we made a little pilgrimage.
You're pitching a Netflix series.
In goes Broad, and he bowls outside the off-stump. Taylor lets it go by. It would make it an interesting little Netflix mini-drama, wouldn't it? A box set. But it's fact, 1874. Goodness knows what route they were taking. Anyway, we've ticked that off. It was a little pilgrimage I always wanted to do.
I wouldn't have fancied lugging the roller all the way from Uppingham to Borth.
On the train.
Might have been a team effort, that.
Yeah. But they learnt Welsh. It's a lovely place. It's a beautiful part of the world. It really is. I'm really glad of it.
I can't wait.
Give it a go.
Till episode 2.
I don't know. That's what episode 2 is. 141 for 2. In goes Broad again. Bowls. Oh, my word. It's gone straight through Taylor.
How's he missed that?
Pushing up thin air.
Has that gone outside edge?
Yeah, I think it probably just did.
Mentioned Taylor's head-to-heads against Anderson. He's fared considerably less well against Broad. He's been out 10 times to Broad for 200 runs, so averaging 20 against Broad, who has a fantastic record against some of the finest players of his era. Warner, he's got out 12 times, Michael Clarke 11, and A.B. de Villiers 10 times for just 163 runs.
Yeah, gets the big boys out, doesn't he? I can remember that. He had Warner all day long, didn't he?
Isha's being premature here. I'm not finished yet. 141 for 2. In goes Broad. Bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke from Taylor. It's confusing when you're doing
yes,
radio.
I know. I don't quite know where I am sometimes.
I'll forgive her. She gives him all her stuff's here, look.
Yes.
You haven't pitched Series 2 yet when the aliens come down to Bolton.
That could be episode 2, couldn't it?
It's like Harry Potter.
Well, I think it's a lovely story.
Yes, I do. And that's why you went down.
It ends happily ever after, and they went all back to Uppingham, and the drains had been repaired. So that was it. There was no more typhoid. That was a proper issue in those days, I'd imagine. 141 for 2. Yeah. Taylor on 3. In goes Broad. He's there, and he bowls. Oh, that's a lovely in-swinger. It's going all over the place out there. Broad's got this ball on like a piece of string. This way and that way. Taylor's doing some gardening. That won't help you, mate. This has got nothing to do with the pitch. You can garden all you like. This is skillful swing bowling. It's just hit the seam there, straightened up a little bit. 141 for 2. Taylor's come down to help him as well. Young's having a word. But very awkward batting now in these conditions, and the ball moving around. Taylor's over his bat again. Vastly experienced, of course, 37 years old. He's seen it all. Then goes Broad again, and he bowls outside the off stump, and Taylor's hides his bat behind the pad, and it's collected by Bracey. Lovely over. Sort of sit and admire bowling like this. 141 for 2.
So what was the pitch like at Borth?
Looked like it needed the roller, but it was in the long grass.
Fancy taking a roller. I don't know whether we even had a roller at Onslow College where I was.
No, but it was... Are you interested by that story?
I was.
Yeah. Borth. You look it up.
What was the reason that you had to leave? I didn't miss that part.
It wasn't 1874. Well, I didn't leave anyway.
No, I understand that.
Typhoid.
Oh, typhoid.
Yeah, it ravaged the town and the school. I mean,
at Upping.
Yeah, people were dying. So so they
off to the fresh air.
We're going off to get some sea air, and they chose Borth. In comes Anderson from the city end and bowls outside the off stump. Young lets it go by on 45. It's a lovely little... You like pottering around.
I do. I do like that.
I really...
Is it
really recommend that part of the world.
Is it south of Cardigan?
South of Cardigan? That's a good question. It's north of Cardigan, isn't it?
I don't know.
Or is it Cardigan itself? Isn't Cardigan a big bay? It might be. Gordon emails. I thought it said from Aberystwyth. It's about Aberystwyth. The university ground used to be a Glamorgan outground. Oh, it has got a big university there. It's outside the off stump, and Young plays no stroke. Fantastic track for batting. I took 6, 5 and 4 wickets in 3 University of Wales games there for St David's Lampeter. Oh, I saw the sign for Lampeter. Thank you, Gordon. There is a big university.
He says it's good for batting, and then he claimed how many wickets. Well done.
He took just the 15 wickets in 3 games, so well done, Gordon.
Yes, in tough conditions. Yes.
No one ever got any wickets there apart from Gordon.
No.
There's a little plaque up there, Gordon, to commemorate your excellent bowling. In comes Anderson and bowls fairly straight and turned into the leg side by Young. And there's no run. Come on, look up that map. Where is Cardigan's the whole bay, isn't it? Isn't it Cardigan Bay?
There's a Cardigan town as well.
Yes.
Borth is sort of halfway up the coast of Cardigan Bay. Cardigan, the town, is to
right
the
in
south.
the middle, really, of the.
So a lovely beach.
Beautiful beaches. Walk for miles. Bob Repper emails Dr. Nigel Richardson, former deputy head of Uppingham and later the head of the Perse School, Cambridge, completed his PhD thesis on that typhoid outbreak at Uppingham when he retired in 2008. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump. The things that you said off. He was actually my deputy housemaster. That came from nowhere, that. Nigel Richardson. Hope you're doing well, Nigel. Small world, an even smaller world in Borth.
What does a deputy housemaster have to do?
Well, he
does a PhD.
He offers guidance.
That's what he does.
He offers guidance.
Yeah.
I don't know. He probably dished out the odd punishment. No, not that. That didn't exist. I saw your hand flourish there. 141 for 2. There's a lovely stroke from Young. He's driven Anderson through the covers. Wonderful shot, that. He's got 4, and he deserved at least that. Beautifully timed cover drive. He goes to 49, 145 for 2. No, recommend it. Lots of sheep.
Thank you.
A lot of sheep.
Thank you for that.
But the fields are so green. The grass is just this beautiful green, the rolling hills.
I always feel D.H. Lawrence is setting his novels somewhere around there when you find people running half naked around through the bracken. Bracken.
Why are they half naked? In comes Anderson. Bowls. Oh, there's a thickish edge and played down into the gully. Rob Durrant, listening to you from sunny Borth, sat in my camper van, north of Cardigan, waiting for my daughter Tilly to have her Friday afternoon surf lesson. There you are.
There you go.
That's the contact. Lovely. And it's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it? So I really hope you're enjoying yourselves there. Very friendly.
Well, I've got to look for a place to take the girls.
You're still wondering about this?
Yes.
Wow.
And certainly Wales.
You can go and have a pilgrimage to Borth.
Yes.
Lots of camping there.
Yeah.
Are you any good at pitching a tent?
You're very good.
Are you?
Yes.
I thought you probably would be, actually.
Yep.
Well, there you are. There's a very, very real opportunity, and it's not. There are sort of windy road, over the top sort of like Snowdon and stuff.
It's that far north of Snowdonia.
Or you can go straight through. I mean, it's 145 for 2. Broad's on his way, and he bowls to Taylor. He tortured him at his last over. This one swings away outside his off stump and collected by the keeper.
It's now 10 overs since the ball was changed. Just 19 runs for 1 wicket in that time. In the previous 5 overs, New Zealand had got on top of England, scoring 29 runs without losing a wicket.
Tony Hastings. I went to university in Aberystwyth. My mate and I walked to Borth and then got the train back to Aberystwyth. From Uppingham to Borth must have been about 5 train changes. I watched Hinterland and saw all the old... They'd have to take the roller off.
Yeah, with you.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine rolling that.
Imagine going up those stairs and going over the...
Wouldn't have had lifts, would
No.
they? It's Broad bowling. Oh, my word, what a ball that is. That started about middle stump. It was a half volley length, but it swung, missed the off stump and the outside edge, and Taylor's looking for a replay. I don't think you want to watch it, Ross,
No.
really. I think you just put that one away. He's tapping at the pitch, it's got nothing to do with that. What a beauty that was. It was just too good. He was playing it to mid-on. Absolute crackerjack of a ball.
His lack of foot movement actually helped him there. It's the first time I've seen it help him.
Sophie Brown. I walked the whole coast of Wales. Cardigan is 4 days' walk south of Aberystwyth. That's what you do with the girls. They'll love you for it. In goes Broad over the wicket, and he bowls again to Taylor. Forward he comes very cautiously and plays to mid-on, where it's fielded by Anderson.
Well, it does sound a good spot.
Oh, it's lovely.
Like to get them out to the water if I can.
Well, surfing.
Yeah.
Tilly's out there having a lesson now.
Right, yes, sir, yes.
Long, sandy
Have you ever
beaches.
tried that? Surfing is not easy for me.
No.
Just too tall.
No. I saw someone once...
Even getting up. You know, there's a lot of physical effort in catching up with the water.
No, I think it looks incredible. I mean, it must be a beautiful thing to do.
Oh,
you can do it well. 3 slips awaiting. Broad again on his way. Bowls. Taylor keeps the bat hidden behind the pad there. And I saw a windsurfer having lessons once. We were on tour and we were in Barbados. And it was a woman, and she was having a lesson. It's all carefully done by the people on the beach, you know, as they do in the hotels. And
yes.
There you go, and so on. And she set off sort of solo, and it dawned on most of us after about 10 minutes that
she's not coming back.
She hadn't learned how to turn round.
No.
And so there was this moment where you could hear the old and off went the boat.
Okay, to get her.
Go and drag her back again.
Yeah.
But it must be difficult.
Or turn around.
In goes Broad, bowls, there's the in-swinger. And Taylor has nothing to do with it. Yeah. But no, those sort of things I'm not very good at. I took Vic Marks out sailing once, somewhere in the Caribbean. I did it once or twice. Those sort of Hobie cats he had.
I'd love to have seen that.
Well, there was no wind, and we sat out there for about an hour and a half.
Well, you just had a chat.
Well, we got flayed in the sun, and we couldn't get back, so we were towed in. Oh dear, good fun. 1:45 for 2. Here's the last ball of the over, and then Isha is coming in. She's primed, she's ready to go. And in goes Broad. Bowls to Taylor, full. He drives this and gets a couple through extra cover to take the score to 147 for 2 and Taylor to 5. Thanks for all your Aberystwyth and Borth contact. That's really nice. It's what it's all about.
It is.
A quiet session.
It is.
Really nice. There we go. And you got Jeremy somewhere to go for his holiday. More thoughts from him, and then Isha's coming in.
Yeah, then Isha will come and tell us where she's been recently. She looks, I think that she's probably been to a number of places. I would say, do you holiday often? Do you have schools?
I don't
that
holiday
went over
often,
to Wales?
but I happen to go to places that have lovely settings.
Do you? You're attracted to those?
Well, I guess via cricket.
Oh, I see.
But I do have a suggestion for you as I just survey the scene here. Lights are on, fairly dramatic skies, gloomy, grey, and the ball is doing a lot in the air and off the pitch. Crowd a little bit more subdued than they were just after lunch, but definitely glued to the action because it has been gripping the last 3 or 4 overs or so since Devon Conway was removed out of nowhere, really, Jeremy. 3 slips for Anderson coming in from the Birmingham end. Approaches the crease now to Young. Goes down the leg side as Bracey managed to stop it from going to the boundary.
Just a wee lapse, wasn't it? It seems like. I mean, it looked, though, as though it was a repeat of the getting to 100 at Lord's, didn't it, with the little flamingo pickup. And there was a man out there. It's almost as if he was trying to hit 6. So it was a little bit strange, the whole thing, the dismissal, really, and he sort of slumped and couldn't believe that he had made the mistake. Because he looked so set. I don't know how many wickets have been taken after a break.
Anderson comes in again, Young leaves.
So often it gets you a wicket, doesn't it? If you look at Sibley, straight after lunch on the day one, went, and then another produced a second wicket, and then a third wicket. And then after tea, Burns driving it, I think Bolt, and was caught Latham, and then a second wicket came. And then now today, after tea again, let's see if it produces a second for England. I mean, Taylor's certainly having to
he's
scrape
working
around at the moment.
Very hard at the moment. Has looked very scratchy. Will Young on 49 as Anderson is in and covers the ball back to the bowler, smothering it almost, as if to say, "Thou shalt not pass."
So you've got some suggestions?
Yes,
did you say that? Yeah.
Well, I was telling Phil yesterday about the G7 summit, which is going on down in Cornwall.
They'd love to go there.
Carbis Bay to the G7 summit.
I think Cornwall's more likely to be rammed, isn't it? At that time
it is at the moment. Yeah, it's very difficult to get in.
Yeah.
I've been getting daily updates from my sister-in-law, and there's Anderson bowls on the pads. Young works it to mid-wicket, comes through for one, and that is 50 up for New Zealand's number 3, coming in place of Kane Williamson. He was incredibly patient at the start of his innings, and he's worked his way to his first Test 50. He raises his bat to the dressing room, out to the crowd, and now shakes hands with Ross Taylor as he returns to the non-striker's end. The score moves to 148 for 2.
Well, it's been a circumspect innings, opened up a little more since, the lovely off-drive and a pick-up on the onside. He's played some nice shots throughout it, mainly defensive.
There's Taylor, defends.
Just what was required, though, for New Zealand to come in after losing Latham quite early, and has worked hard. Well, he's a product, really, of our provincial system. He hasn't played a lot of Test cricket. He's only in his 3rd Test. And there's about 160-odd Test wickets out there for New Zealand at the moment, 160 caps. He's got 3 of them.
Yeah, 162 to be exact, as Anderson comes in and hits the outer part of the bat from Taylor as he shapes to play straight. It finds its way to point as he comes through for 1 at the end of the over. 149 for 2. Will Young on 50, Taylor to 6 then, and James Anderson grabs his cap in disbelief almost that he hasn't managed to pick one up. It's felt like they could grab something in the last 2 or 3 overs. That's the way it goes, I suppose. The door was opened, but it hasn't gone England's way.
Not yet, but it can change. New Zealand are still substantially behind. I suppose Will Young now will have to just continue to keep batting and batting and batting as far as New Zealand are concerned. If they can get through to 220 or something like that at the close of today, perhaps 3 down, no more than that they would hope. And then the game is set up for them in the next day. So with the weather set fair, apparently. Looks like Ollie Stone's going to replace Broad. So a wee bit more pace here.
Yeah, similar heights. As he comes in, right arm over the wicket to Taylor, who raises his bat and gets up on his toes as the ball lifts off the surface through to Bracey. Andy?
I think that's his first Test 50. Is that right, Andy?
Yeah, in his 3rd innings, came from 132 balls with 7 fours. 7 runs in his first 44 balls, and became more fluent, 43 from 88 to take him to his half-century. The last 5 first-class 50s he's made, he's converted into hundreds, and another player who's coming off good first-class form since the start of 2018, averaging 53 in first-class cricket.
Taylor still in his crease, crouches, cuts, wideish ball, that gets severely punished out to the boundary. You do not want to bowl there to Ross Taylor. That's the first freebie he's received since he's been at the crease. He's on 10 now off 30 deliveries, and it's 153 for 2.
Yeah, that's his area, and he sets himself up for that, really. That and also the tuck on the onside. If you just get the too much leg side, those are his 2 areas. He doesn't really get the front foot at all down towards the bowler to get forward. He plays across the crease a lot, and the head falls away, and he never gets quite such a good look at the ball. It's a shame that he's just lost that forward movement.
3 slips for Stone as he cuts again. this time slightly shorter of a length, but not able to get hold of that one as Extra Cover runs around to collect it to his left. There's a massive gap there between Extra and backward point that Ross Taylor is eyeing up. No run is taken.
Just a little bit of movement for Stone from the arm away from Ross Taylor. If he can pitch the ball up to him, he'll get him off balance and might just be able to get him LBW.
Stone pushes away at the crease, bowling to Taylor Fuller, and he drives to...
That's better.
It's more of a push drive to Extra Cover, no run. But the way he shapes up, looking to play a lot straighter, and it sort of hits the outer part of the bat, doesn't it? So you always feel you're in the game when it's in that zone.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he's obviously aware of it. And these little things, I guess, once you play 106 tests or whatever it is, they just creep into your game.
Stone delivers a ball outside the off stump through to Bracey that Taylor leaves easily.
Especially, I mean, if he can bat for maybe 50 deliveries and sort of, he needs a wee bit of luck during that time, but once he gets there, maybe the feet will start to move a little more. But I can't remember Ross Taylor giving a beautiful sort of cover drive for at least a year or two in my memory. It's more cutting, tucking, heaving to the onside. He can be effective, no doubt about that.
Crouches ever so slightly. Now guides the ball to just in front of point. It scuttles through for one. He knew straight away as he played that with an angled bat and he could come through for the single. So moves to 11, 154 for 2 at the end of the over. Good length delivery for Stone to finish off. Andy, what was Stuart Broad's spell? Because that was seriously impressive.
Either side of T, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. His first spell today was 1 for 10 from 7 overs, and 6 of those 10 runs came from the first 2 balls he bowled today. So since the first 2 balls he bowled today, he's bowled 14.5 overs and taken 2 for 16.
Yeah, he got the crowd going.
He's bowled seriously well today, hasn't he? Probing at all the batsmen. A little bit of movement sometimes away from the left-hander, also back into them, looking to get them caught just roundabout square, just in front, just behind. He's picked up Conway, nearly had him twice, didn't he? So, you know, he's been an impressive bowler today.
England's most capped player, Anderson, running in from the Birmingham end to Taylor, who shoulders arms outside the off-stump, searching for his first wicket of the Test match. Gone for 44 into his 17th over, James Anderson. So, Carbis Bay. Have you been down that way? Carbis Bay.
Carbis Bay, no.
It's probably the further southwest you could go.
Oh, yes.
From, well, Land's End probably is the further southwest, but it's just along that stretch of coastline. Near St Ives is Anderson bowls to Taylor, who's pushing back.
They always talk about
the pitch.
Painters, the light down there at St Ives, don't they?
Yep. There's a number of amazing artists that have come through Cornwall and St Ives in particular. There's a Tate Gallery down there.
And then you go up to Bude. You know, Bude further up the A38. Is it the A38? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's the A38,
yep. See, I'm starting to sound like an Englishman now.
Taylor, is he struck on the pads? No. Hands on heads for the slip cordon. It was a full delivery on the stumps, looking to work it leg side. And James Anderson turns around and retreats to the top of his mark.
It's a peculiarly English thing, isn't it, to give it long instructions. Oh, you want to go down there? Turn right at the haystack. Carry on to the church. Turn. It goes on and on and on. You know, it's a good thing. Everyone has a different idea about it.
As Anderson bowls, Taylor pulls the bat away as he initially looks to fend outside the off stump. Yeah, so you're saying it's not like that in New Zealand?
Well, no. We don't have as many
simpler
small
directions.
B and C roads and those little lanes that you guys have.
Have you ever been to Milton Keynes?
Yeah, oh dear, don't ask me about that. I do understand about Cartesian planes and things like that, so I plot my way through there, but that's about it, you know. It's like going on a graph, isn't it?
There's Taylor struck on the pads this time. Anderson goes up, he's given. The crowd go up. Taylor has a quick look back at Will Young, who's now running towards him.
Taylor thinks it's leg side.
It was angled into middle and leg. Slightly fuller again. And they've decided to review. Michael Goff, the third umpire, you'll hear him very shortly.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
The only thing that might save him is the length. It's very full. Was it going down leg side? It looks as if it's straightening to me. Oh.
OK, doesn't appear to be any bat involved, so ultra edge when available, please.
Yeah, clearly no bat on the ball. This will confirm
all the way
it.
through to the pad, please. Keep going through to the pad.
Nothing on ultra edge.
Yeah, keep going through. OK, no bat involved, so ball tracking when available, please.
Has it come back enough, Isha? What do you reckon?
No, it's going down.
Do you think it's going to miss the stumps altogether?
Ball tracking coming up now.
It's only got to clip him. I think it's going to miss.
Pitching in line, impact is umpire's call, and it's missing the wickets, Richard. So I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Richard. Signal now.
Decision overturned then. There was a lot of excitement in the middle there for that breakthrough. Ross Taylor, when he gets in, can be very dangerous, but England feel they have a chance with him at the moment. 154 for 2 on the board then for New Zealand. Taylor on 11, Young on 50 at the other end.
It's so tempting, isn't it, with Ross, though, with that. It's just like a target. They should have a little sort of circles or something like that on his pad, because that's what it really is. And every bowler looking to hit him. And when it does happen, of course, the temptation, if you're behind the stumps, is to appeal.
Here comes Anderson again. This time plays with a straighter bat. Taylor to mid-on. Mark Wood there sliding and picking up the ball as no run is taken. A bit more on middle from Anderson and a bit more back of a length as well at the end of the over. 154 for 2, Andy.
Ross Taylor's recent form since, I don't know what he had for Christmas dinner, 2019. Since then, averaging 26. This is his 10th test that he's played since then. In his career, up to that point, he'd averaged 47, and in his previous 50 tests before then, 52.8. So there's been something of a dip over the last year and a half.
The Black Caps' leading run scorer. I remember he broke the record during that series in Australia.
Oh, yes.
But it wasn't a good series for him and the rest of the team, actually.
And he's also been a very effective one-day player for New Zealand as well. So, yep, terrific player. Perhaps tailing off. We'll just have to wait and see. But we've got the heir apparent at the other end. Young is the man who will probably take over from Taylor.
He's very good. Young, 150 as he dabs to the offside, no run.
He bats at number 4 and he plays for Central Districts in New Zealand.
Like Tom Latham has spent some time up at Durham.
Yes.
Is it 200s, you said, ahead of this?
It is. He's just come off 100, I think. There's a few failures for a start, and then a couple just recently.
Taps his bat down delicately as Stone is in wide of the crease. He smashes that ball up and over the slip cordon. A bit of width on offer, and he flays his hands through it down to the third man boundary. Moves to 54, 158 for 2.
Yeah, well, it was safe. He just saw the width of it, and he almost disdainfully just smashed it away, really, and it didn't matter where it went. It was going to go high and it was going to go hard. No one down there, so it was a pretty safe stroke. Just Stone not quite getting his length or his line right there. He is getting a little bit of away movement, but is just bowling a tad short.
As Stone bowls down the leg side this time, clipped away and fine enough for Will Young to pick up back-to-back boundaries. Motoring along now as he moves to 58, 162 for 2.
Yeah, just overcorrection, really, isn't it? The one wide outside the off stump and then looking to get it much straighter. And this one doesn't swing because it starts leg stump. And so Young's able to pick that off very fine.
Anyway, just to finish up on Carbis Bay, good
yes,
surfing.
Please.
Good surfing if you want to do some... Or horse riding.
My size. You might be a surfer. I think you'd look good on a surfboard, Ish.
Yes. Young tucks the ball to mid-wicket. A good length delivery from Ollie Stone on the stump.
You need the power, though, even just to get,
My shoulders
to get
just
out
can't.
there.
Yeah, I need help. I need help with someone pushing me out there in the first place.
And it looks silly. I'd have those little floaties around my arms at the top.
It's quite dangerous, though.
Water
if you
wings.
get stuck in
They
the
call
current.
wings, water wings. Yeah.
Don't know. What are they called?
You know those ones, they're like little
I'm looking
circles
at
that you
Andy
stick your
as
arm
if he
in.
knows.
Blow them up.
I do know what you're talking about, as Young leaves that delivery, a rising delivery outside off stump that he would have flayed at had it not been so full.
Don't look at me for things like that. I know about one thing in life.
What, not to go into the... Not to do...
Well, I'll
not
leave
to
it
surf?
Leave it at cricket.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's got to be a message from Mother Nature. The human body is not meant for surfing.
I think you like technicalities, and it's probably quite a technical subject.
Stone coming in on an angle to Young, who's back to playing defensively and guides it to extra cover, where Dom Sibley runs in to collect the ball. End of the over then, 162 for 2. Young on 58, Taylor on 11. And we're going to have a change in commentary. In comes Alison Mitchell.
Carter's Bale, remember that. Thank you very much. Surfing. It's 2 suggestions to get me onto the water. Excellent. Clouds have just looked to be separating slightly. There's more blue cloud now above Edgbaston at the moment. So maybe the batsmen are going to just enjoy a decent period. Often that's the case, isn't it? Hello, Ellie.
Hello, Jeremy. I wasn't privy to all of the conversation you just had with Isha, but she says it's Porthmere Beach where you surf.
Yes.
In again is Anderson and Taylor. It's forward, taking a single into the onside shot at the stumps. It misses. It's backed up by the slips, no overthrows, and Young grounds his bats comfortably home.
Do you have a favourite spot to go for holidays?
Are you talking about the UK specifically or anywhere?
I am.
UK?
Yes.
I haven't done that much holidaying in the UK. But
That's interesting.
Actually, after Isha got married, I did a little road trip around Cornwall because that was where the wedding was.
Yes.
And the weather was terrible. But I lived in Cornwall for about 9 months, so I have had the opportunity of seeing across all seasons, which is just beautiful, and places where the sea is just this azure blue. Anderson in again, getting behind it is Young. Ball drops into the pitch in the offside, no run.
Well, I've kind of ruled that out. I don't know quite why. I mean, it's the obvious place to think about, and maybe Tenby up and round that peninsula as well. But I think they'll be very popular and will be taken.
Have you been?
So I was
have you
looking
been to the Lake District?
Yes, I have.
Okay. That's very.
Well, I lived here for a number of years.
Travelled around.
But I haven't been to Northumberland. Up there, that's a bit of a trip, of course.
Mm-hmm. Anderson in, 3 slips go down, a little bit of watery sunshine in the evening, tucking in behind it again, Young defensively into the offside and no run.
But there's that nice beach as well I know it's on the east, so Bamborough and those kinds of places,
right.
up from Morpeth and through there and carrying on up towards Berwick-on-Tweed, is it? Something like that? Yeah, that sort of coastline there. I was wondering whether that might possibly... And I think there wouldn't be so many people. It might be a golden place to join,
Well, that's the joy, isn't it? Going somewhere where you're going to be as on your own as possible.
And I can sit on the sand. The kids can go in straight into the coldest water. It'll be good.
Anderson in, shouldering of arms from Young through to the keeper. So you're moving away from the sort of popular destinations.
I think
Cornwall,
so.
Devon,
I'm a bit late.
Snowdonia, Wales.
I'm a bit late, you see, to do all that. So thank you for your help anyway.
Not sure if
That's
that
all
much
right. No. I've got Mr. Cook coming in now. Be serious. There we go. Okay.
Oh, serious Cookie. He's not got Cookie doesn't have his serious face on. Anderson, with that customary sweatband on his left wrist, races in now to Young. Straight, he looked to try and work it down the leg side. Got himself into a bit of a tangle, and as he stands at the crease, the ball's just dropped by his feet, and Anderson in his follow-through has playfully kicked it onto the stumps right in front of the batsman. So Bracey now is repairing the furniture. Square leg umpire moving in to make sure that the bails are properly top of the stumps. Andy.
Just had a tweet from Laced Fish, who points out that Will Young and James Bracey were teammates from they think Bristol Cricket Club from about 3 years ago.
Ah. Have you noticed any particular interactions between the two of them thus far? I haven't, no. Anderson into Young. He's 58 not out, and Anderson is in outside the off stump from shape away on that occasion. Through to Bracey. It's the end of the over. Anderson wipes some sweat from his brow as he heads down the pitch to have a little word with Joe Root, the captain. 163 for 2. 20 overs remaining in the day. Taylor on 12 and Young on 58. Good evening, Sir Alistair. How are you?
Good evening.
Good.
So you lived in Cornwall?
I did. That's where I studied journalism, qualified as a journalist in Falmouth. Right down, not quite as far as Land's End, but when you look on the map, it's almost that far down. Yeah, it was. Oh, it's beautiful. It was stunning having that opportunity.
Can you surf?
I did not go near a surfboard in Cornwall, but I did. The first and only time I've been taken surfing was in South Australia.
Okay.
The cousin took me to a place called Boomer Beach. Called Boomer for a reason, because the waves are not small.
Oh.
And they're not quiet. And it was a little bit like being caught in a washing machine.
Not the good place to learn.
The waves were, I think they refer to them as dumpers, because it did just pick you up and then sort of drop you on the sand. It was not a good place to learn, no. Although I did have a go in October one year in Devon. The waves were very, very little. That was more like it for me. We've got Mark Wood from the pavilion end into Taylor. It's on a length. He's defending, coming forward from off stump. 2 slips in place for Mark Wood. Yeah, you've never had a go?
No, my friend had his 30th birthday. We had 10 people went down literally just before the lockdown came in, or second lockdown. Last summer we went down to Cornwall. We had a couple of surfing lessons, but I got up a couple of times, but I don't think I'm flexible enough to jump on the board. I got going all right. I got caught the wave, and then as I tried to stand up, I just keep looking down. You've got to look up in the horizon, apparently.
Here's Wood rushing into Taylor full. Driving is Taylor, reaching for a little outside the off stump, but along the ground wide of mid-off. He takes a single, scampers through, and sliding stop by Stone. 164 for 2. Andy?
Just a 2-over spell for Ollie Stone. 3 boundaries. He had 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs of his first spell. Cricket's data show that he'd drawn more false shots than any other England bowler in the early stage of the innings. His first 5 overs went for just 9. Had that poor drop catch by Root at slip, but then his next 4 overs have gone for 28 with 6 fours.
But a burst from Wood to see if he can generate a little bit of pace. Can he unsettle Young? Dropped on 7, now on 58, and Wood bounding in full. Young defends up to mid-off and no run.
So we had lessons, and I got up a couple of times, and the next day it got a bit more bumpy, so we thought we'll go out without the teacher, and we just couldn't stand up at all.
Aren't you meant to learn that art of the sort of leap from the prone position to the stand on the beach first before you actually go out onto the waves?
Yeah, no, we tried that, and then we went straight to the waves, but I was getting up in instalments. But especially, we went to Sheringham last weekend as a family, and the waves are probably about 2 inches.
Got a catcher in at short extra cover here, and Young getting well in behind one from Wood again on a length. It's Joe Root coming to that short catching position.
Yeah, probably about 2 inches high is more my kind of surfing.
More like it. What about stand-up paddleboarding, though? I mean, it's not remotely like surfing, very different.
No, we had a go at that as well. We had the children down on the beach of Sheringham, right in front of the 2 lifeboats pub, and made friends of the owners there. They looked after us very well. It's just brilliant, isn't it? It's my great uncle, actually not my great uncle, but the kid's great uncle was getting on the paddleboard and just kept falling off the back, and they thought it was absolutely fantastic. Like a bit more of a seal as he was trying to get back on the old paddleboard.
I love it when you see people with their dogs on paddleboards, the dog just sitting at the front. Wood again outside the off stump, some good carry through to Bracey, takes it around shoulder height, but didn't trouble the batsman, and Young happy to let it go. Wanders down the pitch, a little bit of a prod, and Ross Taylor is walking towards him to exchange a few words. The breeze is picking up again and just rippling the white sheets that spread across the seats at the far end like a sight screen.
Been very controlled, hasn't he, Young? All innings, he's playing the same tempo, very slow scoring at the beginning, and then a little bit of a spurt, and he's back into this defensive mode. He's doing a brilliant job for his team. Again, a bit like Conway, very simple technique, isn't it? Just not big triggers. When it's full, it's forward, and when it's back, he's back.
Wood in, defending outside off stump, angling the ball out towards the point. No run. Suns come out over Edgbaston again. End of the over, 164 for 2 in reply to England's 303.
And they've all those New Zealand players, whether it's just because Kane Williams is so good at it, and you always tend to copy your best players, play the ball so late. And it'll be an interesting stat actually about the differences the way New Zealand have played the ball. Say a couple of the England guys have probably played it a bit more in front of themselves, but these guys, it's such a good skill to have when the ball's moving to play it under your eyes. And Conway and Young really surprised me of how well and how late they have played the ball.
Will Young, 58 from 146, but he scored 9 fours, so 36 with 58 runs in fours. Shows how he's defended, but then been very precise and effective with his attacking shots.
Yeah, he's leapt on the ball when it's been there.
Yeah, sometimes you'll say, you should look for intent with his singles, but it feels like he has actually been watching, hasn't he? He hasn't looked like too, just defending. He has scored. I think obviously Stone prefers this end, doesn't he? The end he's bowling now.
Yep, so he's come on to the City end of the ground. Stone in, it's a full and straight to Taylor. Back up the pitch in a defensive fashion. Up to Stone, he picks up no run. The pigeon sweeps in front of the commentary box window. Perilously close to the window, actually, he was. But, I mean, if you've got Kane Williamson as your number 3 and your role model captain, I suppose, there's no better player to watch as to how to play a moving ball.
Yeah, it's amazing how that kind of happens in teams. I remember playing Sussex.
Stone is in, right arm over, outside off stump, shouldering of arms through to Bracey.
Yeah, he played against Sussex, when Murray Goodwin was playing, and he was a short guy and a very distinctive technique, cut and pulled, very still at the crease, and suddenly all the youngsters were copying how he played. Tim Ambrose batted quite similar, very good strong cut, and kind of Matt Pride did a little bit. Just it's amazing how it just evolves, isn't it? Your senior players bat one way, the youngsters see that and kind of try and copy, and you can kind of see a little bit from New Zealand, obviously Williams.
Taylor awaits Stone, tucks him up a touch, he comes forward, manages to turn the ball into the ground into Crawley at mid-wicket and no run. I mean, Graham Gooch was well known as your mentor in terms of someone who you watched and almost sort of tried to emulate. In your early years.
Yeah, not really our batting styles at all. No, we couldn't have been further from with this.
Was there someone that you did look and emulate?
Not really. I mean, I think the shock I got about my games when you're a bit younger, when you're like 13, 14, people write a few columns, he's the new David Gower.
The left-hander.
Or the lazy journalism, I suppose, you would in local papers.
Stone in, it's full, looking to drive Taylor, doesn't get it past cover. No run.
And obviously watching David Gower bat when you're young, the graceful cover drives, free flying. I was like,
because you had so many of those.
That's all right. And then I kind of went to Lillishore, and the first time you ever got videoed yourself batting, I was like, is that me? Do I do the double backlift? And I didn't realise I did the double backlift, and I was like, that is certainly not David Gower like.
Did you try to change it?
No, I did try and change the double backlift out of curiosity for a little bit.
Here's Stone rushing in past the umpire to Taylor, leaving it alone outside that off stump again.
Yeah, just to see what happened. Someone like Matthew Hayden had a very clean backlift, didn't he? Just picked the bat up and then just hit it. It was so simple. And obviously look at mine, lots of moving parts. Look at Rory Burns, lots of moving parts as well, very similar in methods. So I tried that, but I just couldn't get any rhythm. So obviously that's where I got my rhythm from. I picked the bat up and then it came down and up again. As the ball came down, that's where I generated my timing from. And I didn't realise I do it. It just shows, doesn't it? It certainly doesn't look like David Gower. If he did, David Gower wasn't graceful.
Stone down the leg side, and Taylor motioned to go after it, came forward, looking perhaps for a whip through the onside, but made no contact, and through to Bracey. And to end the over, the score remains 164 for 2 with Taylor on 13 and Young on 58. 18 overs left in the day, all in reply this to England's 303 all out. Just to recap, Lawrence was 81 not out in the England innings, added 14 to his overnight score. Didn't get loads of the strike in the first hour because Mark Wood was making merry with the bat, added a quick 25 off 22. And he ended up dismissed for 41, and Trent Boult took 4 for 85. England in all, adding 45 to their overnight score this morning in 11 overs before they were all out for 303. But it's just the beauty of cricket, isn't it? About the different techniques, and whether it's bowling actions that you see children emulating as they run down the street doing an air bowl, or the way a batsman sets up. Wood in again, turned square through mid-wicket by Young. Jogs down to the far end for a single as Pope moves in to field.
Well, it's like Labuschagne, isn't it, copying Steve Smith, isn't it?
They are, yeah, he is his shadow.
Every time Steve Smith kind of evolves his technique, Labuschagne does it as well. But I'll tell you what would be interesting to see in the next 10 years, whether a few of the young Australian players start copying Steve Smith, like changing where they stand on the crease, being really open certain times, big triggers, small triggers. That funny leave he does. It'll be really interesting to see that evolves. He's obviously one of the great players of his generation. Youngsters sit and watch him play, whether they'll try and copy that.
Yeah, you certainly see it in videos, of kids in the backyard. Wood in, defence once more from Taylor. He's on a length, angled bat, deadening that ball into the ground. It rolls up to Broad at mid-off, who fields. But it works for Steve Smith. It's not going to work for everybody. But there was quite a theory, wasn't there, at one point about, back lifts and, by moving the bat up and down, you're sort of wasting time, and wouldn't you have more reaction time if you're actually poised with bat raised? I suppose a bit like Bairstow is. He's almost in that baseball style, just waiting, and then it's just one motion to bring the bat down.
Yeah,
when the ball's delivered.
That's
it's
the
another
thing,
theory,
yeah. I mean, Gucci had his bat held high, but he would go down and up to generate the power as well. It's an amazing thing, isn't it, batting technique?
Wood rushing in again. It's a little bit fuller. Taylor overbalancing a touch as he comes forward. Anderson picks up in the onside, no run.
I think what we have seen now over the last few years, the MCC manual of batting is, when everyone was like, in the 1960s, 70s, everyone stood against the wall, very side on. This is the way you have to play. But the MCC said that's what everyone did, and now you can see, with the game evolving and obviously different kind of shots, but a lot more players are more open. You can be more open. You can still play with a straight bat starting open. You can move your shoulders in different ways. You can trigger in certain different ways. And certainly, I think due to T20 cricket.
Wood over the wicket, or to Taylor. Sends it through mid-wicket. It's off for a single. It should be 2 here. Wood with his hands on his head. Just angled in, and easy enough for Taylor to work into that onside. But I mean, that batting manual, would never have been thought of, that a ramp shot, angling the bat and looking to flip directly over the keeper's head. That would have been, I guess, seen as sort of like a childlike shot, but not Absolutely. A correct, batting stroke. But what is
Absolutely, and
a correct batting stroke is one which scores you runs.
It is, and I think the ability to get access to the ball with the bat, with a straight bat in a test cricket, you need that. It's some fundamentals which stay the same, but if that means for you can keep your shoulder out of the way, or you're really open, then great.
Wood in, Taylor waits, defends, swings that back leg around, back up the pitch, and Wood picks up. But the beauty of it, is what works for you, and even looking at bowling and the way that Jimmy Anderson, in his career, the angle of the head as he releases the ball, not looking down the pitch, and there was an attempt to sort of coach that out of him at one stage, wasn't there? And I guess also fears for what that might do to his body, his physiology. But in fact, he's lucky enough, and the hard work that he puts in with his own fitness-wise, but his physiology has held him up, since 2003 in international cricket. Extraordinary. He went back to what worked best for him. Bound at the crease from Wood, a side off stump, angled behind square towards point. Safely fielded by Burns, and no run, 167 for 2. Taylor 15, Young on 59. The drinks being brought onto the field, and just some of the heat that was there when that ball was really swinging and hooping in that first sort of half hour in particular after tea, is just... Some of the sting has gone out again, hasn't it?
Yeah, New Zealand have weathered the storm, haven't they? Only losing 1 wicket to it, and ironically, it was probably one of the worst balls of that little spell, wasn't it? It was a leg stump half volley. It wasn't, other times the ball beat the bat past Taylor and Young. It was a leg stump half volley at Conway, who hit deep down a deep back with square leg, a flick shot straight to him. But you feel New Zealand has weathered the storm.
It was the flamingo shot, wasn't it? The same that he struck at Lord's to bring up his 100. But it was quite out of nowhere, as if he just hadn't realised that Crawley was there. Maybe that was belied in his facial expression when the catch was taken. But yeah, like a bit of symmetry in the way that it was Crawley who had taken the catch low down that was given not out when it was scooped in off the grass at slip, but then given opportunity in the deep to hang on. And he would have been mighty pleased to have clung on to that one, and it was a fair catch, and Broad the bowler as well. So, but Devon Conway making 80 adding to his tally of runs in the double century that he scored at Lords. And before that, the first wicket of the day fell in the 6th over. It was Tom Latham, the standing captain. Ball that was a little fuller from Broad, nipped back, and he was LBW. He was out for just 6. It was like a long time ago this morning. The afternoon session, England went wicketless. New Zealand moved from 43 for 1 through to tea when they were 130 for 1. And now 167 for 2. Do you feel, though, Alistair, that New Zealand haven't been able to really stretch away from England yet, in terms of the runs? It's still the deficit. They're the ones coming from behind. They're 136 behind. There's still an opportunity to try and grab a couple of quick wickets before the close and still very much be in it. And I'll just leave you to answer that and ponder that. And Dan Norcross is here waiting to come in.
Absolutely. Kind of the magic mark for run rate is around 2.7. That's what the coaches all bang about. If you get your wickets at 2.7, or if you're keeping the run rate out there, you're doing a good job. And I think England are just about around there. And you're absolutely right. And they'll take heart in that Neil Wagner's potentially batting at 8. So New Zealand do have a lot longer tail in this game. I've got to give credit as well, those in New Zealand. They've really fought hard in this innings.
Yeah.
They're lucky. I think they've got a bit of luck with the new ball, as in terms of the ball didn't do anything. And when they changed the ball, changed the ball, it made a big difference. But they've full credit, they battled hard. And England just have to hang in there. It's one of those tough periods in Test cricket. 17 overs left tonight. So they get a brand new ball in the morning, which will be good for them. But if they can just get, they were looking 2 more wickets in these 17 overs. And in New Zealand will be 210 for 4, maybe. And it's still pretty even game. Good evening, Dan.
Good evening. Good evening. I mean, I suppose Root's going to have to bowl a bit, isn't he? Because we've just had lengthy spells from Broad and Anderson. We've got Stone and Wood bowling now. And it's going to be Stone from the City end, running in with 2 slips. First ball after drinks is outside the off stump. Left alone. Bracey takes. Young has 59. Taylor has 15. 167 for 2. New Zealand well placed, but I suppose Root will bowl 4 or 5, will he? And then might we see Dan Lawrence?
Well, I was going to say whether it was worth giving Dan Lawrence a couple of overs, maybe ahead of Joe Root. They wouldn't have seen too much of Dan Lawrence.
It's got a curious action. When you watch him, you sort of think, is he bowling leggies? But he's not, is he?
Lizard-like, I think.
Lizard-like. Stone faces bowls, full ball, worked up to Stuart Broad, who's back out there with his sun hat on, mid-on.
Yeah, he sticks his tongue out when he bowls. Quite a long tongue as he's running in, with all his arms and legs go everywhere. It's a bit lizard-like.
Did you read that extraordinary revelation that Andre Agassi could tell which side Boris Becker was going to serve by the way his tongue came out of his mouth as he served?
I hadn't known.
Oh, I'll tell you, but it's absolutely incredible.
I struggle to read.
Stone is in. That's punched, it's guided really into the sort of gully region by Young off the back foot. It's a shorter ball, jagging back into him. There's no run. So, as he was serving it, if Becker's tongue went to one side, it was difficult to speak and do the demonstration at the same time.
And you're on radio, so no one can see your tongue.
Yeah, no one can see, so I don't quite know why I'm doing it.
Apart from you showing me your tongue, but
no, I am. Yes, which must be unnerving for you.
Dropping the ball.
But I saw your tongue, so you can see mine.
How many times did Boris Becker bounce the ball? Are you going to do that as well?
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do that bit. I'm not sure that bit's relevant. As Stone is in again, short, pulled round the corner for 4. That's a wonderful shot, a controlled pull shot to a short ball that was quite close to him. It's around about chest height. He just turned it round the corner almost, but with great timing. Wood couldn't get round to field. 4 more to the total, 171 for 2. Young 63. So if his tongue went to one side of his mouth, it was going wide, and if it went down the middle, it was going down the middle. And Agassi told him this revelation after they'd retired. He said the problem was that I would know where you were serving it, but I didn't want you to know that I knew, so I saved it for the really important points.
Now, is this true?
Extraordinary. I think it is.
I'm going to be looking at it.
Check it out. Stone in, and it's driven back at the wicket, and Broad fields at mid-on. And Becker said, I always thought that it was really spooky. I used to go back and tell my family, I can't believe how he knows exactly where I'm serving it. So I knew you knew, but I didn't know how you knew.
I'm going to be looking at YouTube tonight, watching Boris Becker serve.
Yeah, but that's start with that. And it was just, that was his tell. I mean, the fact that he could see from that distance, I mean, that's a little bit like when you cricketers, I'll come back to it, as Stone runs in towards us. And that's down the leg side. A good tumbling take by Bracey. A sort of stifled appeal again from the Hollies, who have been the most vociferous of the appealers today. 171 for 2 at the end of the over. Wood yet to get a maiden. He's going to come on again. 10 overs, none for 35. Young has 63. Taylor has 15. 171 for 2. Yes, you cricketers who say, well, I can see which way the ball's going by where it rests in the bowler's hand at the top of their mark. And I thought, yes, that's great for you guys, but it's not for lesser mortals. That's not visible.
Yes, I struggled. It confused me when I was like looking at the mark, which side the sign side on, because you had to reverse it, didn't you, a little bit? So I gave up on that. Like if someone's bowling a reverse swing, I just tried to react and play.
Just watch the ball.
But someone like Kevin Peterson would try and watch it in the hand and see it come down. I would just be like, well, I'm going to wait for the ball to set up for the ball coming in. If it goes away, I'll just kind of forget about it. But I was quite good against spin, like picking the revolutions of spin.
Wood is in, and that's full, defended on the front foot by Taylor. Back to the bowler. Talking about tennis, after we finish tonight, we're going to be bringing you commentary on Novak Djokovic against Rafael Nadal at the French Open, which will be on 5 Live Sports Extra around about 7 o'clock. Heavyweight clash. They've been playing each other for years and years. It's a bit like Arsenal v Tottenham now, isn't it? It's basically annual.
Nadal's going to get him, isn't he?
It's French Open, hasn't he? Won about 12 of them or something.
14, I reckon. I'm going 14.
Feels like about 120.
Yes, it renders the competition sort of more interesting in every other stage except the final, doesn't it, in a way? Wood is in, and that's short. Oh, and he's pulled this, and it's come off the toe end of the bat and gone into the air, into the offside, not in such a way as to threaten a catch in any way, but Wood. Let me take a look at the replay on this. So it's gone for the it's gone off the shoulder. It's gone off the shoulder and gone into the air, popped into the air, and there's no run.
Yeah, very strange. He got cramped with it. He keeps doing the replay, trying to extend his arms because he got very cramped, didn't he? His arms were right in towards his belly button, trying to play the pull shot. Ended up just taking on his shoulder. He didn't flinch at all, did he? I'll be rubbing that. I'll be rubbing that. I was close to it. I think it was close to 88 mile an hour. He just hit flush on the shoulder, bounced in the air, and he just carried on as if nothing's happened.
Yes, which is quite extraordinary. 2 slips are still in. Wood is in, turned into the onside as full ball, and he'll get a single for it as Pope is in an unusual position. He's around 40 yards in from the boundary, but he's giving one, but he's not. He's there, presumably, for the top edge. 172 for 2, Young 63, Taylor 16. Andy.
Crickviz have just tweeted that the replacement ball that came in the 42nd over has swung almost 3 times the distance of the original ball.
That's felt like that, actually.
You mentioned about the New Zealand players playing really late. You mentioned the interception points data that Crickviz record.
I've got it totally wrong.
Yes. No, you're spot on, are you? Of course he is. Wood in, pushed into the offside. Taylor wants a run. He's been sent back early enough to survive, and Burns picks up at point, no run.
Shows that Conway has played the ball latest, then Ross Taylor and Will Young, then Dan Lawrence of the looking at the top 7 batsmen who batted in this test. Now, part of that might be that the New Zealand bowlers a little less quick, so maybe more shots played off the front foot, but it does sort of highlight the point that New Zealand have been playing the ball late.
You've basically just highlighted the point. You can make stats kind of get to the answer and then just fit the stats to it.
They're like a ventriloquist dummy, Alistair. Just stick your hand far enough up and they will say whatever you want.
It's beautifully put. Beautifully put.
I couldn't say that word.
Wood rushes in and bowls a full ball outside the off stump, which is left alone by Young into the gloves of Bracey. He's got some pace in him, Wood. We keep coming back to it, the balance of England's side without the spinner, which they feel they can't pick. They feel they can't pick because of the lack of an all-rounder, don't they? That's the issue.
That's what it is. And I genuinely feel for Joe Root over the last 18 months. It'll be interesting to see, even if you take injuries out of it, how many times he's been able to pick his full-strength side available to him at that time. And I reckon it's getting close to 0. Due to rotation policy, people leaving tours, throughout the bubble,
paternity as well. As Wood is in, full on the pads. There's a stifled appeal, doesn't come off. The umpire's not remotely interested, and the ball plops out into the onside where it's picked up There is no run. End of the over. A decent over from Wood. 172 for 2. Young has 63. Taylor has 16. And Stone will resume from the City end. With not a lot happening at the moment, even though the ball is talking a little more. Stone's getting a little bit more shape, isn't he?
A little bit. It's one of those periods, isn't it, the Test match where not much is happening. Kind of what New Zealand would be quite happy just plodding along. And would feel a little bit frustrated, but this, as a side, you'd be like, right, come on, let's keep that intensity going. I see a bit more running between the wickets. One of that 40% fine as a little kick up the backside to try and get their over 8. So we're still going to finish at 6:30, aren't we?
Yes, I mean, there are 15 overs left. There's an hour and 1 minute to get them in, so you would imagine that Root will bowl an over or two, which may speed things up. Stone starts a new over from the City end, and that's driven by Taylor into the offside, and he's going to get just the 1 run for it. As an absolutely marvellous piece of fielding from Jimmy Anderson, pouncing like, I think someone described it as a snow leopard snaffling a salmon or something the other day, which I thought was, I don't know if snow leopards do that.
Do snow leopards eat salmon?
I suppose if they're available. Cats like fish, don't they?
I thought snow leopards lived in mountains. And
good point. I suppose streams.
But then streams up there. I don't know. What do snow leopards eat? Let's throw that one out.
Welcome to Winter Watch with Sir Alistair Kirk and Daniel Norcross knowing absolutely nothing about snow leopards. Next delivery is played back of the square on the offside, but picked up easily enough by Sibley.
A bit of a shame my stint's coming to the end now, because we could have 20 minutes on snow leopards.
Snow leopards. Yeah.
I don't know where we'd go with it, because I don't know much about them.
Well, they're sort of pretty, and they may or may not eat salmon.
Very rare.
Anyway, he did it. It was very noticeable at Lords. Do you remember last week when Ollie Robinson had 4 wickets and Broad dropped quite a decent chance at mid-off, actually?
Did he?
Yes, he wasn't diving. He was sort of falling to his right, and it hit him in the sort of the base of the thumb. Stone is in, and that's defended on the front foot by Young. Full ball, picked up by the bowler. And the next ball, Anderson dived spectacularly to his right to cut off a certain 4. And I suppose the contrast really in its body shape, isn't it? Different kind of athleticisms that they have. But Anderson there pulling off another remarkable stop for a 39-year-old man at mid-off. 173 for 2. Stone is into Young. Young just defends really late into the offside square of the wicket, and they can get a single. You're right, Alistair. The batters are now they're looking for singles, aren't they? They're looking to run England a bit ragged here. 174 for 2. Young to 64.
According to the World Wildlife website,
yes,
snow leopards eat blue sheep.
Blue sheep.
Familiar with that. Have you ever come across that in your farming life, Alistair?
Blue sheep.
As well as Argyli wild sheep, marmots, deer, ibex and other small mammals. No mention of salmon. Does say they do enjoy a sushi bar, though.
There's Stone in again on the hip. That's tucked away fine. It's going to run away down towards the boundary. I don't think it will be cut off despite Wood's efforts. It will thud into the boundary. Sponge for 4. Little tickle. It was just short and on the hip and easy for Taylor just to take advantage of that, and he got it fine enough. Moves to 21, 178 for 2.
I think I've got a couple of questions about a blue sheep.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so snow leopards obviously live in the snow. I assume that's the clues in the name.
Yes.
That means white background. A normal sheep with white, white coats,
good, wouldn't it?
White wool, coats wool. Good camouflage. But blue one will stick out like a sore thumb. Easy prey, wouldn't it?
You'd think, wouldn't you? That's a serious design flaw. Stone in. As again, a tickle by Taylor is going to bring him 4 more. Again, Stone his line is erring onto leg stump, and Taylor was just able to turn his wrists and get it really fine. It's 8 cheap and easy runs there, and that's put some momentum into New Zealand's innings. 182 for 2. We've just seen a blue sheep, and it's
not blue.
Yes, it's actually sort of the colour of a mountainside without snow on it. But when the snow comes, that's when the snow leopard comes out and goes, ha, that worked fine in summer, sunshine. But I'm here now.
It's also known as the barrel. Is it an unusually melancholy type of sheep?
The what?
That's called a barrel, but if it's blue.
If it's
blue,
blue,
it's not
yes,
blue
it
in colour.
Yes. But it's
just have the blues.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, it might just be a blue sheep. Don't know.
Anyway, I assume it wasn't a blue sheep. I was just.
Well, that's definitely not blue, is it? It was more tan, I'd say. As Wood is in, it's defended into the onside, full ball. There's a huge acreage of space actually for Young to score a single into the onside, because there's a deep forward square leg, there's a leg slip, and there's Jimmy Anderson at quite a straight mid-on. There's lots and lots and lots of space on the onside.
And the leg slip's a slightly surprising feel for him. I haven't seen many balls go there. Obviously, the last two from Taylor went very fine, but there's not much margin here. He pitches up and bowls straight to Young, because he can just clip it nicely in the leg side. A very, very comfortable single. Are we going to see a bit more chin music maybe or a surprise bouncer?
Would he come round the wicket though? If he got that leg slip, maybe bring the leg slip slightly squarer?
Yeah. Because
it's been a very specific line here, isn't it, to go that leg slip. Woods in, he bowls that short ball, and Young goes after it initially and sort of pulls out of the shot. Because if you're bowling over the wicket to try to bring that leg slip into play, don't you risk just basically giving the easy single into the onside if you get it ever so slightly wrong?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's bowling full on this line, with this field, not a square leg, not a mid wicket, it is just an easy single. But if he is going to go short for the remaining of the over, and the remainder of the over, he played one pull shot, didn't he? Off Stone from that end where he kept it down. It went very fine. I mean, they're trying to target that.
Wood runs in, 2 slips and a leg slip, and that's on the pass. It's hit fine down towards the boundary. It chases on, and it will be cut off quite spectacularly down there by Stone on the long leg boundary. He manages to keep it to just 2. I do think that the penchant for this wide long leg to the faster bowler is a little bit exposed here. If he's going to be bowling on that line and trying to bring the leg slip into play, it's going to go finer. I think that long leg might need to become a little bit finer. Alistair Cook's left us. He's grown tired of the blue sheep, snow leopard conversation, and he's off to have a lie down as Wood is in to Young. Young lets this go by outside the off stump, wider of the off stump. Young on 66, Taylor on 25, 184 for 2. Michael Vaughan has rejoined us.
Good evening. It's been good cricket, hasn't it?
It has. It's been tight and difficult, and the New Zealanders have played really well, haven't they?
Well, I think New Zealand have shown how good a test match team they are today. Because there's been times today where the ball's zipped around and they've just hung in there. There was times where the ball's been flat, doing nothing, and they exploited that and went a bit harder because they realised it was the time to score. But that spell when England changed the ball and it was zipping all over the place.
I don't know.
They had a bit of fortune, but they played with
Wood in outside the off stump, full left alone.
It's like that delivery there from Mark Wood. That's a carrot dangle, isn't it? That's a full of length outside the off stump. And Will Young's just gone, no, I could have had a big drive at that, but you know what, there's an element of a slight risk that if I didn't get it spot on, the outside edge may be found. Might get it right, hit it through the covers, but I just think that the risk element of batting in Test match cricket, New Zealand have taken it into their favour. It's like, OK, we'll play real low-risk cricket shots. Try and make England, apart from that Flamingo that got the wicket, of Devon Conway, I've been so impressed with the disciplined side of the batting today.
Wood runs in to complete the over, his 12th. And that's worked into the onside, full, slightly swinging, slightly in-swinging delivery to Young, and he gets it out to Pope at deep square leg. They just come through for a single. 185 for 2 at the end of the over. 64 have been bowled to New Zealand today. 13 remain. Taylor has 67. Taylor's 25. Young has 67. That testing spell when Broad was bowling to Taylor, he bowled a couple of unfathomably unplayable deliveries. It was really hooping, and Andy told us that the replacement ball moved 3 times more than the previous ball. There's more change of kit going on. Pope's changing his kit, so I might change round, because by the time a ball actually comes to be bowled, it'll probably be time for Aggers to be on anyway. And the reason why that kit is being changed is because it had to happen, did it not, Michael? Joe Root's got to come on to bowl, because England cannot just keep on rotating these four seamers. So Pope's going to come in to be the ballast at short leg, presumably, or even silly point. There's a slip in, backward point, extra mid-off, a mid-on. Root is going through his warm-ups. And so that's my cue to hand over to Jonathan Agnew after some thoughts from Andy Zaltzman.
Ollie Stone, in his last 7 overs, 2 at the end of his first spell and 2 short spells recently, has conceded 42 runs with 9 boundaries.
Yeah, he just released the pressure. Ollie Stone wasn't consistent enough, got a few short wide ones, a couple down the leg side. Not easy replacing Broad and Anderson.
He got him out once, and the captain dropped him. That's the infuriating thing, isn't it, from Stone's point of view? Anyway, Root it is coming on from the City end. Is a bowl to Young, 67.
So I guess as a bowler, if you've got someone, you know, a pair in Anderson and Broad, that's so good, so high in class and discipline. And
with Root and your bowls, it's turned to short leg.
Controlled, give nothing away. How hard is it as a bowler to kind of replace one? You know, you're then starting a spell and you've just seen 2 bowlers bowl pretty much no bad balls.
Root bowls, and that's played defensively into the pitch. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, the only thing I would say today, and we've been looking at the speeds, particularly Wood actually today. I think they have bowls. Wood and Stone bowl overs into the wind. I think it's been pretty tough for them today. His Root clipped hard out towards mid-wicket, has just set himself back a little bit. If you think at Lords, I mean, he bowled virtually every ball over 90 miles an hour, it seemed, and into the mid-90s, whereas here, it's something like 10 to 12% of the balls that he's bowled here have been over 90 miles an hour. And he's bowled quite a lot from the City end, and so too has Stone. It is a strong wind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy, I mean, but Ollie Stone came on, he just was so inconsistent, wasn't he? He bowled short, wide. Can't be easy replacing Broad.
In comes Root, bowling his off spin, and Taylor, who seems to have come through that difficult start now.
How did he get through that?
I don't know. It's like, I mean, it's something about watching an experienced player who, you know, he's 37, he's been around forever, isn't he? He's had a pretty tough time recently. Just clinging desperately to all that knowledge and experience. There's a low full toss, and he almost pokes it to mid-wicket. He's got one that wasn't too far away from the man catching there. Well, he's there for the drive, but not from a full toss. 187 for 2, but he was just drawing on every bit of experience to just see himself through a really challenging spell from Broad. Root bowls, and that's just tucked away to mid-wicket by Young, who goes to 69. And New Zealand to within 116 now of England's total. Just chipping away. There's no pressure of time for them. They can just work themselves, well, first of all to get level, and then to build a lead.
Well, you just look at what we got about, how many overs left?
12.
So 12 overs to go. I mean, if New Zealand get through to stumps 2 wickets down, fancy batting the whole of tomorrow out, wouldn't they?
Yep.
Weather's going to be set fair, hotter, sun's going to shine. Well, that will, I say probably New Zealand will be near level by lunchtime.
Yep.
Lunchtime tomorrow. So about the day out tomorrow, they're going to be in a very strong position.
Young on 69. Wood goes running in and bowls him down the leg side. He's got something on that. It's gone flying past the outstretched Bracey, and it's leg byes, in fact. The ball thudding into the advertising hoardings down there. It's 4 to the total, whatever they are. New Zealand won't mind. It's 192 for 2. What Root going to do is short of options, we know that, and I think he knew it too at the start. He was just trying to find a way of playing a spinner and didn't think that he could go into a match with 3 quick bowlers and the spinner. Wood again runs in, bowls an in-swinger, tucked away into the leg side by Young, goes to 70. 193 for 2. Still the wind blows. I think it's dropped, or dropping overnight anyway for tomorrow.
It's going to be hot, I guess.
Well, it's just 22 tomorrow. It's not a roaster tomorrow. I think it's Sunday.
Oh, is it Sunday the hot day, the 30?
Yeah, Sunday, Monday. They're going to be the really hot days.
Tell you what, this pitch will end up spinning quite a lot then.
Yeah.
Patel will be fancying it, second innings. He'll be hoping that his team can bat another day.
So 3 men out for Taylor, who has got a bit of a flappy hook. And we saw Wood hit him with a quick ball earlier on. In goes Wood again, bowls to him. He's on the back foot for. It's quite a full length. He picks up a single. Little experience again there, get away.
Yeah, well, that's always the frustration. You know, when you set a field like this, where you've got 3 fielders on the onside boundary, 2 slips still in place for that outside edge, and you've got that ring on the offside. There's so many gaps.
Yeah.
It's so hard to keep Taylor down the business end.
From a bowler's perspective, you don't want to bowl the bouncer first ball. You want to keep him looking for it and waiting for it.
It's a bit chilly out there. The skipper's got a big long sleeve sweater on. He wants something. He's trying to wave to someone. Is he waving to us? No,
don't think so.
No,
into the dressing room, I think.
Oh, I think he wants extra cover over to mid wicket. That's what he's after. So really now he can't bowl any width, can he? Any kind of width here. It's an open season shot for him through the offside.
Yeah, he's got to bowl very straight, isn't he, with that leg slip as well. In goes Wood again, and he bowls, and that's around about middle stump, turned into the leg side. Young's got his eye on 2 here. Long chase for Stone coming up from fine leg. That he manages to do, keep them down to 1. So Taylor back down again. So we've got a fine leg. Crawley's going out to a deep square leg in front of a rather subdued Holly's stand actually now. Much quieter over there. And then there's a deep square leg who's 2/3 of the way to the boundary. It's also a mid-wicket and a mid-on, so it's that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the leg side. I think he has to bowl a short one this time. In goes Wood, is there, and he bowls a short one. Oh, it's fended off by Taylor very awkwardly. Very awkwardly. Again, beaten for pace, really. Because it wasn't a bouncer, it was short and aggressive and hostile.
One of those horrible ones as a batter, you know, just facing someone like Mark Wood is skiddy. Never quite sure whether it's a duck, sway. You know, against tall bowlers, the ball kind of always bounces, so you just can go straight under it.
Short leg now, look, they've brought 1 man, well, from mid-wicket to short leg, so still 3 out. This is almost sort of Neil Wagner tactics, really. Taylor waits. Wood's on his way, bowls short to him, he fends it away. Pope fields at short leg, speculatively throws the ball at the stumps, but misses. And it's 195 for 2. 37 years old and clinging on. And Ross Taylor's facing a barrage. There's something inside him that makes him like it and want to do it. But it's hostile stuff from Wood. And he's had a couple of stinging blows. When was his last half-century? Or let's look back at Taylor's recent run, because he's struggled, isn't he?
Just 1 half-century in his last 9 tests before this.
Yeah.
From memory, I mentioned earlier on, he's averaging about 25 in that time, having averaged 52 in his 50 tests before that.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a lean time at the moment. 195 for 2. Young is on 71. It's his first Test half-century. He's got his eye now on a century. Dropped really quite badly by Root when he had 7. That was at first slip. Comes Root and bowls and turned by Taylor to short leg. It always looks easy on replay, and no slip catch is easy. It happens so fast. It's reflexes, and somehow the ball be in your hands. Sometimes it all happens so fast, doesn't it? Or on the deck. In comes Root. Bowls. Young forward plays out to cover. Do you ever find that? So you think, how have I caught that? Well, I have caught it.
Well, yeah.
Like an absolute flash.
To be honest, most catches I took, I was slightly surprised.
Root again. And just defended, blocked resolutely by Young.
Yeah, it's been good tempo by Will Young. He's just played the perfect number 3 role, really. Just nullifying the movement. He's always looked to capitalise. They've bowled a bad ball.
Root. And Young plays to cover this time.
It's the tempo, isn't it? You can just see that, like Devon Conway, you just feel that they've just got a nice, simple game plan that looks like it could survive them for quite a while, long period of time.
He's down the pitch this time, but can't beat the field. Crawley Fields at cover, 195 for 2. So New Zealand are 108 behind. There's 10 overs to go in the day's play after this one, as Root again moves in bowls. Darted in just outside the off stump. And played defensively by Young. More drinks being brought on. It's been a non-stop procession, really.
Colin de Grandhomme is there. It is, look.
It is.
Yes. There's the mullet. Jack Leach. He's got to be thinking, Jack, come on, Rooty, you should have played me on here.
Well, he's still smiling. He's delivered a drink to Mark Wood and is heading off back to the dressing rooms. But these drinks break, so this is what slows things down. The umpires really should be saying, "I'm sorry, batsman, but this is not a drinks break."
It's not boiling hot, is it? It's not.
No.
We're too dehydrated.
Off they go again.
They've got a mullet in the crowd. I think there's someone come as Colin de Grandhomme in the crowd. They just hand straight to him. Yeah.
There's only one Colin de Grandhomme. It's like somebody trying to imitate Andy Zoltzman. It just can't be done.
There they are. There's a few of them, the Kiwis.
Oh, there are a couple of Collins.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
195 for 2. And Wood sprints in. He's bowling to Taylor with his short pitched field, as it were. He tries to stab that away for a single to mid-wicket, but can't beat the scrambling Pope. He did really well there. He knew what Taylor's game was.
He's practicing this pull shot. So he's done it on a few occasions now. He's kind of measuring, he's getting up on his toes and he's getting his hands high, going to play the pull shot into the deck. Will he take him on? There's that fielder. There's a deep square leg on the boundary, the square leg halfway back, and the fine leg back for the top edge, and the short leg. So pretty much got everything covered.
Wood turns on the run and then bowls for Taylor, short of a length. Not particularly hostile, that one. And played down to mid-off to Broad, who's taken the 2 wickets to fall. Latham for 6, Conway for 80. Didn't feature with the bat though, Stuart. Broad, he got a duck.
Yeah.
After Wood's hilarious 41, which is worth watching.
Hilarious.
At 7 o'clock. I loved it, didn't you?
Well, it was magnificent.
It was.
Batting.
It was brilliant.
Cover drive,
everything.
Cut shot, pull shot.
It was wonderful.
Little glance over the vacant third region, just over the top of the gully.
That pull shot that he played is magnificent. So 41. Played really well. Walked off with a huge smile on his face. In goes Wood. He's there, and he bowls it short down the leg side and beats Bracey. Now, I suspect this will sum up Bracey's fortunes at the moment, and up goes the dreaded hand to signal byes. But in reality, he couldn't get anywhere near that. And things are conspiring against James Bracey at the moment. He had a few of those at Lord's. I don't think there's a wicketkeeper on the planet who could have got even a glove to this. Anything remotely near it. And that's a wide. It rather sums it up for him at the moment.
Yeah,
they're a tough time.
Yeah, they like their extras, don't they?
Well, yeah.
Keepers
it's very personal, isn't it?
Yeah, keep them as low as possible. That's so unfortunate.
It's like a goalkeeper. You want to keep a clean sheet. 199 for 2. Taylor gets a short ball, which he swats into the leg side. Doesn't really get hold of it.
Wasn't convincing.
Dribbles away for 1. So as you take it on, if you take it on, you're going to get more. If you take it on and you're unconvincing, you're going to get even more.
Yeah.
Why don't you just get out of the way of it and say, go on, you want to waste your energy?
Yeah, I think if you take it on and take it on really well for an over or two, you've kind of nullified that. I don't think many bowlers come back for more of that. If you kind of whack it in front of square a couple of times, or put a couple into the stands, that's a fast bowler's nightmare. Not many players can do that, though.
No, there aren't. There's 2 slips and there's a very fine leg slip. And Young goes back to a quick ball from Wood, which he plays out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's definitely quieter over there, as if they sort of burnt themselves out a little bit early today. I suppose, as I said yesterday, they're not match fit yet.
No.
In the Hollies stand. So I think they went early. And they've just lost a bit of puff.
Well, they've been poor, haven't they, today?
Well, they were good up to about tea time.
Well, they had a period in the afternoon where they got a bit of life, but generally it's about this time that they start to get it going, for the end of the day's play. 35 more minutes, find a bit of energy.
200 for 2 with 9 overs to go after this one. Woods on his way, bowls very full, is driven by Young, a very pleasant looking stroke there, but finds Anderson at mid-on. So commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio online and via BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. And away they go. Andy.
Would you like an update from the other test match going on at the moment? Wickets just fallen for West Indies. South Africa now 215
Where are they playing this
for
one?
6. Sorry?
Where are they playing this one?
They are playing this in St Lucia.
Oh, right.
West Indies had a disastrous start to the series. 97 all outs in and just 40.5 overs. South Africa now 215 for 6 in 75. Mulder's just been out for 25. Quinton de Kock 49 not out. West Indies have a player called Jaden Seals on debut. 19 years old, only played 1 first-class match, taken 3 wickets.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw him get his first.
What did he bowl?
Quick. Jason Holder took it. Second slip.
Root starts a new over. Taylor turns it to mid-wicket. Who does he play for?
Well, he's not played much for anyone.
So who did he make his sole appearance
Plays for
for?
School.
Here's Root. And, Taylor's suddenly gone for a clip over mid-wicket and he'll get 4. There's a cry of catch. Root looks frustrated. I don't think it absolutely came out of the middle of the bat. Root looks infuriated by that, but Taylor's smiling.
Well, I think he's not impressed with Zach Crawley's positioning, but
It was an inside part of the bat.
Yeah, you see him there. He's just leaving him back a bit. He thinks he was in too close. What's he doing?
I don't know. Here he comes again and bowls a slower ball. And Taylor plays it back to him. Was it Barbadian?
Trinidad.
Trinidad, okay.
Trinidad and Tobago. There's 1 first-class match was for West Indies A.
Mid-wicket comeback now, I guess. Gone all the way to the boundary.
So he has.
And Sherwood looks like he's coming off his long run.
He does. He's miles back there. I think he went to fetch the ball. 204 for 2. Taylor 32. Root moves in, bowls to him, and the ball runs into the offside, going for a quick single. Yep, they'll make that. Nice running.
So, Aggers, I'll take you back to the start of the game when you suggested that England potentially should bowl first.
I thought it was an option.
Yeah, and if you actually look at the way the pitch is played in the team that England picked, it probably would have been a better option.
Well, it might have been. Well, yes, they're in trouble now, aren't they? But it's just the batting.
Did more yesterday.
They didn't score enough runs, do they? Yeah. Root again. Bowls, and back goes Young. Lays it back to the bowler again.
But yesterday was a better day for 4 quicks.
Yes, definitely.
And the pitch has probably played better today.
Yeah.
It could...
Welcome back to our long wave listeners. You just a clip for 4 over mid-wicket from Taylor, who's 33. Young is 71. It's 205 for 2. Root is continuing. It bowls a tidy length outside the off stump. And there is no addition to the score. Stewards on duty, quite a lot of them today, looking into the stand now. They're reclining on those collapsible chairs that I'm not sure if you get them anymore, but used to be sort of giveaways at petrol stations, didn't they? If you filled up with a certain number of fuel, you could get one of these collapsible chairs. They're really quite useful, and they seem to be what the stewards prefer these days. There's more arriving now. There are heavy weights coming in, entering the bottom of the Hollies stand. Lots of shouting going on in there.
Ollie Stone's going to replace Mark Wood. Can he produce some magic on his home turf?
Wind behind him.
Yeah, can he just get his length right? Alistair Cook's on camera. Why is he on?
I don't know.
Well, the telly. Highlights at 7 o'clock.
$205 for 2. Young 71, Taylor 33. 8 overs remain. So it'll be with the Root bowling, I might just get in before 6:30. And out go the men again. So 3 in this trap on the leg side. Pope has retreated a bit at short leg. It's maybe 4 or 5 yards deeper than you might normally expect.
Yeah, he's almost there for that flick, isn't he?
Stone from this end, the City end, runs in and bowls, and Taylor can get up on his toes, turn this away. It's well fielded by Pope there at short leg.
What you got on tonight, Aggers, anything?
No, I shall be driving back home again.
Back to the Beaver.
Yeah. Quiet evening, I would imagine.
Yeah, talk of a bit of sushi tonight. Tufnell. Yeah, Tufnell and the
it's all
the
delivery
night
stuff, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Bit of football on. Euro start.
Oh, of course. 205 for 2. In goes Stone over the wicket and bowls. There's the bouncer. But it's actually quite a good line, that. Taylor would have to have dragged that from outside off stump. But he opted to leave it alone. Yes, I forgot all that starting up, of course.
Every night now.
Is it England tomorrow?
No, England Sunday afternoon.
Sunday afternoon.
2 o'clock.
Wales tomorrow.
Wales tomorrow afternoon, yes.
I remember commentating. It was a rather random penalty shootout in Euro 96. We were at Lord's. Goes Stone, bowls, back goes Taylor. I can't remember who we were playing, but it was a test match or a one day. It was full house anyway, and it was England-Spain.
Right, yeah. So
there were penalties.
Yeah, we won that one. Yeah,
I think we did. And
yeah, we did. Stuart Pearce crashed one in, I think.
The crowd were all listening. They were to the football at the time, and Dickie Bird. I'm pretty sure Dickie was there, but I think he was. But then I don't know. Anyway. So in the end, we had little option but to turn round to the television screen and actually commentate at the same time on the penalty shootout, which is all well and good, but didn't know who any of the Spaniards were. This is outside the off stump and it's in the air, flashed away by Taylor for 4 down to third man. So yeah, it was quite fun commentating on that.
This is a hard field to bowl to.
Yeah, it is.
You know, unless you're going all out. If you're going up short, you don't need 2 slips. You know, but they've got 2 slips for the outside edge. They've got a short field for the pull shot, so 3 fielders on the onside boundary, so there's big gaps, short leg, so that creates more space, and just 2 fielders, one behind backward point, and then quite a wide mid-off, so any kind of width, it's just an open season shot for Ross Taylor.
Well, since the cut shot is about the best shot that he plays as well.
If they're going short, the 2 slips need to come out.
Yeah. You have one out that point boundary or something like that. In goes Stone again and bowls fuller this time. Taylor's on the back foot. And he managed to play it, but he was absolutely all the weight back there waiting for another short one.
Well, he's thinking about just anything, just play it nice and late and glide it through that space between second slips. Second slip's now going to move.
Yeah.
Joe Root's realised that it's just so easy for a player they're in now. You know, Taylor's on 37. Yeah, just wait for that ball on off some, just glide it down to that vacant third area.
Sibley's moved round. I haven't seen Sibley touch the ball today. He's in the gully. In goes Stone, bowls full again, and Taylor on the back foot punches up to mid-off where it's fielded by Broad, and that ends the over. So we've got 7 overs to go, around about half an hour of play or thereabouts. Michael, can I ask you? Oh no, you're going. Okay, you're unplugged. I've got to make room here for Allison, so we need somebody in there, unless Andy Zoltzen wants to do 2 minutes of stand-up routine or something to see us through. And Alison can come and plug herself in here. We have to have our own equipment and things. It takes a bit of a palaver sometimes getting it all to work. But Jeremy's plugged in more or less. Root's going to continue from the City end. There's a slip, a forward short leg.
Please take.
Root on his way over the wicket, moves in and bowls, and Young is forward again. 71 not out. I don't think he'll get 100 tonight, but he could be very nicely set up for tomorrow. Jeremy, then Alison.
Yes, these takeovers are very intricate things, aren't they? We've done that well, the 3 of us.
Slick, Jeremy.
One
is the
slides
word.
out, one falls over.
Here's Root in. Turn behind square by Young, setting off quickly for the first run and thinking about a second, but a sliding stop. Throw comes back in. Mark Wood throwing himself down onto the ground. Certainly saved one because Young was turning and eager to try and get a second. 210 for 2 then, so still some ground to make up on England's first innings, 303, but with 8 wickets in hand, New Zealand are in a in a very good position to bat deep into tomorrow as Root is in once more and Taylor forward, playing defensively, playing carefully with a slip and a short leg in place. Cloud cover over Edgbaston again. It's been a little bit glum and gloomy at times today in terms of the light. Occasional glimpses of bright sunshine. Root in. Taylor clipping it past short leg, setting off for the first. Just be the one. Crawley moving across to his right-hand side to field. 211 for 2. Young going well. 72 not out in only his third Test match. Applying himself very well given this opportunity with Kane Williamson out of the side. Root gives the ball a little rub, a little bit of shine. Crawley moving across to his right-hand side to field. 211 for 2. Young going well. 72 not out in only his third Test match. Applying himself very well given this opportunity with Kane Williamson out of the side. Root gives the ball a little rub, a little bit of shine, tosses himself a catch, makes a false start, steadies himself and is ready to trot in again and bowl. Over the wicket, coming forward, stroking out towards the covers, but doesn't quite time it, Young, but used to the feet, looking to get to the pitch of the ball.
That's a good little sign, isn't it? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ali. That we've noticed, in fact, as the innings has progressed, that Will Young has started to assert himself as well quite nicely, with some good shots.
And he goes back, misses into the gloves of Bracey now. He's looking up to the sky. Was that a missed-dumping opportunity? He's wandering out of his crease now. Young at the end of the over, but I think probably, judging by the reaction in the end, that his foot would have been behind the line.
Yeah, just a little full to play the stroke, to the forcing stroke off the bat foot. I mean, Root is bowling into a breeze if you look up at those flags at the far end. And he really, I think, he would love the ball to just curve before pitching. So in a little away movement from the right-handers in the air to draw them towards that. And then if there's any turn from some footmarks from left arm, like Bolt and Wagner from New Zealand, or perhaps Broad coming around the wicket, there are going to be some areas of the pitch there that are going to come into play in day 4 and 5.
Stone in, new over into Taylor, into the ground, into the hands of short leg.
Taylor just nudging that across. It's very, very across crease, play across ball, play across pad. I'd love to see that ball come down sort of to mid-on and just wide of it, or straight back at just on the onside of the stumps would be a full face of the bat. But often his head is away over to the offside. You run the risk of missing it.
One slip, gully, short leg, Stone in, outside the off stump. He's looking to drive, but Broad throws himself down to the ground at mid-off and saves a run. Rather reaching. That's
a rare occurrence, Ali, isn't it? That's a drive from Taylor, not a big foot movement.
No.
But the hands get there, and it's actually gone in front of point. That's extraordinary for Roscoe.
He likes to score square.
He does. He does.
And let's see if he'll get another opportunity. The ball was the right length. Such a width for him. It's a short ball, and he's swatted into the ground past short leg out to James Anderson, who's at deepish square, 3/4 of the way back towards the Holly stand, and he's taken a single. Taylor onto 39, 212 for 2. So Young back on strike. See, he's from New Plymouth, or born in New Plymouth. He's Jeremy. Is that North right. Island?
Yes, North Island to the west, about halfway up if you think of the North Island, with the little bulges that goes towards Australia.
Yes, yeah,
that's New Plymouth.
So just a little bit south of Rotorua.
Black Sands, Iron Sands and around that area.
Got a leg slip in place here. Stone to Young, and he's having a little waft outside off stump. A bit of a cross-batted shot through to the keeper. Didn't make contact. Just needs to keep those concentration levels going right to the end of the day's play. 6 overs remaining.
Yeah, good surfing at that area as well. That's where Andy probably would choose to go and get his board out.
Kane Williamson is a good surfer, isn't he?
He is.
He's at Mount Maunganui?
Yes. That's on the other side, of course, up in Tauranga on the east coast.
Often see Instagram photographs of Kane and his dog on the beach. Now here's Stone in. tighter on off stump and forcing Young to play, angling out towards Burns, backward point, and there's no run.
Quite a lot of the Kiwis actually are coming from that area now. So you get Colin de Grandon's move up there. Ross Taylor's not too far away as well.
On the Mount Maunganui side?
Yeah, that sort of area. Tim Southey's over there as well.
Just a popular place.
Trent Boult is there as well. So, yeah, quite a few.
What's drawing them all to that area?
The sun, I think.
The lifestyle?
The sun and the lifestyle, yeah. The water.
I can't really think of too many places in New Zealand where the lifestyle isn't desirable.
No, that's true.
Here is Stone in again, straighter. Jules Young forward defensively, and Stone picks up in his follow-through to end the over. 212 for 2. The score remains.
So the course of this match, Ali, what do you reckon? I mean, at the moment, it looks as though England have missed out on their first chance of winning the toss on a biscuit-coloured pitch. They lost wickets in clumps, didn't they? And that's actually been very, very costly. So 300 is an okay total, but not really quite what they would have liked to be assertive in the match. So 450 would have been much better, obviously. So New Zealand now, if New Zealand perhaps can get to 220 or just above today, I don't know how many overs. Andy will leap to attention. The fingers are crackling. 5. There you go, just showing one hand.
Root in. Taylor covering up, no run.
So 220. And New Zealand only 80 behind. That's a session.
There'll be a new ball tomorrow, early in the morning.
That will be
England will need
crucial,
to,
yes, for England.
Root again to Taylor. Defence getting his head right over the ball, back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler.
Yeah, we want to see the drift from Root, just going away from Taylor and try and open a gap between bat and pad. He doesn't use the big stride, so the bat gets out in front. It brings the bat pad into play and also slip.
Root bowls, Taylor forward, works it into the onside towards Crawley, and there's no run. Yeah, so a first innings lead for New Zealand.
Well, if it's possible, they would love that, and of course they'd love to go on. They'll just go on and on, and if they're able to bat precisely on a surface that is okay at the moment.
Root to Taylor down the leg side, turns it away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Racing along this green outfield. Takes New Zealand to 216 for 2. Made good contact.
Yeah, good stroke, Taylor. That's again to his, strength really. That's sort of about middle and leg going down a wee bit, and he's just helped it round there. Can't set a field for that really. So no movement, as I say, in the air for Root. This ball has actually been quite good for England, this replacement.
It was amazing when that change came, was it just before tea?
Yeah.
Suddenly some movement, some extra movement, a wicket fell. I mean, Devon Conway, we'll get a chance to hopefully speak to him after play, but it felt like that was just a sudden bit of a brain fade for him, not perhaps realising the field had been sent back in the deep, as Taylor defends another from Root, coming well forward. But yeah, then that period with the first hour, 40 minutes after tea, the ball was hooping, and Broad was bowling wonderfully without reward. He's taken the 2 wickets that have fallen, but he felt another one was surely going to go then. A full toss from Root, and Taylor defending into the onside. Content to defend rather than try and go after it. 216 for 2, 87 runs behind as Root fiddles with the studs in his boots. Young on 72, Taylor on 43. Andy?
But to illustrate those patterns in the period between tea and drinks, 17 overs, 37 runs, and the wicket of Conway. Since then, New Zealand have accelerated 49 runs in the last 13 overs, helped by a few extras. But Ross Taylor has accelerated a scratchy 15 from his first 56, but now 28 from the next 34 balls he's faced.
And that's going to be really important for New Zealand, isn't it, to actually make that acceleration with the runs whilst they've got these wickets in hand. And should a cluster fall with a new ball tomorrow, want to get as close to England's first innings as possible before that happens. So it's an important little tilt in the pace of the scoring for them in this last hour. Stone on, deep square legs back on the fence in front of the Hollies. He's gone for the pull shot. It's down into the ground, and ball is scooped up by Ollie Pope. A single for Young to move him on to 73, comfortably his best test score after his 43. Only, of course, playing in his 3rd test match here. The first 2 came against the West Indies in December. But he's playing a very good hand, looking comfortable, looking controlled. Of course, was dropped on 7, remember. Joe Root at slip. It was Stone the bowler then. Taylor settles over his bat. Awaits Stone. Leaps in, he's driving again, Taylor, but Broad stops once more. Almost goalkeeper style, tumbling to his left. Grabs it two-handed and saves a run.
It's a good stop, isn't it? After the overs, I don't know how many he's bowled, but he's diving away to his left. I don't know whether he's hurt himself on that pitch or not, but he's a tall man. Yes, he's just taking it easy there for a moment, but he's managed to stop it, not cleanly.
Was it his hip he sort of fell heavily on? Or elbow, difficult to see. Leaning forward, taking a blow, some might say. Leaning forward on his knees. He's walking in now as Stone bowls on a flashing blade from Taylor. Rather fortunate the ball didn't take the top edge through to Bracey. And shaping to cut away through that offside. And a bit of movement again from Stone. Maybe too close to be cutting. Taylor's wandering out of his crease, a little scrape, settle himself, make sure he's tuned himself back in. Settling once more. A cloud over Edgbaston, and many of the crowd in the Holly Stand are on their feet. Stone in, forward into the onside. Taylor taking a single as Wood moves in from mid-on, languidly to field. And 2-1-8 for 2. I was thinking of the geography of New Zealand as we were talking about the various places there, bringing back memories of a tour in 2008. And I had to make the journey from Taupo to Napier. Mm-hmm. Is there still no petrol station on the road between Taupo and Napier?
Well, thank you for asking that question.
Stone in full, and Young forward defends to mid-off. Have you done that road
I have
trip?
no idea. Yes, of course I have.
Yes.
They've got a new highway in there now.
Then maybe that has...
But I don't know whether there's any... You might have a dairy there. We call it a little dairy, where you go and buy just normal, I don't know, what's like a co-op.
Well, it may well be that dairy farmer that helped me out when I did get perilously close to running out of petrol.
Oh, really?
Yes, on that particular trip. I think at that time, this was 2008, but I think it's a well-known thing, apparently. It was written in the Lonely Planet guide that there's no petrol station. Stone in back of a length, the swing and a miss from Young, looking to pull out towards deep square leg, through to Bracey. No run.
Have you started to think, Ali, that maybe you and cars aren't meant to be together?
It's a bit of a theme this week, isn't there? A bit of a theme. I don't know why that came to mind. It was a journey I did with Rebecca Naden, who's the photographer. I say veteran photographer, perhaps. Hello, Rebecca, if you're listening. And I think even now, because of course in retrospect I read the guidebooks, and apparently there are signs at the start of the highway which warn you that over 140 kilometres or however long it is, there is no petrol station, so fill up before you go. And we evidently didn't see the sign. But we got to realise that we're starting to run low, and actually pulled into a teeny tiny, a kind of one pub town. Interesting change of
Lawrence,
bowling here. We're getting Dan Lawrence for...
Yep.
Now what's Dan Lawrence going to be bowling for us
off
here?
Spin,
A bit
I
of
suppose.
leg
A little bit
spin,
off and leg, is it?
It's off that looks like leg.
Okay.
With his action.
Curious action.
Well, I feel like a return to the story, but Dan Lawrence replacing Joe Root. I mean, this is a real throw of the dice, isn't it? With 3 overs left in the day, to see if just a change-up will create a disturbance in the force, and perhaps a third wicket might fall late in the day. Slip and leg slip in place. Lawrence is tossing the ball between his fingers. Well, now here is a run-up. It's all arms, frog in a blender style, and flipped her around the corner past the square leg umpire by Taylor. He's so busy in the approach to the crease. Almost a distraction for the batter. Taylor's down the phone for a single. He's coming down now to have a word with Young. When was the last time Lawrence bowled, Andy? Tossing himself a catch again.
He did bowl a little in the tests, I think in Sri Lanka. Just get up stats.
Big swing of that right arm, up and down with the elbows, and then a release and full to Young, turning around the corner again past short leg, who throws himself to the ground, but Wood is there to pick up.
Well, he's got a little bit of bounce. He's a tall man, and he kind of gets that front foot and quite. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, you're right about the arms. It's obviously a swarm of wasps are around him.
We go outside the off stump this time. Driving is Young. Good-looking shots. It's got past Broad at mid-off. He's making chase back to the boundary or pick up inside the rope. We'll run 2, and Young says that'll do to Taylor. They thought about a third. 221 for 2. So very quickly, we pulled up at this one pub town to say, does anyone know where the petrol station is? And walked into this pub. Actually, a wake was going on in the pub. So as 2 people from outside of town walked in, with English accents to boot, we obviously stuck out. Lawrence into Young outside the off stump, gently turn into the gloves of the keeper. Anyway, one of the people at the wake broke away from the wake and said, I've got a farm, I've got a petrol
at the farm.
Canister at the farm.
Sure.
So we followed this chap in his car uphill, round Dale, through 5 Bar gates, over the hills. Lawrence in to Young, who's forward and defends. Pope at short leg picks up a no run, and we pulled into a cowshed, and he had a petrol tank, and he filled us up with petrol.
Really?
And we went on our merry way.
There we are.
Friendly, hospitable New Zealanders.
Yes, that's great.
Yep.
That's great.
Safely got to Napier. Last ball of the over from Lawrence. Gives the ball a little rub in his left hand. Young's on 75. A swirl of arms up to the crease and bowls it flatter and turns square by Young. Correctly, neatly. Finds Crawley, takes a single. 222 for 2.
Lawrence bowled just 3 overs in the tests he played in the winter. He's bowled quite a bit for Essex, more in white ball cricket. In first-class cricket, he has 14 wickets, but 5 of them have been in the county championship this year at an average just over 30.
It's one of the great actions, Jeremy.
Well, that was a heartwarming tale. Thank you.
Well, there you go. There you go. Just triggered that memory. Daniel Norcos is coming in. 2 overs remaining in the day, Jeremy. So I'll leave a few more thoughts from you. Here's Dan.
Yeah, well, New Zealand, hopefully, from their point of view, all the 2s at the moment, 2-2-2 for 2. And Young, 76, Taylor, 45. He's moved there quite quickly, actually, as we've just been pointed out. Joe Root is now going to come on, and he's switched himself round to this, the commentary end.
I'm surprised at this, Jeremy, because actually New Zealand have been making serene and splendid progress until the last 15 minutes when they were suddenly playing at balls they didn't need to. There were a couple of rash shots, and I thought there were a little bit of nerves there. And I thought that facing Joe Root with 2 overs to go might be their preferred option. He's going to come round the wicket, and he's got some rough to aim at. He's got I'm going to call this a leg slip, forward short leg and a slip in. And he goes back into his crease, does Young, and works this ball into the onside. Shy of the stumps comes in, rebounds off Young, rather in the style of Ben Stokes at Lord's, but not quite as dramatically. And they pick up a single.
Not to the same effect on the game.
Not to the same effect, yeah. or yes, to the legend of cricket, yes. 2-2-3 for 2, so they're off double Nelson. And Taylor's on strike.
Looks like Wagner's padded up to come in next, Daniel.
Well, he won't mind facing Root if he does come in, I don't think, on this surface, particularly. Root round the wicket bowls. That's worked into the onside again, because that angle of attack makes it easy for the batter, and Taylor this time gets it out to deep backward square for a single. Young has 77, Taylor has 46. Fans are singing this traditional song that they don't want to be taken home, which suggests they thoroughly enjoyed New Zealand's display today. And it's tossed up by Root and nearly induced a false shot there from Young. There's a little bit of maybe inside edge off pad, and briefly it was in the air. Pope diving sparingly, couldn't reach the ball. He's a fair way back. He's a whole pitch length away. Pitch width, I should say. Next delivery identical to the first 2, really. It's a little mix-up as they ran through, but a single easily taken nonetheless. The ball's bunted into the onside. 2-2-5 for 2. 8 balls remain in the day. We're going to get our full allocation. Again, 2 days running. Praise be.
That's normally on Sundays in New Zealand.
Floating up and down the leg side it goes. Hits the pad. The non-striking Taylor. It was way outside the leg stump, so there's no danger of LBW, and there's no run. 1 ball left in the over. Root persisting with this round the wicket line. Taylor comes forward and just works it to short leg on the bounce. End of the over, 3 runs from it. 1 over remains in the day. Young has 78, Taylor has 46. It's been a terrific day for New Zealand. Looking back on things that England might have done better, they've had some chances and some half chances. Perhaps, I wonder if Bracey's been standing a little deep. We saw an edge that didn't carry to him. We also saw the edge, the contentious catch, the Schrödinger's catch that we mentioned earlier. Was it out? Wasn't it out? Well, presumably Crawley was taking his lead from where Bracey's standing. Had he been standing half a yard further forward, then it wouldn't have been contentious. No. And there was the drop catch of Root off Young. But other than that, those have really been England's opportunities not taken. There weren't that many of them. And New Zealand have just dominated with the bat today. They've been really terrific. Lawrence, in this extraordinary action, comes in and bowls a full ball on off stump. There's no run. It's almost like he's bowling googlies. There's so much going on in this action. Spinners often have eccentric actions, but I'm going to try to run through it. I mean, Ali Mitchell's probably already given it a go. But let's see, where can we start? And there's a big field change for the last over of the day. We've got leg slip in. So first up, there's a skip, a hop, arms whirl either side, and then the ball comes flying out like from a bowling machine and is then driven gloriously through extra cover out towards the boundary. It's being pursued and it will not be cut off. It was an absolutely terrific effort out there. Truly amazing effort, but
Stone.
I think that's Stone out there.
Yes, it is.
And he's bowled quite a bit today, and he's absolutely torn round the boundary. And of course, as is the way when it's not your day, you've got a hand to it. Tried to pull it back, but it just beat into it. When he got the hand and then he flicked it back onto his leg and it rebounded from the leg onto the boundary sponge. 2-2-9 for 2. Young with that moves into the 80s, 82. Lawrence in again. This weird angular approach. Oh, now then, has he got a wicket there? He has! Well, Young came forward, he's got a thick inside edge and it's been caught at short leg. Would you believe it? In the last over of the day, and what will presumably be the last ball of the day. Well, you've got a feel for Will Young. He was only, 4 balls away from making it through to close of play. It was wideish outside the off stump. He came forward in prodding defence and it shot off the inside edge onto pad. A decent, neat catch diving forward from Ollie Pope, and he's walking off. The players, the New Zealand batters are walking off away from us. The England players are walking towards us. What a bonus wicket for Dan Lawrence, his first in Test cricket. And an inspired bit of captaincy from Root, perhaps. But, oh, how Young must be feeling tortured. He must be feeling much like Tyrrell Conway did earlier when he picked out Crawley down at deep backward square leg. It didn't spin miles, did it? I mean, there was a little bit of turn on it that got the inside edge onto the pad, but Young walks off ruefully, having made a splendid 82. And England, after a torrid, hard day in the field, have got a bonus wicket at the end there, and that'll make them feel an awful lot better in the morning.
Yes, it will. And Young just being lured outside the off stump just a wee bit to push, and have to push, therefore, at the ball a wee bit. And he had it come from, he didn't quite get there, and then gave the ball a chance to turn. It turned to the inside edge of the bat. It then struck the pad, so a bat pad, and then looped to the left of, who was it there? Ollie Pope. Yes, in on square, and he dived to a comfortable catch to his left before it struck the ground. So it really was a comfortable catch, the end of the dismissal, but it was the length of the ball, the enticement of the ball, and also just a little bit of turn, and that will be of interest to the New Zealanders as well in the end, that if they can see a little bit of turn from this surface, Ajaz Patel in particular will be interested.
Well, there was disbelief on Will Young's face. There was almost denial, actually, because he couldn't quite believe that he was out, as if this can't be how it all ends, does it? I put in all this work and I go to the part-time off-spin of Lawrence, but he's got to. And credit to Lawrence. 1 for 8 from 9 balls, but he made the breakthrough, and England have got their 3rd wicket. A dramatic end to the day. New Zealand closing on 229 for 3. 2 wickets for Broad. He has figures of 2 for 22 amidst all that. And Dan Lawrence 1 for 8. It's definitely been New Zealand's day, though, notwithstanding England starting the day on 258 for 7. They added 45 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. A very entertaining first 20 minutes. And then Wood went for 41. The tail followed soon after. Dan Lawrence high and dry on 81. And then we had another Devon Conway masterclass with the bat, which was ended in utterly surprising fashion, didn't it? I mean, I don't think anybody realised that Crawley was out there to take the catch at deep square leg, but he aimed this wristy flick. He'd not played a shot remotely like it throughout his innings. He departed for 80. Latham had before that earlier been trapped LBW by Broad, and then the last ball of the day as it turned out. But New Zealand's day, Jeremy Coney.
I think so, claiming the last 3 wickets. It was a little bit messy for a start, wasn't it? Wood was very attacking and pugnacious and so on. And a quick 40 from him. The other remaining wickets fell quite quickly. And so 303 wasn't perhaps what England would have liked when they set off and on a biscuit-coloured pitch won the toss and decided to bat in a cloudy atmosphere. Lost wickets and clumps, and that in the end was costly for them, and not getting a total that they could perhaps dominate the game from there on. So New Zealand had to set off, and as you say, you've described the dismissals along the way. In between, there's been some quite precise batting. They've worked hard, New Zealand. A shame that they've lost that last wicket as far as Will Young is concerned, who was going along relatively serenely, actually. And so New Zealand have put together some partnerships, especially the second and third wickets. So we'll have a new batsman at the crease tomorrow. That'll be Nicholls. And so let's see what tomorrow brings. New Zealand's 74 runs behind.
Well, indeed, what tomorrow will bring initially is Dan Lawrence is going to be opening the bowling tomorrow, because he's got to finish that over. And then 3 overs after that, a new ball will become available. That's what England will be hoping for, if they can grab a few quick wickets. But Jonathan Agnew has joined us, and he's going to look back on the day's play now in tandem with Michael Vaughan and talk us through what has been another great day for New Zealand.
It certainly has. Thank you, Dan, very much. They're just revving up again over there to our right-hand side. They were pretty quiet during the afternoon, and that last session, which was dominated by New Zealand until that last wicket there from nowhere. As it funny happens, anything can happen, any ball in cricket. And there's Dan Lawrence in a sweater that looks about 2 sizes too big for him, claiming that wicket of Young, who never looked like he was going to get out, actually, after that chance that he gave on 7 for a very good 82. So we'll begin our review of the day. I think we'll get an interview or two during the course of this, and of course this can be downloaded at bbc.co.uk/cricket in a short while from now. So, close of play of the second day of the second test between England and New Zealand at Edgbaston sees New Zealand closing on 229 for 3. That means they're 74 runs behind England's 303. They added 45 for the loss of their last 3 wickets this morning. The majority added by Mark Wood, actually. He played brilliantly. It was a really refreshing innings. He made 41 and a partnership of 30 with Lawrence before Wood was bowled by Henry. Lawrence finished on 81 not out, Broad a duck, and Anderson was the last man out, bowled by Trent Boult, who finished with 4 for 85, Matt Henry 3 for 78, Neil Wagner 1 for 68, and Ajaz Patel 2 for 34. A little ominous when you consider how that ball just appears to be spinning a little bit more out of the rough predominantly at the moment, rather than off the actual pitch itself. So in go New Zealand, and the openers put on 15 together before Stuart Broad had Latham LBW for 6, absolutely plump, hitting the middle stump. Then a couple of incidents. First of all, Conway edged Broad to Crawley at third slip. Did it carry or did it not? Stuart Broad was convinced that it had done. The umpires on the middle gave the soft signal of not out, which infuriated Broad. He was very cross about that. It meant, of course, that the third umpire had to look for a reason for that to be definitely overturned. We looked at the replay, and I think it's pretty split up here, if I'm honest. I was with Jeremy Coney at the time. I think he thought it had bounced just in front. There were others around who thought that it did carry. But anyway, the third umpire looked at the video and decided that it would be not out. So again, Broad was rather angry about this, remonstrating with the umpires. And we can, let's just pop down quickly now. I'll interrupt that, and we can join Ellen Roldroyd, who have you got down there, Ellie? We'll find out shortly. No, she's not there. So that was a bit of a fracas, and Broad infuriated. Conway went on to make 80. Meanwhile, at the other end, Young was dropped by a route on 7 off Ollie Stone, and he, as we know, went through to bat out virtually the rest of the day. He was out to the last ball and was caught by Pope at short leg off Lawrence for 82. Lawrence got unusual action. It's quite fun, actually. It's nice to see batsmen who turn their arms over. It's an ungainly action, as I said, in an enormous baggy sweater, but he just got that ball to just grip a little bit. That'll be something that England might just be aware of later on in the game. Meanwhile, Ross Taylor weathered a tremendous storm from Stuart Broad. They changed the ball, and this one swung around much more than the first one, and he ended up on 46 not out. So 229 for 3, 74 runs behind. We'll keep an eye. I think Ellie's with John Lewis, actually, England's bowling coach down there, but at the moment one or two communication issues, I think. But can we go there now? No, we can't. We'll go there later. So there we are. It's fun all this, isn't it? Where are we going to start? Michael, let's start with you. Well, they needed that wicket, didn't they?
Yeah, bonus, a real bonus, because I thought Will Young played great. I thought, he had a bit of fortune. Joe Root will be in that dressing room, probably thanking Dan Lawrence, because it's costing them quite a few runs. Yeah, a real bonus wicket for England. But I thought New Zealand today were excellent. I thought they kind of showed England in a way how to bat at test match level, that you have to ebb and flow. There was times where the ball was moving around, you felt that Conway and Will Young just hung in there, played for their off stump, left the ball well, didn't play any expansive drives. When the ball wasn't swinging, they took that drive on. When England replaced that ball and Broad bowled an incredible spell and it started to zip again, New Zealand went back into the shell and thought it's not the time to be playing the drive. So from test match batting and the way that you need to play at this level, I thought New Zealand just played today brilliantly. There wasn't a great deal there other than that period where that ball was changed, and that spell from Anderson and Broad was absolutely terrific.
I think we can now join Eleanor down there with John Lewis. Ellie.
Yes, hello Aggers, sorry for the delay, John.
Earth to Ellie.
Good to see you, good to see you. Look, let's just start with the positives then. That spell from Broad and Anderson with the replacement ball that the guys have just been talking about, that was the one bright spot in the day, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, Broadie picked his knees up, and you could see the quality of what he was doing. He produced a fantastic spell there with Jimmy supporting him at the other end. Sometimes you get a ball that doesn't move that much, and the first one today didn't do too much at all, and it looked like a really good pitch, and New Zealand, fair play to them, played very well. What about the catch that wasn't the Zach Crawley catch? Well, I think that's one of the great things about sport. It'll always divide opinion. You'll see every Saturday afternoon on a football pitch the referee will be make a decision one way, and one side will think one thing and one side will think another. And it's the way sport goes, and that decision didn't go away. How was Stuart about it afterwards? Oh yeah, he's pretty grumpy, as you can see on the field. But he's a competitor. He's a real competitor, as is Jimmy and all the rest of the guys, and they always want things to go their way. Things obviously didn't go your way later on in the day. And actually Dan Lawrence's wicket right at the end obviously was a little bit of a bright spot. But would you go back now and pick a spinner? Would you have had Jack Leach in the side? Well, that's not my job to pick the team. My job is to prepare all the bowlers to get the best out of what they can do. That's what I do. I just try and prepare the bowlers as best I can and let the guys pick the side. And we feel that we picked the best side to take 20 wickets on this pitch. So what's the plan then for tomorrow, do you think? Let's go and we've got the new ball first thing in the morning. You see Test cricket change very fast. You don't know what the conditions will be like tomorrow. I thought yesterday felt like a really swingy day, and today was a little bit breezier and not quite as muggy, so the ball didn't swing around as much. And tomorrow we've got to come out and do it again. It's Test cricket, it's hard work, and we appreciate that, and we'll come out and try and knock the New Zealanders over. I'm asking you lots of benefit of hindsight questions, aren't I? But actually, with the benefit of hindsight, might it have been best to lose the toss and bowl first? It looked a really good pitch. We want to get out there and score more runs than we did, to be honest. And you know, today's show, the New Zealanders showed us how to bat on that pitch, and I think looking forward, you know, we've got a really young side, and you have to appreciate that young players will make mistakes, and we have to be really patient with those guys.
Tomorrow's another day. John, thank you very much indeed. John Lewis, England's bowling coach, joining us live on Test Match Special. Jonathan.
Is that a Will Young song? I think or not, I don't know.
No, I don't think it is a Will Young song. I think it's yet another rendition of Please Don't Take Me Home.
Yeah, okay, it sounded rather like it for a moment. Anyway, well, there we go. Thank you. He's very honest, wasn't he? I mean, what can you say about these? That is a talking point, that catch. There'll be some who think it was out. Cookie, I don't know what you thought, but some will think it was out and some will think it didn't quite carry it. It's just... Sometimes those catches are almost impossible to tell.
Yeah, I think he caught it. You know, the camera is such a tough... It doesn't, for whatever reason, the technology, I know whatever it falls sight or whatever everyone bangs on about, it carried. And was there a bit of doubt? Yes, so that left the umpire could only do the on-field decision. What will be interesting to hear from the on-field umpires is why they gave it not out. Why they must have thought they saw it bounce.
Yes.
But do you know what I mean? That's where it becomes quite hard, because technology is always going to make it look worse. You know, you've seen catches from one angle be, 2 inches off the ground, but from the slightly higher angle looking down, it looks a lot closer than it was. I think it carried. You can almost tell the reaction of the player. You know, I know you shouldn't do that, but he was so confident. There was no kind of... sometimes when you get on the half volley, you pick your hands up as if, a bit like starting the lawnmower, but he kind of caught it. There was no doubt in his mind or anyone else around him that he didn't carry.
It's interesting, the whole soft signal thing. Virat Kohli's on it at the moment, isn't he? And that they just don't want a soft signal. He wants either this is to review it and the umpire to have a look at all technology. But the reason it was brought in was to get the view of the umpires in the middle, given that usually they've got a pretty good view of it, and they were going through a phase where they weren't making any of the decisions. So, I mean, the ones out in the middle, I suppose, gave it not out soft signal because they thought it had bounced.
Yeah, I thought he caught it. I thought it bounces into his fingers on his right hand and goes into his left hand. I would personally bring in a soft signal where the umpires can say they're not sure.
Yeah.
I know a lot of umpires may take that option all the time, but I'd just rather the replays take over it on that occasion. The problem on this kind of wicket and the team that England have picked is that everything had to go their way. So that catch had to go their way. Joe Root had to take that opportunity. It's not doing a great deal. There was spells where the ball just did enough. And when the ball was doing just enough, you felt that England had to get 3 or 4 quick wickets. This is what they're going to come up against in Australia. On these kind of wickets where the ball's not hooping all over the place, they're going to have to find ways of creating angles or opportunities because the ball will not hoop and it's not going to seam. So that's why, in my opinion, they needed a spinner. We're not just talking in hindsight. England need a spinner. They need a variation. On these kind of pitches that are slow, there's just a little bit there when the times are right and the clouds come in and the ball's right, but it's only for 15, 20 overs. So then you do need that variation of a spinner, a frontline spinner, a particular spinner in Jack Leach, who I felt was one of the talking points of the win. I thought he kind of went from being, is he the number one spinner, to definitely being England's number one spinner. So I do think they've missed a trick, and when you miss a trick, you're always playing a little bit catch-up when you don't bat as well as they possibly could. If they'd got 400, 450, well, we might have been talking about a different proposition, but they haven't, and New Zealand today have gone out and batted in a way that you have to say is the way to bat in Test match cricket. Ultimate respect for every aspect of the situation, and that's exactly what they did today.
Yeah, it's the way you'd have played, Alistair. Really, that sort of just set your stall out to bat. There's no pressure on time. Just get up, draw level, and then move on tomorrow. It's the way the game's looking.
It is, and I thought the way New Zealand reacted to every situation, and that when it did swing, they were. It was quite strange because actually the one wicket England did get was with the worst ball that Stuart Broad bowled. It was a leg stump half volley where Conway just hit it straight down at deep backwards square leg's throat. But they played a miss, but they played the ball so late. That's what I really liked about this New Zealand side. They played the ball late and straight. Everyone's so far on. When he does do a little bit, if you're doing that, you're giving yourself the best chance. And that's what's really impressed me with this side. They've shown the resilience of them. It was tough to bat, but they found a way. Then it got easier, and then they cashed in. When it swung again, they held them back, and then towards the end they just milked it. And it was a shame from the New Zealand point of view that they got a bit of a soft one at the end. But it's evenly poised, because New Zealand do have a long tail.
Yes.
England do have a new ball in the morning, and if they can keep that lead down to 40-50, then England got a chance.
Yeah. Jeremy Coney's here as well. Essentially, with all the technology and all the resources and everything else, those low catches still haven't yet been sorted out, have they? There's always that debate and that question, that controversy about them.
Haunts the game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear myself. If you just turn me up a little. Can you do that, Eggers?
Well, I can't, unfortunately. I've got your button pressed, so you're illuminated. I'll come back to you in a second. It sounds like he's sitting in a box over there.
Yeah.
But don't worry. Well, you can give an answer on that, Cookie. It's that one area. There's so much around the ground, Hawkeye and everything else, but somehow those low catches still cause debate.
Yeah, and the problem is that the catch could be anywhere around the whole on the whole ground. Suddenly, it's not just the keeper's catch where you could say, "Oh, we'll have the cameras on it." So it's very hard to do. I like umpire's call because it keeps. You're talking about Virat Kohli. He doesn't like umpire's call. Should be out or not out. I like the umpire's call because it keeps the human element of the game, and it really does make a difference. And sometimes it goes with you, sometimes it doesn't go with you. LBW calls, but I like that.
Yes.
But on that one there, there is something because they're so. Every time there's a low catch, it looks debatable. Even if it's a really clean catch, and we're having this debate over and over again, and there must be something that they can do to change it.
I like the fact that we can still debate these things. There is still some areas of grey out there that don't. It's not always completely nailed down, and not everything is clear, black and white, and computers are ruling everything. Jeremy, Mark, you've got a new microphone.
I've got a new mic. Yeah.
You look like you're about to sort of break into song.
I do. I could have both mics, couldn't I, at the moment? But I'm a bit with you actually, Eggers, on that one. I don't mind to have some discussion about these kinds of things. Everyone, of course, is wanting a real answer to it, and yet, unfortunately, while we all suspect as former players that was probably held, you always think as a slipper, those ones that you sweep slightly, that you've held them, but at the same time, if you're standing beside that slipper, you think, oh, did he catch that? Was it that clear? Was it that clean? And was it touching between the fingers and so on? Because if it is, then it's not out.
Yes.
And so, I think he probably caught it, but there was enough doubt about it. Certainly the two umps out there who have been at lots of games, they were unsure. And then you go to a two-dimensional thing, trying to represent a three-dimensional thing, and we know the problems. Thank heavens it wasn't magnified, because that makes it look worse, doesn't it?
It makes it absolutely impossible.
Yeah, it does.
Mark Wood, I got to wear his batting, actually. I was not his bowling for a change. But that was a terrific innings this morning. I mean, England, we know, are a bit undercooked at 303 all out, but what valuable runs from a real character.
Yeah, England would have taken 300 this morning, but they would have thought most of those runs would have come off Dan Lawrence's bat. And actually, Mark Wood, just played some beautiful shots. They weren't long. I remember that one, Henry bounced him, and he kind of just leant back, just guided it over goal. He had all the time in the world, followed by a pull shot in front of square. But you're kind of waiting for a bit of a death rattle when he as a lower order. But I'm not going to call him a tail ender. He's better than the tail ender. But when they get giddy, don't they? When they hit a few or four or five fours, they're in, and every ball must go for four. And that drive, he just eyes lit up again. But he played really well, and he bowled okay as well. Actually, his figures don't give him much credit for it, but I thought he bowled with good heart and gusto. We know that, with good skills towards the end. I couldn't work out whether it was reversing. I didn't quite understand England's plan and how they were trying to get him out with the field. Certainly to Taylor, had massive gaps on the leg side and still firing it in, and then had a leg slip to Young. That looked a little bit confused at the end of the day, but I thought he had a good day.
Yeah, it's always tricky with two fast bowlers in his side. We've got quite a strong wind blowing as well to sort out who's going to bowl where from which end, and so on. Jeremy, let's talk about New Zealand's batting, can we? Because we had Conway in the last Test match with his double 100. He made another 80 today. Will Young, his third Test match, 82, just falling there at the end. I mean, he'll be really disappointed that he got out like that. But again, it showed a lot of promise.
Yeah, he was circumspect to start, wasn't he? He took his time and improved as the more time that. I think it's one of those surfaces. I don't think you're going to be able to go out and play freely and with gay abandon. You're going to have to work hard. It's a slowish surface. The catches aren't carrying sometimes, and so there's no real pace there for the bowlers either, for your Stone and for Wood. I mean, they're trying very hard, I'm sure, but they're not really flying through, is it? You couldn't ever say that. So it's taking time for batsmen to get in and have to play their innings sedately at times. The movement in the air means you've got to be watchful, and then when it does get straight, you can knock it around. But it's not as if batting is going to be something where you can just grab the bowling by the scruff of the neck. I don't think it's going to be one of those surfaces, nor was it at Lord's, was it?
No.
For different reasons. So, yeah, I think excellent from Will Young. We haven't seen a lot of him, and yet I thought he looked quite serene towards the end of his innings, standing up, body shape over the ball, nice drives, pull strokes and so on. So I think that's a very good sign. He's the heir apparent for Ross Taylor.
Yeah.
As one ends, one's about to beginning. So that's great.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed, you two. And time's ticking away. But yes, New Zealand will resume on 229 for 3. That's 74 behind, but that new ball is available almost immediately. You can watch the highlights from 7 o'clock on Today at the Test on BBC Two. And there are clips of today's action available now on the BBC Sport website and on the app. Well, next on 5 Live Sports Extra's commentary from the French Open. That's a semi-final between Novak Djokovic and Rafa Nadal. And we're back on air at 10:15 for our highlights half hour on 5 Live Sports Extra. And then also on Radio 4 long way from 10:45. The weather's picking up. Lots of bright sunshine tomorrow. If you're coming, do come early. Bring your COVID test results and come and have some fun in the sun. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
We welcome our audience now on 5 Live Sports Extra. To those of you already listening on the BBC Sport website and app, to this second semi-final from Roland Garros, and you could not have joined us at a much better time. Earlier we saw Stefanos Tsitsipas beat Alex Zverev in 5 sets. He was 2 sets up, back came Zverev. Tsitsipas saving 3 break points in the opening game of the deciding set and winning it by 6 games to 3. And now on the Philippe Chatrier court, with more details to come in a moment, Naomi Cavaday and Annabelle Croft are describing a set point for Rafael Nadal against Novak Djokovic.
And it's his first set point here. Russell, as he goes with a lefty swinger that has served him so well through this match, raced away to a 5-love lead in this match. Faced a couple of breakback points here in this game, but he has been utterly dominant over the world number one. And a second serve. Djokovic is very tight to the baseline, looking to take this one early. Goes the forehand. Good strike from Djokovic, right back at Nadal, tucking him up under the feet. And now Djokovic is on the charge. He's got a smash, though, which is he's struggled with in this match, but he does make that one. Oh, that's juice.
Wow, well, that was quite an angry return of serve, wasn't it? Frustration vented into that ball, and it was right at the feet of Rafael Nadal. Do a lot with it, and that time, as you say, Naomi, he's really struggled with his smash in this first set, but that was one of the first ones we've seen him put away.
This has been a long set. We've had long games. The first game was over 8 minutes, nearly 9 minutes long. The second one was not much shorter. 42 minutes on the clock. It's 5-1. Drop shot from Nadal behind his serve is good. Djokovic is there, though, and Nadal goes with the lob. He thinks he's missed it. No, he hasn't. It's landed on the baseline, and now he's been lobbed. But what a reach from Nadal, and a huge vamos after putting that smash away.
I'm not sure that's in the textbook, that one, is it?
Extraordinary movement. He just had that little hesitation because he thought his pick-up, I think, had just drifted long. But that was so far behind him. I mean, how you don't fall over hitting that sort of smash. Extraordinary. The amount of pace he can get on it as well.